Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Luna. I know something's off the second my boots hit the third level of the parking garage. The air here feels tense, like the moment before thunder rolls. Bright fluorescent lights flicker overhead, painting the concrete in sickly flashes. I pause, scanning the rows of parked cars, searching for the source of the uneasy weight pressing on my shoulders. I spot movement near a column. At first, it looks like a scuffle between a couple of men in dark suits, but then I catch the shine of a gun. My heart thumps in that old familiar rhythm, equal parts fear and readiness. I slip behind a concrete pillar, crouch low, and peer out just in time to see one man raise his weapon with shaking hands. He fires a single shot. The crack echoes through the structure, bouncing off the walls. A man in a tailored navy suit jerks backward, hand pressed to his side. His ash blonde hair glints beneath the sputtering light as he staggers. Another shot rings out, then chaos. The blonde man's attacker bolts away, footsteps slapping the concrete with frantic speed. I press closer to the pillar, ignoring the burn of adrenaline in my veins. I want to stay out of this. I really do, but I can't just stand by. The wounded man sinks to his knees, and something flickers at the edge of my vision. I see the bright red staining his pristine shirt. His breath rasps loud enough for me to hear across the short distance. A harsh memory flashes behind my eyes. A soldier pinned under rubble, bleeding out while I scramble for a tourniquet. I blink that memory away and grit my teeth. Damn it. I can't turn my back on this, even if I'm not wearing a uniform anymore. I slip off my jacket as I hurry across the garage, eyes flicking from car to car to make sure the shooter is gone. The man in the suit tries to speak when I reach him, but blood loss robs him of clarity. He pitches forward. I catch him around the shoulders, strong shoulders, I note, and he's tall, at least 6'2", but his weight pulls him down. I lower him to the ground carefully, ignoring the way red warmth coats my fingers. His eyes crack open, revealing a startling shade of steel gray. He narrows them at me, as if offended that I'm witnessing him in a moment of weakness. "Who are you?" he manages, voice rough like he's gargling shards of glass. "Your best chance," I say firmly. "Don't move." I yank my phone out, only to realize I have no signal this deep in the garage. Typical. My gaze lands on the bullet wound. It's high on his torso, near the left side of his abdomen. Not ideal, dangerous if it nicks something vital. He wheezes, tries to push my hand away, which earns him a hard stare from me. "You want to bleed out for fun, or are you going to let me help?" I snap. My tone might be harsh, but my hands are gentle, pressing around the wound to gauge how bad it is. Deep enough. It's going to need immediate medical intervention. He winces, and a slight twist of his lips suggests a mixture of arrogance and pain. "I didn't ask for a nurse." "I'm not exactly a nurse," I mutter, ignoring the jolt of annoyance tightening my chest. "But if you keep squirming, you'll be dead before you can insult me again, so maybe cooperate." He must see the resolve in my face because he stopped struggling, though I can feel his tension in every muscle. Carefully, I push open his suit jacket. Beneath, a crisp vest is soaked with blood, I tear the vest open to get to his dress shirt, then press the fabric over the wound in a firm attempt to stanch the flow. He tries to clench his jaw, but a faint hiss escapes. What do you rummage around parking garages, waiting to play paramedic on unsuspecting strangers? I exhale a frustrated breath, ignoring the rush of heated anger at his flippant question. I was supposed to pick up supplies, I say, not explaining further. My reasons aren't his business. I glance around us for something to elevate his legs. And you were obviously getting yourself shot, so I guess the universe had a plan. A strangled laugh chokes out of him, then turns into a cough. He curses, and his hand grabs my wrist, not to push me away this time, but to anchor himself. This hurts. I know. Memories of combat settings swirl in my mind. Dust, sweat, the ear-ringing pop of gunfire. I bury those recollections, focusing on the present. My lips pressed together in a tight line as I keep applying pressure to the wound. Just stay still and breathe. We'll get you to an ER. I have people, he rasps. They'll handle it. I raise an eyebrow. Hope they handle it fast, because you're losing blood. He regards me for a second with an unreadable expression, then gives a small nod, as if conceding a minor battle. A movement from the far corner snags my attention, and I tense, ready to duck behind a car if more shots come our way. Instead, 2 men in black suits materialize, moving quickly toward us. Each has a small earpiece. Bodyguards? They look alarmed, gaze flicking between me and the bleeding man. Mr. Cruz, one of them shouts. He kneels next to us, ignoring me for the moment. We called for the SUV. Hang on. The second man hovers behind him, scanning the perimeter. I can almost see them calculating the best exit route. Their eyes land on the bullet hole, then shift to me. I see the question in their faces. Who is she, and why is she messing with our boss? The one kneeling seems to gather a shred of composure, then speaks to me in a measured tone. Thanks for assisting. We'll take it from here. I grind my teeth at his dismissive words, but resist the urge to snap. If you can do better, go ahead. My hands remain on the wound, maintaining pressure. The bodyguard glances at my technique, then realizes I actually know what I'm doing. He hesitates before leaning in with a fresh piece of gauze from a small medkit he pulls from inside his jacket. I allow him to ease my hands away so he can press the gauze onto the man's abdomen. Mr. Cruz tries to sit up, obviously still determined to prove he's in charge of this situation. Stay down, I say sharply, planting a hand on his shoulder. He glares at me, but his attempt to rise fails. Pain slices through his features, and he sucks in air. Who are you? Really? He demands, eyes flashing. You don't move like some random bystander. I notice his gaze flick down to my left forearm, where the edge of a black phoenix tattoo peeks out from under my short sleeve. He also spots the shaved sides of my head and the small scar that runs across my temple. His stare is far too intense, like he's adding up clues and forming a conclusion. My pulse ticks. I'm Luna, I say, which is all the answer he's getting right now. Former combat medic, that's the short version. He exhales, seems to chew on my words. Something in that detail loosens the tension in his expression. Thanks, Luna. I glance at him, surprised by the genuine tone. It's a little softer than his usual clipped arrogance. Sure, I answer. Try not to get shot again. Before he can reply, the squeal of tires reverberates around the concrete space. A black SUV whips around the corner, headlights flooding us with bright illumination. Another guard jumps out and rushes to help, flanking Mr. Cruz on his other side. With practiced efficiency, they hoist him to his feet. He looks like he wants to protest or pretend he's fine, but the grimace on his face betrays the truth. Hospital. I bark at the new arrival. Now. His men nod, guiding him toward the vehicle. One guard glances at me over his shoulder, half suspicious, half grateful. We appreciate your intervention, Miss Luna. I give a quick nod, not bothering with last names. My forearms are sticky with blood, and my adrenaline hasn't fully subsided. The guard helps Mr. Cruz into the back seat, then turns, clearly waiting for me to join them. I lift a hand, signaling no. You've got this from here. The guard steps closer, lowering his voice as the SUV's engine hums in the background. Mr. Cruz, Damien, will want to speak with you once he's stable. I'm sure he will, I say dryly. I'll pass. He tries to extend a business card, but I stare at it without moving. He clears his throat. We pay well. Private contracting, security detail. If you're ex-military, you know the drill. My gut twists. This is exactly the kind of entanglement I swore to avoid. Expensive suits, rich corporate types, hidden agendas. I shake my head. Not interested. Before he can insist further, I pivot on my heel and stride away. My black combat boots echo across the cement. Every nerve in my body still stands on alert, scanning for lingering threats. My mouth feels full of dust, and it reminds me it's been a long day of errands, and nearly getting caught in crossfire wasn't on my to-do list. I head for my motorcycle parked near a pillar. The engine is silent, but the comforting shape of my vintage bike calms me. As I pass a small reflective puddle of water from a leaky pipe, I quickly glance at myself. Deep mocha skin, a faint dusting of freckles across my nose, and a hardened stare I sometimes wish I could soften. But old habits cling with a vicious grip. When I swing a leg over the seat, I see the black SUV pulling out. The guard in the passenger seat tries to flag me down with a hand wave. I pretend not to notice. I snap on my helmet and rev the engine, letting the rumble roll through my bones. Then I peel out, forcing my thoughts to focus on the immediate task. Get home, clean up, and forget about the bullet wound I just tended. I slide onto the main road, weaving through the mid-evening traffic of the city. Neon lights and towering buildings reflect off my visor, giving the impression that the steel and glass architecture is reaching for the stormy sky. I'd love to enjoy the ride, but the memory of Damien's gray eyes remains fresh. Something about his expression, the unflinching arrogance spiked with real pain, hits me right in the chest. He can handle himself, right? He's got a whole team. Still, the image of him bleeding alone on cold concrete stirs the protective instincts I can't shake. I remind myself I'm not in uniform anymore. I don't have to fix everyone who crosses my path. The city air smells of car exhaust and damp pavement, but underneath it all, I sense a pulse of underlying tension. This place can chew you up fast if you're not careful. I navigate a few blocks, replaying the events in my head. The shots, the men in suits, the way Damien refused to show weakness, even as his life leaked out through that bullet hole. Unbelievable. Then there's the bodyguard's suggestion that they need my help. Me, a woman trying to carve a quiet corner in life after seeing more than enough violence in a war zone. I parted ways with that existence, or so I keep telling myself. A red light stops me short on a busy intersection. The glow of a flashing billboard illuminates the side of a high-rise across the way, advertising some tech company. A name stands out, Cruz Corporation, a stylized C with a stylized eagle behind it. My lips flatten in a humorless smirk. Figures. That kind of wealth doesn't come without enemies. Probably a business rivalry turned deadly, or maybe something more complex. Not my concern, at least not if I keep driving. I look down at my forearms. Dried crimson lines mar my skin where I pressed on his wound. Even after all these years, blood on my hands still makes my stomach flip in a strange way. I open the throttle as the light shifts, shooting forward. My mind tries to bury the memory of the moment I first realized he was going to bleed out if no one stepped up. Minutes later, I pull into the small lot behind my apartment building. It's a rundown place with peeling paint and a cheap overhead lamp that flickers on and off in the alley. Cozy, right? But it's quiet, and no one asks questions. I kill the engine, then yank off my helmet, letting the night air brush my scalp. My heartbeat remains uneven. I suspect I'll dream of gunshots tonight. I head upstairs, mindful of the squeaking steps, and let myself in. My studio space looks exactly how I left it. A single bed in the corner, a battered bookshelf crammed with medical texts and a few dog-eared novels, a punching bag hanging from the ceiling near the window. I shrug off my jacket, toss it onto the bed, and head straight for the tiny bathroom. Clean water runs from the tap, washing away the evidence of what happened tonight. I watch swirls of pink circle the drain. A thought stirs, quiet but sharp. What if Damien is already in surgery? He'll likely survive. The bullet missed major organs, if my quick assessment was correct. My mind wanders, conjuring the memory of his sharp gaze as he demanded to know who I was. He can keep wondering. But as I dry my hands, I recall the guard's words. We pay well. Private contracting, security detail. They have no clue I've sworn off that life. Maybe they think I'm just another ex-military type itching for a gig. If only they knew I'm not exactly itching for anything that involves bullets or men like Damien Cruz. Still, a shiver runs down my spine when I remember the angle of the bullet's entrance, the raw fury on the shooter's face. That man had real intent. This wasn't random. Something bigger lurks beneath the surface. Some conflict that nearly cost Damien his life. Will it stop with one attempt? Probably not. I toss the towel onto the sink, prowling back into my studio. My reflection glances at me from a cracked mirror near the bookshelf. I see the clipped edges above my ears, the tight coil of curls on top, dyed a deep burgundy that catches the lamplight. My eyes look tired, though I doubt anyone else could see the exhaustion behind them. Most folks see me as guarded, prickly, or worse. I kinda like it that way. Still, I can't help remembering the day I got this black phoenix tattoo on my forearm, the day I told myself I'd rise from the ashes of war in heartbreak. A humorless huff escapes me. Fate loves to toss curveballs, doesn't it? I flop onto the edge of my bed and pick up my phone. No missed calls, no texts. Of course not. My social circle is small by design. I have a single friend in this city, Bianca, who's probably working a late shift at the hospital right now. She'd want to know about my close encounter with a bullet, but I'm too drained to talk. I can't help but look at the jacket I left crumpled on the bed. It's streaked with a dark stain. Damien's blood. My jaw clenches. Ordinarily, I'd clean it and forget, but my mind pulses with a single thought. That man was too stubborn to die. He had that look. I flick the overhead light off. In the darkness, I stretch out on the bed, still wearing my clothes, one arm draped over my eyes. Sleep doesn't come, not right away. The city hums outside, the muffled roar of traffic reminding me that life keeps spinning, even when one person bleeds out in a parking garage. Eventually, exhaustion creeps in, and my breath evens out. But just before I drift off, a fleeting image of his face crosses my mind. The imperious tilt of his chin, the way his gray eyes burned with a fierce will to live. For a split second, I almost admire that arrogance. Almost. Then I remind myself that arrogance has a high price in this world. I bet he'll survive, I think drowsily. I hope that's the last I see of Damien Cruz. Somehow I doubt it.
Chapter 2. Damien. I'm not a patient man. Never have been. Never will be. So, lying flat on a hospital bed while a fresh bullet wound knits itself together beneath layers of bandages is my version of punishment. The overhead light hums, its glare a reminder I'm supposed to rest. Instead, I track every movement in the corridor, waiting for the discharge paper so I can escape. My side still throbs from the shot, but the doctors say I'm lucky. Missed any major organs by centimeters, though I suspect luck isn't the right word. Maybe I just have a flair for near catastrophe. I was half unconscious when they rolled me in, but I remember glimpses of a woman leaning over me, her voice low and insistent. Luna, she said her name was. Swift hands, no-nonsense mouth, a shock of burgundy curls. I recall frustration in her dark eyes, like she would have preferred not to save my ungrateful hide. I smirk. Didn't ask her to play medic, but I'm not complaining. Or at least I wouldn't if everyone would stop making a fuss. A tall nurse steps into my room and gives me a disapproving look. You shouldn't be sitting on the edge of the bed, Mr. Cruz. Healing requires rest. I've rested enough, I reply, carefully swinging my feet to the floor. The sting in my side intensifies, but I grit my teeth. When can I leave? She purses her lips, checks a chart, and sighs. Your bodyguards have arranged for your release in an hour, pending final labs. The physician wants to be sure you aren't. I'm fine. I cut her off, not unkindly, but firmly enough to end the conversation. If I wanted a lecture, I'd ask my CFO to recite quarterly losses. She mumbles something about stubborn men, then retreats. I release a shallow exhale, glancing at the sliver of reflective metal on the wall across from me. The face that stares back has sharper lines than usual. My hair is disheveled from the commotion, the ash-blonde strands no longer slicked back to perfection. There's a tension in my jaw I can't quite shake. Dark circles rim my eyes. A bullet to the side will do that, I guess. My phone buzzes on the tray table. I snatch it up and see a familiar name. Silas, my second in command at Cruz Corporation. He's the one who keeps the wolves from my door while I wheel and deal. Pressing the phone to my ear, I keep my voice low. Talk to me. Mr. Cruz, everything's in place for your return, Silas says, tone clipped and polite. We have additional men watching the hospital exits. The local authorities haven't released a statement on the shooting yet. Also, your grandmother called. I massage the space between my eyebrows. Mama Esperanza. She's a whirlwind in an 80-something body, a woman who claims to see the future in her coffee grounds. I love her. I also dread the conversation that's surely coming. Any chance you could stall her? I ask, knowing full well the answer. Silas clears his throat. She insisted you call as soon as you're conscious. He sounds mildly amused, likely recalling that no one stalls Mama Esperanza for long. I close my eyes, picturing her in her old house, probably pacing the living room with a cane she doesn't actually need. If she's worried enough, she'll come roaring into this hospital herself. Might as well get it over with. Fine, I'll call her back. I end the call, letting the phone dangle in my hand for a moment. My thumb hovers before I press her number. It rings once and I hear a distinct rustle, as though she answers in the middle of movement. Damien, she says, breath tight. You're alive, I hope. You make it sound like there was an alternative. She huffs. Don't joke with me. I told you, Mio, you need to handle this business before you turn 33. I stifle a groan. Not this again. Yes, this again, she snaps. Her voice softens, though. When I saw the signs, I told you the date. I said you must marry before... I clench my jaw. Before my 33rd birthday, or face an early demise. Yes, I recall. She's silent for a beat. And you're how old now? My gut clenches. I turn 33 in a couple of months. Exactly, this is no laughing matter. I drag my free hand across my face, careful not to tug on the bandage over my side. The tension in my chest is too familiar. She's peddling that prophecy again, the one she's hammered into my brain since I was 18. I used to brush it off as superstitious nonsense, but after nearly dying, I'm not entirely sure. Still, I try to sound dismissive. Look, Abuela, I'm recovering. Marrying someone just because you say a ghost told you so is a bit extreme. She tuts. A ghost didn't tell me, Damien. The ancestors did. You refused to listen, and look where that got you. A wave of irritation spikes my pulse. I'm fine. Don't worry. She speaks in rapid Spanish, too fast for me to catch every word, but I hear her usual blend of affection and scolding. Then she says, I'm sending someone to see you. Don't fight me on this. Who exactly? She doesn't answer, but I detect satisfaction in her silence. Behave, mijo. I'll see you soon. The line goes dead before I can protest. I stare at the phone, a half-smile quirking my lips in exasperation. Mama Esperanza is unstoppable when she sets her mind on something. I'd admire it more if the target wasn't my future. An hour later, I'm back on my feet, albeit walking slowly to avoid tearing stitches. My security detail ushers me into a private elevator that leads to the parking garage beneath the hospital. This time I note how they flank me. 2 men in front, 2 behind. The memory of that first bullet is still fresh, so I accept their caution without complaint. As we approach the SUV, a figure emerges from behind a concrete pillar. My grandmother's messenger. I expect some well-dressed clairvoyant, or maybe one of her eccentric friends. Instead, it's a small woman with sleek black hair and dark eyes that carry an ageless intensity. She wears a simple blouse and a beaded necklace that glimmers under the fluorescent lights. Silas moves forward, clearly wary. Ma'am, you need to step aside. She lifts a brow. Inez Navarro. I'm here at Mama Esperanza's request. Her tone is calm but firm. The accent is subtle, rolling her R's gently. Mr. Cruz will want to speak with me. I tilt my head, studying her. She meets my gaze, unflinching. Something about her presence crackles like static before a storm. My side aches, but I motion for Silas to stand down. You're the psychic, I say, keeping my voice neutral. She dips her chin. I am, and I carry a message for you. I swallow a snort. Let me guess. There's a mystical warning that I need to marry soon, or my corpse ends up in a box. Already got that from my grandmother, thanks. Her eyes narrow. Your grandmother's gift is real, Mr. Cruz. You'll do well to listen. One of my guards frowns, shifting his stance. He likely thinks this is a waste of time. I wave him off. Fine, we'll talk in the car. I slide into the back seat of the SUV, careful not to pull at my stitches. Inez takes the seat opposite me, and my guards settle up front. The moment the door closes, she folds her hands in her lap. I know you're skeptical. You're observant. She doesn't rise to the bait. Your grandmother sees glimpses. I see them too. A line of fate winding toward a point of no return. You stand at the center of that path. I lean my head against the seat, letting out a slow breath. I can't believe I'm humoring this conversation, but after nearly dying, my cynicism has developed cracks. All right, how does one avoid a path to the afterlife? She places a palm flat on the leather seat, as if grounding herself. You must wed before your birthday. More specifically, you must marry her. I tense. Who's her? The corners of her mouth tighten. The woman who saved your life. A pulse of surprise shoots through me. For a second, I see the burgundy curls, the fierce eyes, and the steady grip on my bullet wound. Luna, I murmur, momentarily forgetting my caution. Inez nods. Yes, Luna Navarro, she's my daughter. My eyebrows shoot up. Your daughter? Then why? I trail off, questions swirling. Why would your own daughter vanish right after saving me? Why is she the one who's supposed to be my bride, according to you and my grandmother? Inez stares at me with an intensity that sends a chill down my spine. My daughter and I, we have a complicated history. She doesn't believe in my visions. But the truth stands. Your fates are intertwined. I let out a short laugh, though there's no humor in it. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, I entertain this. Luna obviously treats me like I'm nothing. She didn't exactly stick around for small talk after patching me up. "You will see her again," Inez says, certainty layering her tone. "Events will force your paths to collide. The question is whether you'll recognize what you must do before it's too late." I recline further, ignoring the sting in my side. My rational mind screams that this is madness, prophecies, fated brides, all that nonsense. But a whisper somewhere deep in my head reminds me I nearly died yesterday. Maybe I should pay attention, even if it's just to cover all bases. We ride in silence for a few minutes until the SUV exits the hospital garage. Streetlights flash past the tinted windows. My phone vibrates again, this time with a frantic text from my CFO about an urgent meeting. Problems with a new investment, apparently. "Great," I mutter, rubbing the space between my eyes. Crisis on top of crisis. Inez watches me, eyes keen. "A second attempt," she says quietly, "will happen soon if you're not careful." I stiffen. "What makes you say that?" She lifts a shoulder. "I sense it. And so does your grandmother. The same individuals who hired the shooter aren't done." I eye the thick bandage beneath my shirt. "I have enough security to fortify a fortress. I'll be fine." "Fortresses fail when betrayal comes from within," she murmurs. "Stay vigilant." Her words settle in my chest like a weight. I've always prided myself on controlling every angle of my business. The notion that someone in my circle might be feeding intel to my enemies ignites a low flame of rage. We arrive at my penthouse tower, a sleek high-rise that looms above the city. The SUV glides into a private underground lot. Guards jump out first, scanning the area. I set my jaw, refusing to display the ache in my side. Inez steps out and glances around with calm curiosity, as if she's measuring invisible currents in the air. My building's interior is all polished marble and mirrored walls. She follows me to a private elevator, still silent, though I feel her gaze slide over me occasionally. We ride up, the hush broken only by the mechanical whir. When the doors open, I exhale, relieved to be back on my own turf. The penthouse is vast, all sharp angles and floor-to-ceiling windows. City lights shimmer through glass panels, creating an electrified skyline. Modern furniture occupies open spaces, white leather sofas, a black marble table, abstract art. Everything curated to appear both luxurious and intimidating. I walk toward the living area, ignoring the twinge in my abdomen, and gesture for Inez to join me. She sets down her bag on a low table. I can't deny her presence makes me uneasy, though I hide it behind a cool facade. "I'll be brief," she says, folding her hands. "I came to warn you about the prophecy and to tell you Luna's name. My job is done." I lean against the back of a leather chair, crossing my arms to keep from wincing. "You sure you don't want to elaborate on the part where your daughter hates prophecies, and evidently doesn't want to be connected to me in any way?" She looks pained for a moment. "Luna left our family years ago after an event that drove a wedge between us. She distrusts anything related to my clairvoyance. Convincing her to accept the role fate assigned will be difficult." My lips twist. "You realize this is absurd. I'm not in the habit of chasing down random medics and proposing marriage." She lifts her chin. "I never said it would be simple. But if you want to survive, you'll have to face the path laid out. And Luna is just as stubborn as you." Before I can fire back, a commotion erupts outside the penthouse door. Muffled shouts echo in the hallway. My security team storms in with tense expressions. One guard holds his hand over a bleeding shoulder. The other gestures frantically. "Sir, someone just tried to force their way in," he says. "We think it's the same group, another shooter." My heart pounds. "Here? Where are they now?" "Gone, but we injured one. They backed off. We've locked down the elevators and stairwells." Inez's gaze flicks to me, her earlier words echoing in my mind. A second attempt will happen soon. Damn it. I approach my guard. "Get that wound looked at," I bark, then fix him with a cold stare. "I want the building swept top to bottom. Check staff logs, security footage, everything." He nods, grimacing, then hurries off. The atmosphere thrums with friction, threatening to strangle any sense of calm. Silas steps forward, phone in hand, looking rattled. "We have reinforcements on the way, Mr. Cruz. You need to relocate or go into lockdown." I glance around my penthouse, once a sanctuary, now breached. A hot surge of anger boils under my skin. I should be safe here, should control every inch of my domain. But these assailants keep slipping through the cracks. Inez breaks the silence. "You see now? Fate isn't patient. The threats will keep coming. You can't just lock yourself away." I glare at her, though I know she's right about at least one thing. This won't stop. My gaze flicks to Silas. Find out how they got past security. Double up on protection. I want a full report within the hour. "Yes, sir," he says, retreating swiftly. The door closes, leaving me alone with Inez. My side burns, but I can't show weakness, not even for a moment. "If what you say is correct," I say softly, "then I need a plan. I can't rely on fortune-tellers and cryptic clues." She lifts her bag and slides the strap over her shoulder. "Luna will be part of that plan, no matter how impossible it seems. She's the key to saving your life and perhaps her own." I stiffen. "Her own?" Inez's gaze flickers. "Marriages forged by prophecy go both ways." She doesn't elaborate, but the hidden meaning coils like a viper against the edges of my thoughts. We stand there for a moment, the city lights glimmering behind us, an unwanted sense of destiny clogging the air. Finally, Inez steps toward the door. "I'll let your grandmother know I've delivered the message." Before leaving, she turns back, her voice edged with finality. "This isn't just your fight, Mr. Cruz. Be ready." Then she disappears into the elevator, leaving me alone with a hollow ache that has nothing to do with my bandaged side. Once the tension recedes, I force myself to check the glass panels for any sign of bullet impact. Nothing new, thankfully. Still, I feel a subtle shift in the atmosphere, like the building itself trembles under the weight of a threat. I limp to my bedroom, ignoring the pang that lances across my torso with every step. The space is minimalist. A king-sized bed dressed in dark sheets, polished wood floors, a single abstract painting on one wall. I used to appreciate its cold simplicity, a reflection of my preference for control. Now it just feels vulnerable. I sink onto the mattress, careful of my stitches. My mind churns with possibilities. Who wants me dead badly enough to send armed men into my private domain? Competitors? Enemies from past deals? The list is long enough to fill a legal pad. My phone vibrates again. A text from Mama Esperanza. "I know you're stubborn, but do what's right." I scoff under my breath. Of course she's psychic enough to sense the second attempt. Or maybe she just knows me well enough to figure I'd be in trouble. Either way, it's all roads pointing to the same ridiculous conclusion. If I want to survive, I have to find Luna. For a second, I picture her again, eyes lit by the harsh fluorescent lights in that garage, hands soaked in my blood but steady as a rock. She had that tension in her jaw, the kind people develop when they've witnessed too much. There was no fear in her posture, only fierce determination. I squeeze the top of my nose, trying to stay calm. It's so annoying that my thoughts keep drifting to that moment. She saved my life, sure, but that doesn't make her my savior. Yet if the prophecy is correct, she's more than just a random rescuer. The idea that I'm supposed to marry her, that's the part I can't swallow. A quiet beep signals an incoming message from Silas. We have leads on the shooters. Also, the bodyguard who approached Miss Luna, she refused our offer of employment. I inhale through my teeth. She refused. Of course she did. She doesn't strike me as someone easily convinced to dance to another person's tune. I toss my phone on the bed, frustration coiling in my gut. Reaching under my shirt, I trace the bandage over my wounded side. The pain is real enough to remind me I'm mortal. If what Inez claims is true, then ignoring this prophecy could sign my death certificate. But chasing a woman who wants nothing to do with me and proposing some insane deal for marriage seems equally impossible. I lie back, letting the city's neon glow slip through the curtains. For the first time in my life, I'm wrestling with a force I can't simply outsmart or buy off. Shots fired in 2 separate attacks prove I can't brush aside the danger. Fate, or whatever you want to call it, corners me like a hungry predator. My thoughts spiral until I finally close my eyes, exhaustion creeping in. As sleep claims me, I see Luna's face once more. This time her expression isn't full of annoyance. It's a flash of something deeper. Pain, maybe, or a recognition she wishes she didn't have. In my mind, I hear my grandmother's voice, echoing a warning I can't unhear. Marry by 33 or die. I don't believe in destiny. But if that bullet wound taught me anything, it's that I might not have much time to decide.
Chapter 3. Luna. I pinch the edge of my tattered shower curtain and yank it aside. The morning light through the grimy bathroom window slices across the tile, and I squint against the brightness. My muscles ache from a restless night. No matter how many times I tossed and turned, the memory of Damian Cruz bleeding into my hands kept creeping back. You saved a stranger, I tell myself for the 1,000th time. Nothing more. Yet here I am, running through a mental checklist as if I'm suiting up for active duty again. I pull on worn jeans, lace up my boots, and pat the black phoenix tattoo on my left forearm, a habit I've never shaken. The phone on my nightstand buzzes, reminding me I should have turned it off last night. When I pick it up, I see an unknown number. For a moment, I debate ignoring it, but something tells me not to. Hello? A familiar voice greets me, the same bodyguard who tried to hand me a business card in that garage. Miss Luna? My shoulders tense. I lean back against the chipped wall. It's just Luna, and how'd you get my number? There's a pause, then a polite cough. We have resources. Of course they do. Probably traced my license plate or found some other backdoor. What do you want? Mr. Cruz wants to meet. We can offer a contract. Our pay is substantial, and your skill set would be invaluable. I part my lips, ready to speak, then falter. I want to tell him exactly where to shove that offer, but a tiny voice whispers about overdue bills and the cost of the trauma clinic I dream of opening one day. I press my eyes shut, forcing logic to the forefront. I'm not a mercenary, I mutter. We understand, he replies calmly. But Mr. Cruz's situation is complicated. He's at risk, and you're a proven asset. If you come to our headquarters today, we can discuss terms. It's tempting to slam the phone down. Instead, I think of the bullet wound, the real threat that man faces, and the money I desperately need. Fine, I say, sounding more annoyed than I intend. Send me the address. He rattles off directions, then ends the call. I stare at the phone, a whirlwind of conflicting emotions swirling in my head. The last thing I want is to babysit a rich, controlling CEO who can't keep himself from catching bullets. Still, the pang of empathy from his injuries and the possibility of financial support for my clinic nudges me forward. Also, I can't seem to forget him. I throw on a leather jacket and head out, ignoring my nerves. As I walk downstairs, I pass a neighbor's door. They're arguing about rent, raising voices loud enough to wake half the block. It reminds me that money rules everything in this city. Maybe I can earn enough to build a new chapter in my life, far from gunfire and heartbreak. Outside, my motorcycle sits under a broken street lamp. The engine purrs to life with a low rumble. I guide it through traffic, weaving past cabs and delivery trucks. The address leads me to a sleek tower in the heart of downtown, all mirrored glass and steel edges. The sign out front reads, Cruz Corporation. Figures. A trio of stern-faced security personnel stands at the entrance. Their suits are crisp, earpieces in place. I park by the curb and walk up, half expecting them to bar my way. Instead, the tallest one nods. Miss Luna, we've been expecting you. Just Luna, I say for the second time today. You guys need a code word to remember that? He almost smiles but covers it quickly. Right this way. They lead me into a pristine lobby. Polished floors reflect the overhead lighting, and a massive abstract sculpture dominates one corner. People bustle about, phones pressed to ears, but a hush seems to follow our little procession. Maybe it's the stern looks on the guards' faces, or the subtle smear of black grease on my jacket that sets me apart from these power-suited employees. An elevator whisks us up to the 20th floor. My stomach knots slightly, recalling how I've avoided corporate environments since leaving the military. Boardrooms and bulletproof windows don't mesh well in my mind. Give me an open field and a tactical vest any day. The doors part to reveal a smaller reception area, lined with frosted glass walls. A woman at a polished desk inclines her head politely, then waves us through to a conference room. It's empty, save for a long rectangular table, a wall-mounted screen, and a pair of large windows offering a view of the skyline. The city stretches into the distance, hazy in the midday sun. I run a quick mental check of vantage points, where a sniper might perch if they wanted to pick off people inside. Old habits. My gut tenses. There's a vantage to the left, near that shorter skyscraper, but it's probably well guarded, or so I hope. A short while later, Silas strides in. I recognize him from the hospital. He's trim, with neatly combed hair and a measured way of speaking. Thanks for coming, Luna. Mr. Cruz will be here shortly. I cross my arms. You said that on the phone? Let's get to the point. He flicks a glance at the door. We're finalizing a few details. In the meantime, let me show you the security layout. We approach a glass panel embedded in the wall. It displays a digital map of the building, highlighting various floors. Silas explains the layered approach to protecting Damian Cruz. Armed personnel stationed at key points, cameras covering every angle, and discreet panic rooms scattered through the tower. It's advanced, but from what I hear, there have already been 2 attempts on his life in as many days. That's a bad sign. So this is your fortress, I remark. Silas exhales. Yes, though we had a breach recently. Someone got past our systems. Someone on the inside, you think? His jaw tightens. He doesn't confirm, but the flicker in his eyes suggests it's a possibility. I tap a finger against the map. How many men do you have? 20 on site, more on call, but we need someone dedicated to Mr. Cruz's personal safety, especially outside these walls. I arch a brow. That's not a small job, and from what I gather, your boss isn't exactly cooperative. Silas clears his throat. Mr. Cruz is used to giving orders, yes, but if you come on board, you'd have authority over his security plan. No one can veto your decisions regarding his safety. At least, that's the arrangement we're pushing for. Huh. If that's true, it could mean less friction. Then again, I recall Damian's steely gaze, the proud tilt of his chin. Something tells me he won't relinquish control easily. Before I can voice that doubt, the door opens, and Damian walks in. He's wearing a tailored suit in charcoal gray, a crisp white shirt beneath. No tie. An understated bandage peeks out from beneath his jacket, where the bullet tore into him. His gaze zeroes in on me, that steel color unwavering. I notice he moves carefully, favoring one side. He addresses Silas with a curt nod, then looks at me. So you answered our call, Luna? I fold my arms. Don't get excited. I'm just scoping out the situation. Of course. He leans against the conference table, ignoring the slight wince that crosses his features. What's your assessment so far? Your security is top-notch tech-wise, but you've got a leak. If the second shooter made it into your penthouse floor, that's not a random chance. He nods slowly. Agreed. We're investigating. In the meantime, I need a personal bodyguard, someone who knows how to handle emergencies. I shift my weight. You've got an entire army of well-paid professionals. Why me? A flash of something sparks in his eyes. Because you patched me up in the garage. No hesitation. Most people see a gun and run. I learned not to run a while ago. My tone is clipped, revealing nothing about my history. He studies me. And for a second, we're locked in a silent standoff. The air in the room feels charged, as if both of us are trying to decide how much ground to give. He finally speaks. I can't force you to take the job, but I'm prepared to make it worth your while. I let out a slow breath, forcing my guard up so I don't get caught in those gray eyes. Exactly how much worth my while are we talking? He names a figure. It's hefty. Enough to fund my planned trauma clinic and then some. My pulse picks up, though I keep my expression neutral. That's a lot of zeros, I say. Damien lifts a shoulder. My life's worth more than that. If you disagree, feel free to walk away. Oh, I'm sure your life is worth a fortune, I mutter, crossing my arms again. But I'm not exactly comfortable playing shadow to a man who thinks bullets are a fashion accessory. He exhales, a hint of irritation flaring in his features. That's why I need someone with your background. I don't plan on getting shot again. I laugh without humor. No one plans on it. Yet it happens. Silas steps in, clearing his throat diplomatically. If you agree, Luna, you'll have full authority over routes, schedules, and any protective measures you deem necessary. Mr. Cruz recognizes your expertise in crisis situations. Damien's jaw flexes. The statement about him recognizing my expertise probably doesn't roll off his tongue so easily, but he remains silent, letting Silas do the smoothing over. I tilt my head, curiosity getting the better of me. So I sign on, I do my job, and you pay me enough to relocate to a private island if I want. Sounds good on paper. But there's something else going on, isn't there? I've heard weird rumors about a prophecy and marriage. Damien's gaze darkens. You've been talking to my grandmother? Or your estranged mother, Inez? I snort. Not exactly. But your people have loose lips. He presses his lips into a thin line. Let me guess. They told you a fairy tale about me needing to wed before my birthday. Or drop dead. Yes, that's what Mama Esperanza says. I wait for him to elaborate, but he rolls his eyes, exasperated. Look, it's nonsense. Old family superstition. Don't worry about it. Silas hesitates. Actually, Mr. Cruz, your grandmother? Damien shuts him down with a sharp glance. We're not discussing that now. I arch an eyebrow. Okay, well, guess I don't need to keep you alive for the wedding bells? Good to know. A faint smirk lifts one corner of his mouth. Unless you're volunteering to be the bride. Heat spikes in my chest. Annoyance flaring. I'd rather swallow nails. Let's keep this strictly professional. He lifts both hands in a placating gesture. No arguments here. Silas shifts awkwardly, as if he knows there's more to the story. For a moment, I recall the woman named Inez, my mother. Not that I advertise it. I suspect she's meddling behind the scenes, just like Mama Esperanza. It's enough to twist my gut hard. All right, I say, dragging my thoughts back on track. We have a deal, on one condition. I call the shots regarding your safety. If I say no social events, you skip them. If I say you travel in a bulletproof car, no more arguments. If you can't handle that, find someone else. Damien's expression grows rigid. He's not used to ceding control, that's for sure. But then he nods once, short and curt. Fine, agreed. Then we have a contract, Silas adds smoothly, reaching into a folder on the table. He slides a sheaf of papers toward me. It's boilerplate for high-level protection. Sign at the bottom, and we'll finalize the details. I skim the pages, mindful of any hidden clauses. My eyebrows rise at a few points. Confidentiality, hazard pay, medical coverage. Everything's legit, and the compensation is undeniable. I feel Damien's gaze on me as I flip the last page and scribble my signature. A tremor of anticipation, maybe apprehension, sparks in my chest. Silas takes the contract back, nodding in satisfaction. We'll do a press release about your hire, but only if you agree. Otherwise, we can keep it private. Less public knowledge might be beneficial. Keep me out of the spotlight, I say immediately. The last thing I want is my face on some website labeling me Damien Cruz's new bodyguard. Damien snorts softly. Trust me, the tabloids love to spin anything. But if you'd rather avoid publicity, I'm not arguing. We stand there in a tense silence, the kind that follows a major decision. My pulse pounds in my ears, a mix of relief and anxiety. I'm about to step into a vortex of corporate politics, armed assailants, and possibly supernatural nonsense if Mama Esperanza is to be believed. I clear my throat. So, first order of business. I want a rundown of your daily schedule for the next week. I need to see where you go, who you meet, and your typical routes. Damien sets his jaw, then nods. Fine. Silas glances at his watch. You have a meeting in an hour with the R&D team, sir. I raise a brow. R&D team? Damien gestures dismissively. We develop software, among other things. This meeting's routine. Routine or not, we're not taking chances. You'll need at least 4 men with you, plus me. His eyes flick to my determined stance, and I see the flicker of frustration in his gaze. If that's what you recommend, then that's what we'll do. Good, because we already made a deal. We walk out of the conference room together, tension bristling in the air. Damien's presence next to me is hard to ignore. He's tall, commanding, that bullet wound barely slowing his stride. I keep my focus on the corridor ahead, refusing to let the pull of his charisma faze me. We split off at the elevator, Silas calling after us that he'll email me the full itinerary. Damien steps into a private lift that requires a passcode. I join him, noting the hush inside as the door slides shut. You sure you can handle this? He asks, gaze unwavering on the changing numbers above the door. I give a short laugh. I've handled far worse than a big shot with a target on his back. He presses a button, and the elevator whirs. Wouldn't want you to think you signed up for a carnival ride, he murmurs, voice dripping with dry humor. Oh, I'm fully aware this is more like a war zone, I retort. At least in war, you see the enemy up front. A faint nod from him. In my world, the enemy's face is often hidden behind contracts and boardroom smiles. I sense a moment of honesty in his tone. For all his arrogance, he's not blind to the fact that someone close to him might be pulling strings. The idea sends a chill down my spine. Friendly fire is the worst. The doors glide open onto his personal floor, a smaller foyer lined with tasteful art and guarded by 2 more men in black suits. I step out, scanning the space. I'll need a layout of this floor. Emergency exits, possible infiltration points. Damien gestures for one of the guards to comply. Then he turns to me, lips quirking in something resembling a smirk. Welcome to the job, Luna. Try not to regret it. I tilt my head. I only regret things when I fail. So let's hope you don't get yourself shot again. My stitches are only so good. He chuckles under his breath, that low sound vibrating in the silent corridor. Deal. As he walks away, I watch the firm set of his shoulders and remember how fragile he seemed, sprawled on the concrete. Now he's back in a position of power, commanding every room he steps into. And I'm the one who has to stand guard. My chest tightens with a surge of determination. I can do this. I have to. The money alone could change everything for me. And maybe, Just maybe, I'll ensure no other bullet tears through that arrogant body on my watch. But the mention of prophecy, the sly comments about marriage, it all lingers in the back of my mind. I've never believed in fate, especially not since my falling out with my mother. Still, I can't shake the sense that something bigger is in play. I brush the thought aside and turn to the guard who's waiting with a digital tablet. He hands it over, and I start flipping through the floor plan. "All right," I say, scanning the details. "Let's get to work." A new chapter begins with the stroke of a pen on a contract. My instincts tell me danger lurks at every corner in Damien Cruz's life, but for now, I focus on the layout, the bullet points, and the job I just agreed to do. Tomorrow's problems, prophecies, hidden enemies, and everything else can wait until I've fortified this place, because if I fail, the consequences might be far more severe than just losing a paycheck.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Damien. I'm on edge the moment I step out of the bulletproof SUV. My team fans out around me, 2 men ahead, 2 behind, scanning for threats along the busy commercial district. People crowd the sidewalk in tailored suits and pencil skirts, checking phones and rushing to meetings. I try not to wince as a twinge flares in my side, reminding me that my stitches are still fresh. "Mr. Cruz," Silas says quietly, stepping closer so I can hear him over the traffic. "Security is tight, but we can't predict every possible angle." I nod. It's the same discussion every morning since the day I took a bullet. Normally, I'd tell him to lighten up, but too many close calls mean we're not safe anywhere. Especially not now, with rumors swirling that a second assault is imminent. We move into the lobby of an upscale hotel, polished floors gleaming under crystal chandeliers. My meeting is in a conference room on the 10th floor, some business negotiation with a potential partner. Normally, I thrive on these deals, but a certain ex-combat medic keeps invading my thoughts. Luna Navarro has worked for me a week, maybe less, and I'm already questioning my sanity. She's fearless, annoyingly perceptive, and physically incapable of sugarcoating her opinions. She's also surprisingly distracting, which I'm not sure how to handle. As we pass through the lobby, she glides ahead with purposeful strides. Every motion is precise, from the way she scans the corners of the room to the angle of her shoulders when she nods at the security station by the entrance. She's wearing dark pants and a fitted jacket that shows her athletic build. She's lean and strong, the kind of person who probably does more push-ups than I've done in my entire life. I catch a glimpse of her profile, head shaved at the sides, burgundy curls on top, deep mocha skin with a few freckles dusting her cheeks. There's a small pink scar near her temple, barely noticeable unless you know to look. To me, it's like a tiny flag waving danger. She's seen some things. Her gaze flicks my way, and I pretend I'm not staring. That subtle challenge in her eyes reminds me we have a professional arrangement. If she notices the hammering in my chest, she doesn't show it. We reach the elevator bank surrounded by bright lights and a swirl of hotel guests. Luna positions herself so that she's half a step in front of me, stands protective. My security detail forms a loose circle. It all feels overkill, until I see a flicker of movement in the reflection of the polished elevator doors. Shots fire. The blasts echo through the space, sending people screaming and ducking for cover. My men immediately close ranks, drawing weapons. I pivot, searching for the source. Luna grabs the back of my jacket and yanks me down behind a marble planter. My heart pounds, adrenaline spiking as the air fills with shouts. One of my guards shouts, "Gunman on the second-floor balcony!" Luna shifts her position, peering around the planter. Her eyes narrow. He's reloading. Move now or get pinned. I grit my teeth, torn between letting her call the shots and my own drive to control the situation. She gives me one of her no-nonsense glares that practically screams, "Trust me or get shot." I nod, and she signals the guards. They rush forward, returning fire with careful precision. The sound rattles my ears, but I keep low. Through the chaos, I see Luna in action. Quick reflexes, calm orders, and a firm set to her jaw. She's in her element. Another gunshot tears through a glass panel overhead, showering shards across the lobby. Luna steps in front of me, arms spread slightly, like she's ready to shield me with her own body. That protective instinct stirs something unwelcome in my chest. I swallow it down, refusing to be grateful. We scramble toward a side hallway as more of my security converges on the balcony. A final flurry of shots, then a shout of, "He's down!" erupts. Sirens wail in the distance, but by then my men have secured the area, disarming and restraining the attacker. I take a shaky breath, ignoring the stinging pain at my side, probably popped a stitch. Luna turns on me, eyes blazing. "You okay?" she demands, voice clipped. "Yeah," I say, pressing a hand to my torso. "Just a little warm-up for the day." She snorts. "Next time, maybe schedule your shootouts after lunch?" A strangled laugh escapes me, though I'm not entirely sure it's humor I'm feeling. More like exasperation, maybe a little relief. If it were up to me, there wouldn't be a next time. She gives me a look that's half pity, half scolding. "Then stay out of open spaces. You're a sitting target in these public places." One of the guards radios for an immediate extraction, and we hurry out a back exit. The place is a tangle of sirens, flashing lights, and frightened bystanders, so we slip into another SUV and tear away. My pulse won't settle. 2 near-fatal attacks in the span of a week is more than an unlucky streak. Back at my penthouse, I pace the living area while Silas updates me on the details. "The gunman's a hired merc," he explains, voice grim. "He might talk if we turn him over to the authorities. We suspect a rival consortium orchestrated this." My head feels heavy, throbbing with a mix of pain and anger. Do whatever it takes to trace who paid him. I'm tired of playing defense. "Understood." Silas bows his head and slips out, leaving me alone with Luna and my frustration. She props her hands on her hips, scanning the penthouse windows for any vantage points. I notice flecks of broken glass in her hair, glimmering like tiny crystals. The sight irritates me. Someone nearly put a bullet in my head, and she might have been caught in the crossfire. I exhale, trying not to let that bother me. "You're not injured, are you?" I ask, wiping the edge from my tone. "I'm fine," she answers simply. "I need to check your side. You were moving pretty fast." I lift a brow. "I can handle." She narrows her gaze. "Take off the jacket and shirt, Cruz, or I'll cut them off myself." A rush of heat surges in my neck. I hate how she orders me around, yet a strange electricity hums in the space between us. Some part of me aches to push back, but part of me recognizes she's just doing her job. Sighing, I shrug out of my suit jacket and unbutton my shirt enough for her to check the bandage. Her fingers brush my skin, sending a quick jolt through my body. She frowns, lifting the gauze to reveal a spot of fresh bleeding. "You did pop a stitch?" she mutters. "Not the whole thing, but enough to be a problem if you don't rest." I force a smirk. In my line of work, there's no rest. She looks up at me and our gazes lock. There's a flare of something fierce in her brown eyes. Judgment, maybe concern. Then she murmurs, "Don't be an idiot." She tapes a fresh piece of gauze over the small tear, careful but firm. The warmth of her hand radiates through me, stirring an unfamiliar ache low in my gut. I swallow, irritated at my own reaction. She's my bodyguard, for heaven's sake, and I'm supposed to remain detached. Just as she finishes, Silas reappears at the doorway. "Sir, there's a call for you. It's your grandmother." My chest tightens. "Put her through." He holds out a phone and I accept it, stepping a few paces away from Luna. "Mama Esperanza?" Her voice crackles with worry. "Damien, you nearly got yourself killed again. How many times must I warn you?" I pinch the bridge of my nose. "I'm fine. You shouldn't stress yourself out." She coughs and the sound rattles my nerves. She's never been this fragile. "Stress isn't the issue, mijo. Fate is. The prophecy draws close. You've got less than 2 months before your birthday. If you don't marry..." I fight the urge to end the call right there. "Abuela, I can handle my business. Stop frightening yourself with old stories." She sighs like she's disappointed in me. "You say that, but you're ignoring the signs. Each attempt gets worse. My health won't hold if I lose you." Guilt churns in my stomach. Damn it. I glance at Luna, who's methodically gathering first aid supplies, acting like she can't hear, but I know she's listening. "All right," I say, my voice tight. "Take care of yourself, and I'll handle the rest." She makes a disapproving sound. "Time is short, mijo." Then she hangs up. I close my eyes, turning the phone over in my hand. My grandmother's mention of her health adds another layer of urgency. The last thing I need is to watch her fade away because of this madness. When I open my eyes, Luna's gaze is on me, skeptical but with a flicker of something close to empathy. "She's worried," she says softly. I nod, exhaling. She believes in that old prophecy. Luna gives a short laugh. "I've heard rumors of them. Doesn't your grandmother claim you'll drop dead if you're not married by 33? It's more complicated. She swears my future is tied to some cosmic design. Says I have to marry the right person by my next birthday, or it's game over." Luna shakes her head, burgundy curls brushing her temples. No offense, but that sounds ridiculous. "I agree," I mutter, though a small part of me is less certain lately. She shrugs. "Then tell her it's not happening. Find another way to ease her mind." I hesitate, remembering the phone call and her strained cough. My grandmother's not just an old lady rambling about fables. She truly believes I'm in danger, and from the number of times bullets have nearly found me, maybe she's not entirely off base. A sharp pang of worry hits me, and an idea, one I despise, forms in my head. Could I marry someone, at least on paper, to convince my grandmother it's handled? It sounds insane. Yet in this moment, with my life on the line and her health deteriorating, madness might be my only option. I shove a hand through my tangled strands, ignoring the fresh ache in my side. Luna picks up on my unease. "What's that face about?" I blow out a breath. "You said if I need to calm her down, I could do something else." She arches a brow. "Yeah, maybe hire a psychic to reassure her or something." I study her for a long moment, noticing the flecks of glass no longer cling to her hair. She brushed them out with quick efficiency. I see the phoenix tattoo on her forearm, half concealed by her sleeve. Everything about her posture speaks to control, discipline, and an undercurrent of tension that matches my own. Without letting myself overthink, I speak. "Marry me. She goes rigid, eyes widening. Is that supposed to be a joke? It's a solution, I say, each word tasting like nails on my tongue. Abuela believes the only way to survive is to be wed before my birthday. If I show her I found someone, you, to be exact. Her jaw drops. That is the dumbest idea I've heard in a long time, Cruz! My lips twitch in something that isn't quite a smile. Probably. But I need her to rest, or I'll lose her. I can't have that on my conscience. She takes a step back, crossing her arms. You want me to fake a marriage for the sake of your grandmother's prophecy? Hard pass. I hold up a hand. Hear me out. I'll make it worth your time. $1 million plus full funding for whatever project you have in mind. She falters, a flicker of shock crossing her features. You're offering $1 million to be my pretend spouse, I finish, my voice lower. We keep it quiet, purely business. Once my birthday passes and Abuela's fears subside, we can arrange an annulment or a quick divorce. She stares at me like I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. But I push on, desperation creeping into my tone. I know you have plans for a trauma clinic. You told my guard you needed funding. This could be your chance to get it off the ground. She opens her mouth, then closes it, clearly at a loss. The tension between us is palpable, like a live wire sparking with conflicting impulses. I wait, heart thumping, though I maintain a cool facade. Finally, she exhales, voice tight. You realize how crazy this is? Yes, I say quietly. Her eyes narrow, searching my face. I can't believe I'm even considering it. Why not? It solves both our problems, I say, forcing steady confidence into my words. I get Abuela off my back, and you get the money you need to build your clinic. Plus, you're already my bodyguard. This would just add an extra layer to our cover. She bristles. I don't need to hide behind a ring to protect you. I let out a strained chuckle. Didn't say you did. But it might help if people think we're more entangled. You'll have unrestricted access to my schedule, no questions asked. Her gaze flicks away, clearly torn. I notice her fists clench at her sides, the sign of internal conflict. I can't just pretend to love you, she mutters. People will see right through that. I shrug. We don't need love, just a believable story. We can keep it civil. She scoffs. Civil, right. Because we're so good at being polite to each other. My lips quirk in a wry grin. We might have to work on that. Silence stretches between us. Outside the penthouse windows, a dusky skyline spreads over the city, lights twinkling in the distance. The weight of her decision settles on my chest, heavier than I expect. She looks at me, her voice taut. $1 million, plus full funding for my clinic. I get to choose the name and location, and no interference from you. My heart kicks up. She's actually negotiating. Done. Fine. She speaks through clenched teeth, as if the words taste foul. But don't expect me to play doting wife. This is a contract, not a romance. A surge of relief floods me, mingled with a strange pang of regret I can't place. Agreed. Strictly business. Her gaze darts to my side, where the fresh bandage sits under my shirt. I catch a hint of concern in her expression. Then she squares her shoulders. You'd better not get shot again before we tie the knot. Would look bad in the photos. I almost laugh, but the tension in her tone quells it. I'll do my best. She sighs and runs a hand over her shaved scalp, fingertips brushing the burgundy curls at the top. This is insane, but I'm in. I want everything in writing. Of course. She gives a curt nod, walking toward the door. I need air, and I need to figure out how to break this to my conscience. I watch her go, my pulse a tangle of conflicting emotions. I've just arranged a false marriage with a woman who guards me like a hawk, and looks at me like I'm a particularly annoying puzzle to solve. And yet, beneath that antagonism, there's a smolder I can't ignore, an attraction that hovers at the edge of every glare and clipped remark. Sparks fly between us every time we collide, and neither of us wants to acknowledge it. I cling to the idea that this arrangement is just a business transaction. But as I stare at the door she just walked through, a whisper of doubt prickles at the back of my mind. No, she's the only person who's pulled me out of a hail of gunfire, who's seen me bleed and refused to let me die. Now I'm asking her to forge a marriage that means nothing on the surface. But something in my chest hints that this union, fake or not, this might carry heavier consequences than either of us expects. For now, I do what I do best. Compartmentalize. I pace the penthouse and outline the contract in my head, deciding who I'll call to draw up the paperwork. Because once we sign our names, there's no turning back.
Chapter 5. Luna. I stand on the curb in front of a nondescript courthouse, the strap of my small duffel biting into my shoulder. A fine drizzle coats my burgundy curls in a delicate sheen, and I can't decide if I'm more irritated by the dampness or the fact that I'm here in the first place. Damian Cruz's black SUV slides up to the curb, headlights gleaming in the gray morning light. One of his guards hops out and opens the rear door, motioning me to enter. I smother a sigh, reminding myself I signed on for this. A contract is a contract, even if it's the strangest one I've ever agreed to. I climb into the back seat, settling on soft leather as the vehicle glides away from the curb. Damian sits across from me, fingers drumming lightly on his knee. The tension in the air is palpable. He's wearing a slim charcoal suit that matches the color of a stormy sky, taut across broad shoulders, tailored to hint at lean muscle. His ash blonde hair is slicked back, as if he's controlling every strand. Even so, I see the faint scar near his eyebrow and remember how close he came to bleeding out in that parking garage. I try to ignore the prickle of warmth that flares whenever I look at him. Physically, he's impressive. Tall, with a commanding presence that makes everyone take notice. But that cynicism in his gray eyes warns me not to get too close. Not that I need the reminder. This entire wedding sham is purely business. Nothing more. He clears his throat, voice clipped. We'll be there in 5 minutes. My grandmother's condition has gotten worse. Stress or something else, we're not entirely sure. So we do this now. Quietly. Quiet suits me just fine, I say, leaning back and crossing my arms. The fewer people who witness this, the better. His lips twitch in a mirthless smile. I'm glad we agree on something. The guard drives us through a side entrance, away from the front steps where couples normally pose for photos after tying the knot. It's a brisk walk down a corridor until we reach a small chamber where a clerk waits by a desk stacked with official forms. Another guard stands by the door scanning the hallway for threats. We're handed paperwork to sign, and Damian produces a sleek pen from his inside pocket. He extends it to me first with a half smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Ready? I swallow hard, realizing this is the last moment to walk away. Yet my mind snags on the reason I'm doing this. Money for the trauma clinic that still lives in my daydreams. Enough to get me started, plus I keep Damian alive long enough for his grandmother to rest easy. I nod and take the pen. We don't speak as I sign the lines, my name gliding across the paper in neat strokes. I push it toward him and he adds his signature. The crisp scratch of ink on paper sends a subtle jolt through my nerves. Just a contract, I repeat mentally. But a tightness in my chest persists anyway. The clerk offers a polite smile. Congratulations. I almost laugh at the word. Damian's jaw tightens, and he presses out a muttered, "Thank you." Just like that, we're legally bound. No frilly dress, no friends or family cheering us on. Unless you count the stone-faced security guy near the door. It feels unreal, but sick churn rising beneath my ribs assures me it's all too genuine. Outside the chamber, Damien's voice drops low. We should give my grandmother a call. She'll want to hear we've done it. I nod, rummaging in my duffel for my phone. My hands feel clammy. Then I hand the device to him, figuring it might be better for him to tell her. He hesitates, then dials a number. Mama Esperanza, he says when she picks up. A faint crackle comes from the speaker. He closes his eyes, exhaling. It's done. Yes, we're married. There's a raspy cheer on the other end of the line, mixed with what sounds like tears. I look away, giving him some privacy. My gaze drifts over the courthouse hallway, painted in dull beige, worlds apart from the flamboyant ceremonies some people dream of. But who am I to complain? This suits me. A quick transaction, minimal fuss. He hands the phone back to me as he finishes, voice tight with emotion he tries to hide. She wants to speak with you. I blink. Me? It's your grandma-in-law now, he says, sardonic. I raise the phone, uncertain. Hello. Her voice is weak but warm. Luna, thank you, Hija. I owe you for giving my grandson a chance. The sincerity in her tone makes my heart twist. I'm not exactly a saint, I murmur. She laughs softly. No one is, but you're brave enough to stand by him when he needs it. Take care of yourselves. Before I can muster a reply, she hangs up. The call leaves a strange hollow in my chest, like I've stepped into a role I never asked for. 3 hours later, we arrive at Damien's penthouse. My duffel feels heavier than before, maybe because I'm carrying the weight of a fake marriage in it. The elevator doors open onto a lavish foyer, marble floors reflecting warm overhead lights. A display of modern art lines the wall, abstract shapes and metallic sculptures. A few uniformed staff wait nearby, looking uneasy. Damien steps out first. He glances back at me as I follow, his posture stiff. You can choose any guest room you want. I figured you'd prefer your own space. I nod, ignoring the unexpected pinch of disappointment, as if I actually believed we'd be sharing a honeymoon suite. Ridiculous. One of the staff members, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, steps forward. Welcome, miss. I've prepared a room upstairs. If you need anything, please let me know. Thank you, I say, feeling out of place. The staff is used to working for a powerful CEO, not his brand new spouse who also serves as his bodyguard. Damien's guards hover by the entrance, exchanging hushed words about security protocols. He doesn't look at me. Instead, he loosens his tie with a flick of his wrist, as if the tension around his throat is too much. My stare catches on the cut of his suit jacket, tailored to his frame, hinting at the muscle beneath. I'd be lying if I said I'm not physically drawn to him. He radiates confidence even when he's hurting. That face, sharp cheekbones, firm jaw, eyes the color of steel in winter. I despise how easily it catches my attention. I tell myself it's just a reaction to living on high alert, but deep down, I sense something else. I quickly shove that thought aside. He clears his throat, glancing at me. Let's talk about the house rules. House rules. My lips almost curl into a smirk. All right, boss. He scowls at the last word. I suspect he's used to controlling everything, so this new dynamic must rankle. First, privacy is paramount. No wandering around my home office unless you need me. Second, you're free to order any supplies or groceries you want. Just give a heads up to the staff. Third, I interrupt. Don't expect me to consult you on every little detail. I'm here to protect you, which means if I think something's a threat, I'll handle it my way. He raises an eyebrow. We already agreed on that. I'm not about to debate your methods. Static clings between us, and I'm aware that we're newlyweds in name only, but we might as well be enemies forced to share a battleground. I throw my duffel over my shoulder. Which room's mine? He gestures upstairs. Second door on the right. I had it set up with a new lock. You can customize it however you like. I can't help a short laugh. Thanks for the, courtesy. He doesn't respond, so I slip past him. The faint scent of his cologne lingers in the air, something rich and woodsy that sends a tiny flutter through my nerves. Once again, I stomp that reaction down, irritated with my own body for betraying me. Upstairs, I find the room easily. It's spacious and elegant, with a large window overlooking the city. The bed is queen-sized, draped in cream linens. A plush rug covers the polished floor, and a small sitting area with a stylish armchair sits near the window. It's more luxurious than any place I've lived in years. I set my duffel on the bed and scan for vantage points or security vulnerabilities. Footsteps approach, and I turn to see Damien in the doorway. His tie is off now, and the top button of his shirt undone. I get a quick glimpse of the hollow of his throat, a place where his pulse might flutter if I pressed a hand there. The thought makes my chest tighten. He steps inside, arms crossed. I wanted to make sure you have everything you need. I'll let you know if I'm missing anything, I reply. My voice sounds too calm, considering the knot in my stomach. His gaze drifts around the room, then settles on me again. We'll have to make a public appearance soon, so people believe this marriage is real. I figure we start with a small event. A dinner with a few of my business associates. That should quell rumors if you show up as my wife. I nod once. I can handle that. Just don't expect me to play the perfect hostess. His mouth quirks, almost a grin. I'd never expect that, but you might need a new wardrobe. I glance down at my boots, jeans, and the jacket that conceals my sidearm. I'll figure something out. He steps closer, and I catch the faint shift in his expression, something close to fascination, or maybe curiosity. My heart tugs in an unfamiliar rhythm. I remind myself that we're only joined by legal documents, not feelings, not attraction. Except my body apparently didn't get the memo. Our eyes lock, and for a moment the tension simmers, a pulse of electric energy swirling between us. He lifts a hand, almost brushing a stray curl from my forehead, then seems to think better of it and drops his arm. I swallow hard, deciding I need to break the moment before it snags me. Is that everything? He exhales, stepping back. For now, yes, we should keep an eye on any potential threats. My grandmother might be relieved, but whoever's targeting me won't stop because of a ring. Agreed, I say, still fighting the lingering warmth in my cheeks. I'll check the building's security feed again before I sleep. He inclines his head. Good night then, Mrs. Cruz. The way he says Mrs. Cruz with that dry tone needles me. I glare at him, ignoring the odd flutter in my stomach. Don't say it like that. He half smiles, something close to a smug expression. Like what? Like you enjoy hearing it, I retort, stepping around him and heading for the hallway. His low chuckle follows me as I exit, but he doesn't reply. I stomp downstairs, telling myself I'm irritated. But the subtle tremor in my core feels suspiciously like excitement. An hour later, I'm in the penthouse security room, scanning the footage from every camera feed. It's quiet in here. The hum of the monitor's the only sound. I force my mind to focus on the job. Protect Damien. Root out threats. Earn my paycheck. The ring on my finger, it's a simple gold band. Feels foreign. The clerk gave us matching ones, like some twisted label for a transaction. I catch my reflection in the screen. My gaze flicks to sides of my head shaved. There's also the burgundy curls on top, and that trace of freckles across my nose. A wife. I'm a wife. The absurdity nearly makes me laugh out loud, but I hold it in. Hitting a button, I cycle through cameras, showing the main lobby, the private elevator, the roof access. Everything looks normal at the moment. No sign of suspicious figures, no flickers of movement that suggest another assassination attempt. My shoulders relax a fraction. Still, the knowledge that I share living quarters with Damien Cruz tangles my thoughts. He's tall and composed, bearing his bullet wound with a prideful set to his jaw. He's stubborn as sin, but gifted with a confidence that both infuriates and draws me in. I wonder if he's sleeping now, or if he's awake, pacing the penthouse with the same restlessness that gnaws at me. I can't let myself dwell on that. This arrangement is about money and survival, not emotional entanglement. So I focus on the camera feeds, ignoring the quiet ache in my chest that suggests I might be in deeper than I planned. When the final monitor shows nothing amiss, I power down the display and head for the staircase. The corridor is dim, illuminated by soft lights along the base of the walls. Outside, the city sparkles with countless windows in the distance. I pause at the foot of the stairs, swallowing the sudden lump in my throat. The day's events, standing in front of a clerk, signing documents, returning to this enormous penthouse as someone's spouse, feel surreal. A quick ceremony under tense circumstances, zero romance, minimal warmth, and a mountain of secrets. But I'm here, and I'm in it. No turning back. I make my way up to my room, ignoring the strange flutter when I pass his closed door. This new reality might be necessary, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. I open my door and slip inside, letting the lock click behind me. Leaning against the frame, I shut my eyes and exhale. In the hush of this opulent space, I can't deny that I'm drawn to Damien physically, even if my heart's made of steel. His presence sets me on edge in ways I haven't felt for a long time. Part of me wonders what lies behind his controlled exterior, aside from wounds he refuses to show. I push off the door, reminding myself not to delve too deep. We've erected walls, and we intend to keep them. That's the only way this arrangement can survive without turning into a complete catastrophe. As I cross the room, I drop onto the bed. The linens feel like silk against my tired limbs. I stare at the gold band glinting on my finger under the glow of the bedside lamp. Marriage. Sure. Let's lie to fate together. A bitter laugh bubbles up, and I stifle it with the back of my hand. Maybe this is fate's idea of a joke, but I won't be the punchline. So I lie back, gaze fixated on the ceiling, and vow to make this marriage the most successful failure ever. I'll keep him alive, collect the funds for my clinic, and keep my walls high enough that not even his storm gray eyes can scale them. At least, that's what I tell myself, though a pang inside me wonders if it's already too late to pretend nothing's changed.
Chapter 6. Damien. Every morning for the past 3 weeks, I wake up to the same routine. Luna's voice over the penthouse intercom, calm and clipped, telling me my schedule and updating me on fresh intelligence she's gleaned from the security feeds. It's a far cry from my old life, where I dictated the pace of my day. Now, there's a second presence in my territory. Someone with the authority to veto my travel plans and rearrange my calendar for safety's sake. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Actually, that's a lie. I hate relinquishing control. Yet at the same time, a part of me admires her iron will. If I have to share my existence with anyone, at least it's someone who refuses to bow, even if I'm the supposed boss. I exit my bedroom, adjusting the cuffs of my suit jacket as I head down the hall. The polished floor reflects my stride, long and purposeful. I turn into the main living area where Luna stands near the wall-length window, scanning the city skyline from dozens of stories high. She's discussing security rotations with Silas, voice steady, words precise. When she spots me, she finishes her instructions and waves Silas off with a curt nod. "Morning," I say as she approaches. "Barely," she replies, glancing at the clock on her phone. "You slept in." I resist the urge to bristle. "I needed the rest. That's allowed, isn't it?" Her eyes flick over me, assessing. "Sure, doesn't stop the threats from piling up." I exhale slowly. It's the same push-pull dynamic we've had since the day we signed those papers. We're married, but we share no illusions about romance. The world still sees me as a high-powered CEO with enemies lurking behind polished smiles and her as my devoted spouse. In private, it's more complicated. She's my bodyguard, a contract bride, and the only person who dares talk to me with complete candor. I can't help noticing how she looks this morning. Toned arms beneath a black button-down, dark pants that hug her athletic legs, and the shaved sides of her head showing off that phoenix tattoo that curves around her left forearm. I've wondered more than once what compelled her to get that design, whether it has to do with her time as a combat medic. The color of her burgundy curls changes under the sunlight, intensifying near the window. It's oddly mesmerizing. Of course, I keep those observations to myself. "We've got a meeting with potential investors at noon," she says, checking her phone. "They'll be arriving at your office. I already cleared the background checks for each attendee. No red flags, but I'll be there, obviously." I give a short nod. "Do we trust them?" She shrugs. "Trust? No, we believe they won't shoot you in the conference room. That's all I can guarantee." A faint smirk tugs at my lips before I can stop it. Her brand of bluntness is refreshing, even if it grates on my nerves at times. "Fine, let's head in early." I slip my watch onto my wrist, the weight of it familiar. Before we can depart, one of my staff members appears from the side hall. His name is Andrew, a young intern who's been around for a few weeks. He hesitates when he sees us, then squares his shoulders. "Mr. Cruz, the scheduling system for your personal calendar malfunctioned again. We lost a few appointments." Luna's gaze sharpens. "This keeps happening?" Andrew rubs his neck, fidgeting. It's probably a glitch in the software, but yes, it's been happening more frequently. Might be sabotage or just an error." "Get it on it," I say, my voice coming out more clipped than intended. "I'm tired of these so-called coincidences." He bobs his head and scurries off. Luna arches an eyebrow at me. "That's what, the third time this month?" "Fourth," I correct grimly. "First, my corporate files vanished for an hour, then half of my security team's rotation got scrambled. Now my schedule is getting wiped in sections. Someone's messing around." She studies me, arms folded. "We'll find them." I nod in agreement. Sabotage is a word I don't take lightly. As we walk toward the private elevator, tension rides between us like a third companion. It's not just professional wariness. There's an undercurrent of something else, a crackle that has built up over these weeks of forced proximity. Maybe it's the fact that I see her practically every moment. She sleeps across the hall, shares my kitchen, stands beside me in high-level boardrooms, and sits next to me in armored vehicles. She's always there, watchful and incisive. I notice details about her I never expected to care about, like how her freckles darken slightly under the sun, or the precise way she tucks a stray curl behind her ear when she's immersed in scanning a perimeter. Sometimes I have to look away before she catches me staring. "Ready?" she says when we enter the elevator. She positions herself to the left of the doors, scanning the corridor outside until they finally shut. "Yes," I answer, punching the button for the ground floor. "You don't have to lurk like that. We're inside my building, presumably safe." Her gaze slides toward me. Presumably is the key word. I let out a breath. Fair enough. We ride down in silence, the hum of the elevator thrumming through the enclosed space. The air feels charged, though I can't pinpoint why. Perhaps it's the fact that she stands so close, or that her profile draws my attention whenever I shift my eyes. She's half turned away, arms folded over her chest, posture rigid. She's always on guard, even in these fleeting moments that should be calm. 3 weeks of constant togetherness hasn't eased the tension. If anything, it's sharpened it. Because I see her competence every day, and I feel a grudging respect that morphs into something more potent. There's a pull I can't define, a gravitational force I keep resisting. The elevator dings at the lobby, and we step out. My driver waits at the entrance, opening the rear door of a sleek car. Luna slides in first, scanning the interior, then gestures for me to follow. We exchange no words, but the entire procedure is part of our new routine. We arrive at my corporate tower soon after. The building's lobby is a swirl of polished floors and bustling employees. They greet me politely, eyes darting to Luna at my side. The ring on her finger and the gold band on mine haven't gone unnoticed these past weeks. Rumors circle that I married my bodyguard for romantic reasons, though no one says it aloud. Silas and I have kept the official line discreet. We wed quickly for personal reasons. So far, it's enough to keep the tabloids guessing. Up in the executive suite, the atmosphere hums with tension. My staff scurries around preparing for the investor meeting. I pass a few employees who avert their gaze too quickly or offer smiles that don't reach their eyes. That sense of sabotage lingers, a faint stench of betrayal drifting in the corners. Luna notices. "Something's off, right?" she mutters as we approach my office. I glance around, lowering my voice. I can't put my finger on it, but yes. Keep an eye on them. She nods, a determined edge in her expression, already on it. Inside my office, floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the city, giving a panoramic view of skyscrapers and streets below. I drop into my leather chair while Luna stands near the desk, scanning the area. My phone buzzes, a text from one of the IT specialists. No sign of infiltration on the scheduling software. I toss the phone onto the desk. They found nothing. Typical. Luna's lips thin. Then someone's either very good at covering their tracks or the problem isn't digital. I rest my elbows on the desk, steepling my fingers, meaning it could be an inside job from a staff member with direct access. She makes a thoughtful sound. I'll get Silas to cross-check logs and see if anyone's been sneaking in after hours. Then her gaze slides to me. "You trust Silas, right?" I pause, a flicker of doubt crossing my mind. He's been with me for years. He's loyal. For your sake, I hope so. The notion that Silas or anyone close to me might betray me leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. I push it aside for now. Let's not dwell on it. We have investors arriving in 15 minutes. I stand, smoothing my jacket. Time to put on a show. She follows me to the conference room. The moment we step in, I sense the quiet hush as my employees see Luna at my side. She's an imposing presence, even though she's not particularly tall at 5'7". It's the way she holds herself, athletic, coiled with energy, eyes scanning every corner. I catch a few staffers throwing furtive looks our way. Maybe they're still adjusting to the concept of their CEO's sudden marriage. Maybe they sense the friction in the air. During the meeting, I present slides on potential developments, spinning my usual performance. I can feel Luna's gaze on me occasionally, though she stands near the door with her arms folded, projecting a silent warning to anyone who might think about messing with me. It's oddly reassuring, knowing she's there, even if I'd never admit it to her face. After the investors leave, satisfied but non-committal, I step into the hallway with Luna at my heels. She corners me by the water dispenser, her expression cool. They didn't promise anything. I shrug. Standard posturing. They want to see how desperate I am. Her dark eyes narrow. "And how desperate are you?" A short laugh escapes me, tinged with bitterness. I'm one bullet away from losing everything, apparently. My grandmother's prophecy, my staff's suspicious behavior, and the fact that someone's sabotaging me from within. So yes, maybe I am a bit desperate. She tilts her head, studying me. You don't have to put on a front with me, Cruz. I'm your bodyguard, also your wife on paper. I know the stakes. Her honesty slices through my usual defenses. A flicker of gratitude, or something close to it, warms my chest. She's not here to coddle me or flatter me for a raise. She's here because we struck a deal, plus she seems genuinely committed to keeping me breathing. I clear my throat, straightening. Come on, let's head back upstairs. I need to check some documents before the next crisis hits. She smirks. Lead the way. By midday, we're holed up in my private office again, scanning through a pile of paperwork. Luna stands behind me, occasionally tapping a file or pointing out strange anomalies. Her presence is a steady anchor, though it also stirs attention I've tried to ignore for weeks. She leans over my shoulder at one point to peer at a line of text, and I catch a whiff of her subtle citrus and ginger soap. My pulse accelerates. It's a ridiculous reaction, but I can't help it. "You see this?" she asks, tapping the document. "What?" My voice comes out lower than I intend. "This contract for a new security vendor. The numbers are inflated. You're paying nearly double the standard rate." I blink, forcing my mind back to business. "Who approved that?" She scans the signature line. "An older admin sign-off, maybe by your finance department." But something doesn't add up. I suspect someone's funneling extra money out. I grit my teeth. "All right, I'll get Silas to investigate. Good catch." She nods, stepping away. A small frown lingers on her face, like she's pondering something else. The subtle knot of suspicion grows tighter in my gut. I can't afford to let my guard down around my own employees. That's the reality I'm facing. Eventually, I check the time. "Let's get out of here. We've done enough for today." She closes the file, scanning the office as if to confirm there's no immediate danger. All right. We ride back to the penthouse in a stifling hush, both of us lost in thought. Once inside, I shrug off my jacket and toss it onto a nearby chair, rolling up my sleeves. The day's stress weighs on me like a physical load. The faint bruise on my side, left over from the bullet wound, throbs in reminder. I catch her gaze flicking to it, but she says nothing. "Dinner?" she asks finally. "I guess," I say. "Not hungry, though." She arches a brow. "You need to eat." I let out an exasperated breath. "Yes, Mother." Her lips curve in a wry half-grin. "Smart mouth. If you keel over from low blood sugar, I'm out of a job, so humor me." I can't help a small chuckle. "Fine." She disappears into the kitchen, leaving me alone in the living area with my swirling thoughts. The city lights start to blink on outside, painting the windows with a mosaic of color. A part of me wonders when I last felt at ease in my own home. Every corner holds a camera or a guard. Every day brings new hints of betrayal. The only constant is Luna, ironically enough, the woman I barely know, and yet see every day. After a while, she returns with 2 bowls, each containing a quick stir-fry that the private chef must have whipped up before clocking out. She hands me one, then sinks onto the sofa across from me, legs folded under her. We eat in silence for a time, the distant hum of traffic a backdrop. I can't ignore how at home she looks. Back ramrod straight, but posture relaxed enough to suggest she's growing accustomed to this space. Her eyes flick to me, then dart away. There's an unspoken tension thrumming in the air, a current that's grown stronger each passing day of forced proximity. I catch myself remembering the soft brush of her hand when she changed my bandage, or the arch of her neck when she scans the skyline. "This is decent," she murmurs, gesturing to the food. "Nice to know your chef can make something besides caviar and steak." I scoff lightly. "I don't eat caviar for breakfast, you know." She smirks. Could have fooled me. Her tone is teasing, but there's a warmth in her expression I haven't seen before. It sends a flutter of unease through me. I set the bowl aside, clearing my throat. "Thanks for the watchful eye today. I'm sure it's exhausting shadowing me." Luna shrugs. "It's my job. Besides, I've faced worse." Her eyes drift to the phoenix tattoo on her forearm. She traces the outline absently, as if remembering something painful. I wonder what horrors she's seen in combat, what memories she carries. But I don't ask. She's guarded, and I doubt she wants to share that past with me. We lapse into silence again, an awkward hush that isn't entirely uncomfortable. My gaze wanders over her, taking in the confident set of her shoulders and the faint freckles across her cheeks. My mind supplies an unwanted thought. She's attractive in a way that digs under my skin. I hate acknowledging it, but it's become impossible to deny. The more time we spend together, the more I'm aware of her presence. Eventually, she checks her phone and stands. "I need to review the security logs. You said we should keep an eye on staff, right?" "Yes," I manage, pushing back the lingering tension in my voice. Check for anomalies in who enters and leaves the building after hours. She gives me a brisk nod. On it. Then she strides away, leaving me alone on the sofa, half-finished bowl in front of me. My chest tightens with conflicting impulses, to maintain the distance we agreed upon or to follow her and unravel what's happening between us. With a frustrated sigh, I run a hand through my ash-blonde hair. Pull it together, Cruz. This is a contractual marriage, a pragmatic arrangement to pacify my grandmother and keep me from stepping into an early grave. Desire or deeper feelings were never part of the plan. Yet as the city night deepens, I can't shake the creeping certainty that I'm no longer the only dominant force in my own life. Luna has inserted herself into every corner, physically and mentally, and a traitorous part of me doesn't mind nearly as much as it should. I stare at the dark glass, seeing my reflection. The man in the window looks troubled, uncertain, a different universe from the ruthless venture capitalist known to crush competitors. You're letting her get to you. I tried telling myself it's just physical, a reaction to her competence and resilience, but a gnawing sense of vulnerability lingers. Restless, I rise from the sofa, grabbing my phone. I send a quick text to Silas. We need a meeting tomorrow morning about the sabotage. Then I head upstairs, footsteps echoing in the quiet corridors of my own penthouse. I pass her door, forcibly ignoring the urge to knock and invite a conversation I'm not ready to have. Closing myself in my bedroom, I loosen my tie and drop it on a chair, then sink onto the bed. My phone pings with a response from Silas. Understood. One more day. Another round of battles. Perhaps tomorrow will bring clarity. More questions. Either way, Luna will be there, watching my back with unwavering focus, exasperating me with her bluntness, and igniting a tension I can't quite extinguish, because despite my best efforts, I recognize that the walls around my emotions are starting to crack, just a fraction. I don't know how to prevent the entire structure from falling apart when she's so close, day after day, night after night. I lie back, listening to the city hum, mind racing. One step at a time, I tell myself. Keep the business afloat. Root out the traitor and keep your distance from your own wife. It sounds absurd, even in my head. But I have no better plan. Sleep teases me at the edges. My eyes slip shut, haunted by an image of Luna's burgundy curls catching the glow of the city lights, and her unwavering gaze that seems to see more than I'm ready to reveal.
Chapter 7. Luna. I'm not a fan of networking events under normal circumstances, and tonight feels even more suffocating than usual. The large banquet room hums with voices, the clink of glassware, and faint background music. Glowing chandeliers cast a mellow light across clusters of well-dressed individuals, all murmuring about trade deals, stock valuations, or strategic partnerships. I stand off to the side, near a tall table set with refreshments and hors d'oeuvres I barely glance at. Being an ex-combat medic turned bodyguard in a fancy dress, yes, to an actual evening dress, this ranks high on my list of most unnatural experiences. The dark gown flows sleekly over my hips, slit high enough to allow movement if I need to rush. Beneath the fabric, I keep a concealed blade strapped to my thigh, just in case. From across the room, Damien catches my eye. He's talking with a group of business magnates, wearing a tailored tuxedo that sets off his ash blonde hair. I wish I could dismiss his image. He stands tall, suit hugging his lean frame, presenting the aura of a man who holds the fate of entire companies in his grasp. His posture exudes confidence, yet I sense a subdued tension in the way he occasionally flexes his shoulders, as though carrying an invisible burden. 3 weeks of marriage, on paper, have done little to soften our dynamic. If anything, the constant act of playing the devoted couple in public only intensifies the strain behind closed doors. We're forced to stand close, share subtle touches that appear affectionate, and direct polite smiles at questions about our whirlwind union. Meanwhile, the real sparks between us remain unaddressed, lurking in the corners, crackling whenever we accidentally brush arms or lock eyes too long. I shift my stance, scanning the crowd. This venue is riddled with possible vantage points, balconies, side corridors, even a second-floor walkway overlooking the main space. My instincts scream to keep watch. The chatter around me fades to a low hum as I mentally check for threats. That's my primary objective, protect Damien, but a voice at my elbow disrupts my train of thought. Well, look who we have here. I glance sideways at a slender man with graying temples, a practiced smile, and shrewd eyes. He's wearing a designer suit and holding a delicate flute of champagne. Something about the way he tilts his head suggests condescension. "You're the new wife, aren't you?" he says, not bothering with a polite greeting. My hand tightens around the glass of sparkling water I've been nursing. "Yes, I am. Do you need something?" He laughs lightly, though there's no warmth in it. Just curious how a man like Damien Cruz ended up marrying, well, a woman of such a different background. His gaze flicks to my shaved sides and the black phoenix tattoo visible under the gauzy sleeve. I set my drink down, refusing to bristle openly. Maybe he likes a partner who doesn't bore him to death. His smile tightens. Then again, maybe it's a publicity stunt, a way to show that Cruz Corporation is hip and inclusive. Or, I suppose, you could be a novelty. The sharp edge in his tone grates on my nerves. I want to bark at him to back off, but I remind myself I'm supposed to maintain composure. My role is to be vigilant, not stir up a scene. "Believe what you want," I reply, trying to steady my voice. "But mind your tone." He chuckles. "Is that a threat?" I open my mouth to retort, but I catch Damien striding over, lines of irritation etching his brow. He places a hand lightly at my lower back, a gesture that appears supportive to any bystander, but also sends a small jolt through me. Damien fixes the man with a steely look. "Thomas, I didn't realize your new hobby was insulting my wife." Thomas's expression shifts from smug to cautious. "I was just making conversation. You know how it is. Curiosity about the story behind your sudden marriage." Damien's grip on me tightens slightly, his body angled protectively. "If you have questions about our personal life, you can address them to me directly. Don't lurk and make snide remarks." The man lifts a brow, clearly unhappy about being called out. "No need to get defensive. I meant no harm." Damien's jaw sets, tension radiating off him. "I'll keep that in mind. Now, if you'll excuse us." Without waiting for a response, he ushers me away from the table, leading us toward a quieter corner near a decorative arrangement of tall flowers. My pulse is still pounding, though not solely from indignation. There was something reassuring about his swift defense, even if it was mostly for show. "You okay?" he asks, voice low. I cross my arms. "I can handle snobs." He gives a slight nod, gaze flicking back to where Thomas stands, now absorbed in conversation with another group. He's always been like that. Thinks he's untouchable. Too many profitable deals have inflated his ego. Then why invite him? I tilt my head, genuinely curious. Damien exhales slowly. "Because stepping on the wrong toes can hurt me in the long run. We're already dealing with sabotage. I can't afford more powerful enemies." Something coils in my chest at the reminder of the persistent threat looming over him, and by extension, me. "So you tolerate guys like that? Understood." He studies me, concern lurking behind his usual mask. "Thanks for not punching him in the face." I snort. Now I regret showing restraint. His mouth quirks, hinting at a smile that doesn't quite surface. Then he steps closer, voice dropping even lower. "I'm sorry you have to deal with these events. I know they're not in your comfort zone." A prickle of heat flares at the way his gaze rakes over my evening attire, lingering for a moment on the slit in my dress. He might not say it aloud, but I see the flicker of appreciation. My stomach twists with an unwanted surge of awareness. Clearing my throat, I shrug. It's part of the job, right? Wife duties and all. His expression darkened slightly. That's what bothers me. You shouldn't have to deal with nonsense from my associates just because of this arrangement. I lift an eyebrow, ignoring the sudden flutter in my chest at his protective tone. I can handle it? Really? We stand there in charged silence. The swell of conversation and music in the background feels muffled, as though we occupy our own pocket of the room. My eyes find their way to the way his suit fits across his shoulders, noting how the tailored lines flatter the lean muscle beneath. His hair reflects the glow of chandeliers, making the ash blonde strands look nearly silver at the edges. He shifts closer, almost imperceptibly, and my pulse skips. What is happening to me? Luna. His voice carries a mix of reluctance and something deeper. I swallow hard, fighting the urge to step back, yet I remain rooted, drawn by the subtle magnetism that's been growing between us. My eyes flick to his mouth, and my entire body tenses at the realization of what I'm thinking. He leans in, the faintest crease in his brow as if he's torn between logic and desire. Our gazes lock, and for a moment, the entire gathering might as well vanish. The only thing I sense is his breath, warm against my cheek, and the rapid beat of my own heart. I can't recall the last time I felt such a pull towards someone I promised I'd keep at arm's length. I swore I wouldn't let my guard down, yet here I am, teetering on the edge of something that threatens to unravel every vow of detachment I've made. My hands twitch at my sides. I nearly lift one to his chest, half to push him away, half to anchor myself. Before I can decide, he takes a fraction of a step closer, and his face dips toward mine. A shiver runs down my spine, part warning, part thrill. Our lips are almost close enough to brush. My mind flashes with the thought, if I let this happen, everything changes. I inhale sharply, forcing myself to snap out of whatever spell I'm under. Jerking back, I place a hand on his shoulder, but the movement is more of a firm barrier than an invitation. We can't, I whisper, voice unsteady. This isn't real. His expression shudders, eyes clouded with something I can't name, regret, frustration, maybe both. Right, he says after a moment, stepping away and rolling his shoulders as if shaking off a weight. My own heart is pounding so hard, I half expect the entire room to hear it. I'll do a perimeter check, I mutter, desperate for an excuse to escape this charged space. Just to be safe. He nods stiffly, not meeting my gaze. Okay. I pivot and slip into the crowd, weaving past men and women in designer attire. My mind buzzes with equal parts relief and disquiet. I told myself I'd keep him at a distance, but that near kiss reveals how precarious our boundaries actually are. I circle the banquet room, pretending to scrutinize corners and hidden doors, though my thoughts remain stuck on the heat that flared when Damien leaned in. My cheeks burn at the memory of how I almost gave in, how my guard nearly dropped. Eventually, I step onto a small balcony that overlooks the venue. A pair of servers passes by, setting down trays of champagne. I pretend to study the area, leaning against the railing. The music in the main hall rises in a swell, and I exhale, trying to steady myself. I keep replaying the moment in my head, his breath ghosting against my lips, the tension in his stance. I hate that I'm rattled. Physical attraction is one thing, losing control is another. After a few more minutes, I return downstairs. The crowd has thinned somewhat. People linger in clusters, finishing conversations. I spot Damien near the entrance, chatting with an older couple. The tension from earlier is gone from his features, replaced by a calm, polished demeanor. He's good at wearing masks. I can appreciate that, even if it frustrates me to no end. He catches sight of me and gives a curt nod, as if to check if I'm all right. I nod back, forcing a composed smile. He wraps up his conversation, then gestures for me to join him. "How's the perimeter?" he asks under his breath. obviously aware that staffers and remaining guests might overhear. All clear. I keep my tone neutral. No suspicious activity. He inclines his head, posture rigid. I'm ready to head out. We exchange minimal goodbyes, then exit the grand hall into a side corridor. Our driver meets us, leading us to a private elevator that descends to the building's basement parking level. I walk beside Damien, silent and unsettled because we're just a breath away from crossing a line. In the elevator, the hush between us weighs heavier than any conversation. I keep my eyes trained on the numbers ticking down. He occasionally shifts, like he wants to speak, but says nothing. My reflection in the polished door shows stiff shoulders, clenched jaw, and eyes flashing with unspoken conflict. The car ride back to the penthouse is quiet as well, with only the muted hum of the engine and the glow of streetlights sliding across Damien's face. He angles himself toward the window, watching the city pass by. I glance out the other side, arms crossed. When we arrive at the tower, the guards escort us through the lobby and up the private elevator. The entire way, I feel the tension coiled in my muscles, a direct result of that near kiss and the swirl of questions rattling my mind. Once the elevator doors open to the penthouse foyer, Damien steps out first. The security detail disperses, leaving me and him alone under the subdued lighting. He smooths his hand over his blonde hair, messing up the previously perfect style. He hesitates, eyes sliding over my evening dress once more. Need a minute to unwind. I shrug, trying not to show how his lingering gaze sparks something in my chest. I'll check the security feeds as usual. He exhales, nodding. Fine, good idea. We stand there, neither moving, the silence stretching. 1,000 words hover unsaid. About that moment at the event, the strange pull between us, the fact that we can't let ourselves slip. Finally, I break first. Right, I mutter. See you later. Good night. He clears his throat, stepping aside to let me pass. Yes, good night. I brush past him, heading for the security room. My heels click on the marble floor with purposeful speed, but my heart is pounding too hard to ignore. Once inside, I shut the door and lean against it, sucking in a shaky breath. This is exactly what I warned myself against. I can't afford emotional entanglements with a man who's only my husband in legal terms. Fate might have thrown us together, but I signed on to guard him, not to lose my head, especially not over those piercing gray eyes or the faint protective streak he revealed tonight. I flick on the monitors, forcing my attention to the black and white feeds of hallways, exits, and the rooftop. The screens flicker, and for several minutes, I simply let my mind sink into the technical aspects of scanning for anomalies. No intruders, suspicious movement, or reason for me to be on edge, except my own heart, still racing from that fleeting moment of near contact. After a final review of the night's logs, I power down the system. The tension in my shoulders hasn't eased. With a final glance around the quiet penthouse corridors, I make my way upstairs to my room. My reflection in a passing mirror shows me a woman in a formal gown, but with an unmistakable fatigue in her eyes. I lock my door behind me and drop onto the edge of the bed, burying my face in my hands for a moment. My pulse won't settle. I know the only reason I nearly let him kiss me is because deep down, I'm starting to see past his controlling exterior, catching glimpses of a man who can be protective, maybe even vulnerable when he thinks no one's watching. But letting my defenses slip would be the worst mistake. I've survived betrayal before, and I won't be caught off guard again. No matter how pressure blooms beneath my ribs at the memory of his warmth, I won't allow it. Standing, I peel off the elegant dress, exchanging it for comfortable sweats. The gold band on my finger glints under the room's lamp, a mocking reminder that I'm legally tied to him. If anyone saw my expression now, they'd read the turmoil plain as day, but in front of Damien, I'll keep it buried. Crawling into bed, I switch off the light. Darkness envelops me, accompanied by the low hum of the city outside. In my mind's eye, I see Damien leaning in, see the conflicted look in his gaze that mirrors my own. I tell myself tomorrow is a new day. Another round of guard duty and business obligations. Another stretch of time where I'll stay close to him, yet maintain distance. We can't afford to slip up. This arrangement is temporary after all. Once his grandmother's fears subside and the contract ends, we'll go our separate ways. Maybe if I repeat that enough times, I'll actually believe it. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Damien. A dull ache pulses behind my eyes, the result of another sleepless night and constant paranoia. Yet I walk into the lobby of Cruise Corporation's satellite office as if everything's under control, chin high, suit immaculate, heart thumping with an undercurrent of anxiety. Luna trails a step behind me, scanning corners and doors the way she always does. Her presence is steady, but I sense the tension between us escalating with every passing day. We're here for a confidential meeting with a new potential partner, though my instincts keep screaming that we should stay behind heavily guarded walls. The sabotage attempts on my life haven't ceased. If anything, they're getting bolder. But business can't simply freeze. "I still say we shouldn't be here," Luna mutters once we're inside the elevator, her dark eyes flicking around. "It's too exposed. We don't even know who to trust in this building." My stomach knots. The meeting's important. We need fresh allies if we're going to outmaneuver the traitor in my ranks. She exhales, frustration evident. "You're making my job harder, Cruz." The jab sits on the tip of my tongue, but I bite it back. Her protective streak is admirable, even if it conflicts with my need to keep my empire afloat. Instead, I lean against the elevator wall, ignoring how the cramped space amplifies the spark of awareness that always crackles between us. She stands rigid, arms folded, her gaze sliding over me. A flicker of memory, our near kiss at that social function, slips into my mind, raising the temperature in my chest. The elevator doors open onto a corridor lined with abstract paintings. We proceed to a sleek conference room, tinted windows allowing a view of the city below. 2 men in suits wait inside, one older, the other younger, both wearing polite smiles. They greet us cordially and we settle around the glass table. Luna stations herself at the door, arms at her sides, scanning every subtle shift in posture. I launch into a brief pitch about collaboration and mutual gain. The older man nods, though his expression betrays caution. The younger one takes notes, glancing between me and Luna with mild curiosity. For a while it feels routine enough. Talk of market shares, secure contracts, hush-hush expansions. Then one of my guards pokes his head in, face drawn. "Mr. Cruz, we have a situation downstairs." Luna stiffens, her voice clipped. "What kind of situation?" He hesitates. "Unidentified men asking for you by name, claiming they have urgent business. Security tried to turn them away, but it escalated into a confrontation." My pulse kicks up. "How many?" "2, but they seem armed." Luna doesn't wait for further explanation. She's at my side in an instant, reaching under her jacket. "We're leaving. Now." The potential partners freeze, wide-eyed. One tries to sputter a question, but I give a terse apology and bolt after Luna, who's already in the hallway. My guard rushes ahead, speaking into his comm. We reach the elevator banks only to find them locked down, security protocols triggered by the threat in the lobby. We backtrack, searching for an alternate exit. My chest tightens with the knowledge that we might be boxed in. Shots ring out somewhere below us, echoing up the stairwell. Luna curses under her breath. They're moving fast. We need an emergency route. I recall this building's design. There's a separate freight elevator at the far end, leading to a loading dock. "Freight elevator," I manage, scanning the signs overhead. She nods and we sprint through a service corridor. My guards flank us, checking corners. The overhead lights flicker, tension radiating from every step we take. When we finally spot the freight elevator, a muzzle flash brightens the corridor behind us, someone shooting, bullet ricocheting off metal piping. We flatten against the wall, hearts hammering. Luna returns fire instantly, leaning out just enough to see who's attacking. "One man, heavily armed," she mutters, eyes narrowed. "Where's the second guy?" Adrenaline surges in my veins. Another shot blasts overhead, shattering a fluorescent tube. Shards sprinkle onto the floor. I grip Luna's shoulder, trying to hold steady. "We can't stay pinned here." She glances at me, expression fierce. "Follow me, and keep your head down." Without warning, she darts forward, pressing herself low. I force my legs to move, trailing in her wake. More bullets whiz past. My guards lay down, suppressing fire as we slip into the freight elevator's antechamber. With quick reflexes, Luna hits the control panel, punching the button for the basement. We slump against the metal walls as the doors slide shut. My heart pounds so loudly I can barely hear my own breathing. Luna's face glistens with sweat, her burgundy curls stuck to her forehead. I swallow, scanning her for injury. She seems unhurt, but keyed up. "That was close," I say, adrenaline making my voice shake slightly. She lifts a brow. I told you this was a bad idea. No argument here. The freight elevator rattles downward, a slow and noisy journey. My phone buzzes, Silas calling to inform me that more shooters were spotted near the loading dock. My blood runs cold. Are these the same men or reinforcements? We can't exit at the basement if there's another group waiting, Luna says when I explain. I push my hair back, mind racing. Is there a safe location we can hole up in? She frowns, thinking. We maintain a safe house across town, correct? The one we prepped for emergencies. Yeah, I say, recalling the small warehouse conversion, minimal staff, inconspicuous location. We'll head there. The elevator halts with a jolt. My guard peeks out cautiously. The corridor is empty for now. We hurry along, slipping out through a side exit to the parking area. The blast of city air hits my face, and I see my driver waving from a black SUV, engine running, obviously spooked by the gunfire overhead. We pile into the vehicle. Luna slams the door, and the driver peels out, tires squealing. My guards follow in another car, forging a small convoy down side streets. My chest is still tight with leftover adrenaline, and my side throbs from the tension of constant movement. 2 hours later, we're at the safe house, a converted loft hidden behind a metal gate in a rundown district. Once inside, my guards secure the perimeter. Silas calls to confirm the building is under watch by allied men we trust. The tension in my shoulders doesn't ease, though. We've narrowly avoided another assassination attempt, and we still have no idea who orchestrates these attacks. The safe house is Spartan, a couple of rooms with worn furniture, a small kitchenette, and cinder block walls. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting shadows along the high ceiling. Luna and I stand near an old table, the adrenaline still coursing through both of us. She shrugs off her jacket, revealing a fitted tank top underneath. I notice the fine sheen of perspiration across her deep mocha skin and the way her chest rises and falls with each ragged breath. She catches me staring, but neither of us speaks. It's as though the threat outside intensifies what simmers between us. The memory of that near kiss hovers in the air, unresolved, fueling the sparks that keep flaring whenever we're close. I force my gaze to the side, trying to focus on the immediate problem. Survival. Yet my voice emerges low, almost rough. Are you all right? She nods, wiping sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Nothing a warm shower won't fix. Her words send a pulse of heat through me, ridiculous as it sounds. I swallow, stepping closer, adrenaline still spiking my senses. We were lucky back there, I murmur. Her jaw sets. Yeah. Not sure how many more times we can rely on luck. I exhale, dragging my fingers through my scalp. We'll figure out who's behind this. We have to. Silence stretches. Then she pushes out a short laugh, though it lacks real humor. You keep saying that, Cruz. We'll figure it out. Meanwhile, someone nearly puts a bullet in your skull every other week. I reach out on impulse, resting a hand on her shoulder. I can't run forever. Eventually, I need to stand my ground. Her gaze burns into me. We're both breathless from the chase, from fear. Something about being cornered with her in this bare-bones hideaway ignites the spark that's been growing since the day she saved my life in that parking garage. She shifts, stepping back slightly. For a moment, I expect her to brush me off. Instead, she just stares at me, lips parted, tension thrumming in the air. I feel the magnetic force that's been haunting us, every glare, every accidental brush of hands. Damien, she starts, voice rough with conflicting emotions. I lean in, heart hammering. Luna. My name on her lips sends a jolt down my spine. We stand there, locked in a silent standoff, each breath thickening the atmosphere. The raw edge of panic from the ambush lingers in our bodies, twisting into a potent form of desire. I can't say who moves first. Maybe we both do. In an instant, I close the gap, pulling her against me as our mouths crash together. It's not gentle or restrained. It's a collision of pent-up tension and unspoken need. She gives a low sound of frustration or relief. I can't tell which. She fists her hand in my shirt, hauling me closer.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I brush a hand gently over her shaved scalp, tracing the edge of her curls. She allows it, head resting on my shoulder, breath shallow. For a second, a wave of strange relief floods me, as though we've broken a barrier that's been torturing us for weeks. A bond forged in fire and bullets and raw need. Something permanent. But the moment can't last. Slowly, she shifts away, pushing herself up on shaky arms. I try to catch her gaze, but she avoids my eyes. Without a word, she stands, gathering the clothes strewn across the floor. The tension is back, different this time, but just as sharp. "Luna?" I murmur, reaching out. She shakes her head, jaw clenched. "Don't." My gut twists. "Talk to me. I know this changes things." She presses her palm to her forehead, like she's trying to ward off a headache. "We said this was a deal. A contract marriage to protect you. Get me my clinic, remember? This..." She gestures at the bed. At us. This wasn't part of the plan. I swallow against the rising tension, trying to keep my voice calm. We're not robots. You can't deny there was something building between us. Her gaze flicks to me, haunted. That doesn't mean we should have done it. She slips into her tank top, muscles taut. I can't, this complicates everything. I rise, unsteady, and start dressing. She keeps her back turned, shoulders tense. A foreign ache coils in my chest at her withdrawn demeanor. "We'll figure it out," I say quietly, echoing words I used before. Her laugh is harsh, lacking any trace of humor. "You keep saying that, Cruz, but I don't see solutions. I see more problems." 1,000 replies swarm in my head, from anger to apology, but none feel right. So I simply stare at her back, remembering the heat of her body against mine just moments ago. Now she's clamping down on any vulnerability, building a fresh wall that feels more impenetrable than ever. Silas's voice crackles over the safe house intercom, announcing that our team found a vehicle possibly linked to the ambush. I jump at the sound, tension snapping back to the forefront. Luna finishes tying her boots, then squares her shoulders. "I'm going to check the perimeter," she mutters, face set in an unreadable mask. "Make sure we're actually safe here." Before I can reply, she's out the door, footsteps echoing down the short hallway. I stand there, fully dressed now, the faint smell of gunpowder and sweat lingering in the stale air. My pulse pounds for more than just the adrenaline of the ambush. A chill skitters across my skin, despite the heat of what just happened. The fear that we've torn open a seam we can't mend grips my chest. I'm not used to second-guessing my actions, yet here I am uncertain if we've crossed a line that will undermine everything we built in shaky collaboration. The hush of the empty room offers no answers. My heart hammers with a mix of regret and a fierce wanting I can't deny. I remind myself that the threat remains, that we're still targets in a war we don't fully comprehend. But now there's an internal battlefield too, one I'm not sure how to navigate. Clenching my fists, I pick up my phone from the table and dial Silas, forcing myself to focus on the external crisis. The line crackles as he picks up, and I bark out orders to reinforce the safe house to track the attackers. The entire time, my mind flickers back to Luna, to the raw emotion in her eyes as she pulled away. I sense that our partnership has shifted, the dynamic forging a deeper connection we're both scrambling to deny. Whether this leads to an unbreakable bond or a fracture that destroys us, I can't predict. All I know is that we've passed a point of no return and nothing will be the same tomorrow.
Chapter 9. Luna. I can't get a full breath of air, not after last night. The memory of my body colliding with Damien's. The instant heat that raged between us. It's a loop playing in my head, no matter how hard I try to shove it aside. I'm supposed to be a professional, his bodyguard turned wife in name only, but everything got tangled in that safe house. Now I'm standing in the back of a sleek conference room at Cruise Corporation HQ, arms folded tight across my chest, ignoring the restless quiver in my stomach. Morning light streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the city below, a restless sea of glass and steel. Damien stands at the front, leading a briefing for his department heads. I can't stop focusing on the taut lines of his shoulders, the recollection of those same muscles tense under my fingertips. He's rattling off directives about security updates, staff rechecks, and deadlines for new projects. I catch a flick of tension in his voice, almost imperceptible. Nobody else seems to notice, but I do. He's trying to bury whatever lingers from last night under a polished veneer of leadership. I force myself to scan the row of employees. A few watch him intently, while others scribble notes or type on tablets. Silas, his right-hand man, stands near the door, expression firm. Something about Silas makes me cautious lately. I can't put my finger on it, but my instincts flare whenever he drifts closer. Damien wraps up the meeting. His department heads file out, some discussing bullet points, others quiet. The room empties quickly until only Damien, Silas, and I remain. Silas approaches with a folder. We got a notification from Homeland Security about possible ties between one of your business rivals and a new arms dealer. They requested a meeting this afternoon. Damien frowns, leaning against the table. Homeland Security? That's unexpected. Silas offers a tight nod. They said it's urgent. Damien glances at me and I shrug. Could be a shakeup or a bigger investigation behind the scenes, I say, voice clipped. No harm in hearing them out. Silas checks his watch. They'll arrive in an hour. My gaze slides to Damien. He nods slowly. Fine. Prepare the smaller conference room on the 18th floor. Fewer staff, less chance of prying eyes. When Silas leaves, the silence turns tense. Damien looks at me, something unspoken in his steel gray eyes. We haven't exchanged more than a few words since slipping out of that safe house. I woke early, avoided him as we returned to the penthouse. Now we're acting like everything's normal, except my pulse stutters every time we lock eyes. You okay? He finally asks, voice low. I stand a bit straighter. I'm fine. He lifts an eyebrow. Does fine mean you're still thinking about last night? My heart gives a hard thud. I'm here to protect you, Cruz, I say, ignoring his question. That's where my focus is. His jaw tightens. That's not an answer. I don't owe you an answer. I force the words out with more bite than intended. The second they leave my mouth, regret pricks my chest, but he doesn't flinch. If anything, his eyes narrow, frustration turning into a familiar guarded look. All right, he murmurs, inhaling slowly. Let's head upstairs. Double-check the space before Homeland Security arrives. I nod sharply and follow him out. The unspoken tension weighs on me like a physical pressure, but I clamp down on it. We have more critical matters to handle than an ill-advised tumble in a safe house. 40 minutes later, we're in the 18th floor conference room. I've run a security sweep, checked for listening devices, tested the communications link, verified the lock on the private elevator. Satisfied for now, I stand near the window, eyeing the bustling skyline. Outside, the day seems bright, but shadows creep in every corner of this building. Damien paces by the table, tapping his phone. Footsteps echo in the hallway. Silas appears, escorting 2 men. One is tall, broad-shouldered, with a cropped haircut and a stern expression. The second man. My stomach drops when I recognize him. Elias Rourke steps inside, dark hair neatly styled, wearing a trim navy suit that fits him like a glove. He's older than when I last saw him, but the same confident aura lingers around him like he always knows more than anyone else in the room. The moment his gaze meets mine, shock flickers across his face, followed by something I can't decipher. Surprise, regret, maybe both. He recovers quickly, clearing his throat and nodding to Damien. Mr. Cruz, Agent Rourke, Homeland Security. Damien watches me, eyes narrowing. My posture stiffens, and I fight to keep my voice steady. Long time, Elias. He dips his head, ignoring the tension saturating the space. Luna, I didn't realize you were... He stops, scanning my ring and my position next to Damien. With Mr. Cruz. She's my head of security, Damien says before I can reply, voice clipped. And my wife. The word wife lands in the room like a small explosion. Elias's lips press together. I see. Damien gestures for them to sit. Let's talk about why Homeland Security wants to meet with me. His partner, the broad-shouldered agent, steps forward. We have intel suggesting a known arms trafficker is funneling weapons to domestic groups that might target prominent CEOs, one of them being you, Mr. Cruz. Damien exchanges a loaded look with me. And you believe one of my business rivals is involved? Elias nods. We suspect a partnership that merges corporate funds with illegal arms distribution. We need your cooperation to find proof. Maybe share any suspicious dealings you've encountered. Damien rubs his chin, thinking. I've had repeated attempts on my life, sabotage within my company. If there's a connection, I want to root it out. Elias glances at me again. I can coordinate with your security lead. Make sure we're exchanging intel effectively. I grimace. We'll consider it, but I'd prefer not to have you in my operational space. He raises an eyebrow. We used to work well together, Luna. Damien's attention sharpens. Oh, you two know each other from before? Elias leans back, crossing his arms. We were engaged, he says bluntly, as if ripping off a bandage. Damien tenses, gaze sliding to me. I meet his eyes briefly, guilt swirling in my gut at the admission. He never pressed me for details of my past, and I never volunteered them. Engaged, Damien repeats, voice colder. Interesting. Elias shrugs. We served in the same unit, and our relationship developed. Didn't end well. He looks at me, regret flickering in his stare. I stiffen, memories swarming. Missions gone sideways. Losing people we cared about. The bitter end when trust shattered. That's ancient history, I mutter, forcing my voice to stay even. Damien squares his shoulders. Ancient or not, it's relevant if you expect to work with us. Elias exhales, turning his attention back to Damien. I have no personal agenda here. My assignment is to ensure your security from a federal standpoint. This potential threat is huge, and we can't ignore it. Damien nods once. I'll cooperate, but under Luna's supervision. She's the only one I fully trust. A ghost of a smirk crosses Elias's face. I wouldn't expect anything less from her, considering we trained together. She's the best. I shoot him a glare. Compliments don't erase what happened. He holds my stare, expression unreadable. I know. Silas clears his throat. looking uneasy with the personal tension filling the room. Shall we go over the specifics of what you need from Mr. Cruz? They launch into a brief discussion about data sharing and possible infiltration points. I stand back, arms crossed, barely absorbing the words. My mind churns with memories I tried to bury. Elias's betrayal on a mission. The moment he chose to prioritize career over loyalty. How I walked away from everything that day. I sense Damien's gaze flicking to me occasionally, jealousy lurking beneath his outward calm. Every time Elias addresses me directly, I feel the tension spike between me and Damien like a physical force. Once the meeting ends, Elias's partner steps out to make a phone call. Silas follows, leaving me, Damien, and Elias alone in the conference room. A hush falls, thick with old wounds and new suspicions. Elias breaks the silence first. I'm sorry to show up unannounced, Luna. If I'd known... Stop, I cut in, voice cold. You're here on business. That's it. He inclines his head. Right. I just wanted you to know I'm not looking to stir up anything. Damien's gaze flicks between us, jaw tight. You're here for my security. That's the priority, yes. Elias turns to him. Of course, Mr. Cruz. I'll be in touch with the specifics once we confirm a strategy. For now, keep your guard high. Damien's lips curl wryly. Trust me, we do. Without another word, Elias steps out, leaving me and Damien in a silence that feels like a slow-burning fuse. I exhale, ragged and unsure, my emotions tangled. Part of me is furious that Elias dared to resurface after so long. Part of me is wounded by the memories. Overshadowing everything is the knowledge that Damien just learned about my past in front of our enemy, or potential ally, whatever Elias ends up being. Damien moves closer, voice low. You never told me about him. I glare at the door Elias vanished through. My past isn't exactly a bedtime story. I didn't see a need to share. He sets his jaw. You were engaged. That might have been relevant. I turn on him, crossing my arms. Why? So you could judge me for having baggage? He scoffs. I'm not judging you. But it'd help if I knew your ex-fiancé works with the government and might suddenly appear in my building stirring up trouble. A wave of guilt and anger churns in my chest. I didn't plan on him walking through that door. Silence stretches, charged with unresolved feelings from our own entanglement, plus the new complications Elias brings. Finally, Damien exhales. Let's head back to my office. We can figure out how to handle Homeland Security's involvement. I nod tersely, feeling drained. He leads the way, and I follow at a slight distance, mind a whirl. We reach his office, a spacious domain of glass and polished surfaces. A swirl of conflicting emotions crashes over me. I recall last night in that safe house, how I peeled off layers of armor for one reckless moment with Damien. Now my ex-fiancé returns, dredging up the betrayal that once hardened my heart. Damien stalks to his desk, scrubbing his palm across his pale strands. Homeland Security investigating my rival, sabotage inside my ranks, and my ex showing up. Feels like everything's converging. I step closer, ignoring the pang in my chest at the mention of Elias. If Rourke truly wants to help, we can use it to our advantage, but we can't trust him blindly. Damien's eyes flash with jealousy. You think I don't know that? I tense, catching the accusatory undertone. Don't pin this on me. He exhales, shoulders sagging. I'm not, but I hate the way he looked at you, like he still has a claim. My pulse jumps. He doesn't, I say firmly. That door closed a long time ago. Damien studies me, expression torn between relief and frustration. Good. Silence. Outside, the city buzzes. oblivious to our personal collision course. I let out a slow breath, stepping back to restore some distance. My heart still races from the confrontation with Elias, and the tension with Damien isn't helping. Look, I mutter. This isn't the time to let personal history disrupt our focus. Elias's involvement is about the arms dealer, your rival, not me. Damien nods, some of the storm in his gaze receding. You're right. We should keep our eyes on the bigger threat. I lean against the edge of a glass table, crossing my arms. Exactly. Which means, if Elias wants to supply intel or coordinate security measures, we take it, carefully. One wrong move could compromise everything. He rubs his chin, brow furrowed. Agreed. And we keep Silas in the loop, but not too deeply. I'm still not sure I trust everyone on my team. We share a look of mutual understanding. The sabotage attempts, the infiltration, the sense that we're juggling conspiracies from multiple angles. Elias might be the missing piece, or another ticking bomb. Damien's phone buzzes. He glances at the screen, then shoves it into his pocket. Meetings back to back, he mutters. We'll reconvene in a couple of hours. In the meantime, be careful around Rourke. My jaw tightens. Careful is my middle name. You watch yourself too, Cruz. He half smiles, though it doesn't reach his eyes. You know me, always on guard. I push off the table, heading for the door. As I pass him, he lifts a hand, brushes it lightly against my arm. The fleeting contact sends a shiver down my spine, stirring images of last night that I've been trying to bury. His voice dips. About what happened between us. My throat constricts. We don't have time for that conversation right now. He nods slowly, hand dropping away. Soon, though. I give a curt nod, then slip out into the corridor. My pulse thunders, emotions tangled in a knot of desire, guilt, and frustration. One moment I'm reliving the searing contact we shared. The next I'm remembering how I once let Elias in, only to watch him betray my trust. As I walk through the hallway, staff hurrying past with documents and coffee cups, I can't help feeling like the building is closing in on me. Security cameras track every movement. Corporate chatter hums from behind closed doors. Somewhere a traitor is feeding information to whoever wants Damien gone. I vow to keep my head clear, to handle Elias's reappearance with level-headed focus. But even as I still my nerves, I sense an old wound throbbing, one that might be too fresh to ignore. Later that afternoon, I linger in the lobby. I've just finished a perimeter check. The glass walls allow an unobstructed view of the bustling street outside. My mind keeps cycling through potential dangers, scanning each passerby for possible threats. But my thoughts drift back to Elias's face, the regret in his eyes when he saw me, the undercurrent of jealousy that crackled from Damien when he discovered our history. The swirling complexities tighten my chest. I rub a hand over my forehead, forcing a deep breath. I've handled firefights, triage under live rounds, betrayals on the battlefield. But this emotional minefield feels just as treacherous. A tap on the side of my phone snaps me out of my thoughts. It's a text from Silas, instructing me to meet him in a private office upstairs about some new security measure. Resolved to keep pushing forward, I slip into the elevator and head up. One step at a time, that's how you survive a war zone. Right now, this corporate tower is my battleground, with Damien at the center. My heart might be tangled in confusion, but the mission remains the same. Keep him alive, uncover the traitors, and ensure that no further bullets or bombs find their mark. If Elias Rourke thinks he can waltz in, dredge up old memories, and complicate my mission, he'll discover that I'm not the same woman he left behind. I straighten my spine, determination fueling every breath. The elevator doors slide open, and I head down the corridor. Despite the turmoil spinning inside me, fresh from last night's secrets and today's personal bombshell, I remind myself that I'm stronger than my past. No matter what emotional collisions wait around the next corner, I won't be blindsided again.
Chapter 10. Damien. Morning light filters through the tinted windows of my penthouse, throwing streaks of pale gold across the hardwood floors. I stand at the dining table, phone in one hand, a half-drained cup of coffee in the other. My head aches from the swirl of conflicting reports and rumors. Every day there's a fresh hint that someone is undermining Cruise Corporation, some unscrupulous staff member feeding intel to my enemies. I snap at Silas over the phone. Find out who authorized that bogus shipment. I want names by noon. He murmurs an acknowledgement and hangs up, leaving me to brood in silence. I set the phone down and notice the tension in my hand. My knuckles ache from gripping it too hard. Outside, the city looms, tall spires punching at the pale sky. A brief rustle announces Luna entering the room. She's wearing black cargo pants and a plain t-shirt, hair trimmed on the sides, burgundy curls on top. Her posture radiates competence, but her eyes hold a distance that wasn't there before the safe house. We haven't spoken much about that night. Just slipped back into routines, peppered with uneasy glances. She approaches slowly, scanning me with those intense amber eyes. You look like you haven't slept. I haven't, I admit, downing the last of the coffee. It scalds my throat, but I barely feel it. More sabotage rumors, financial accounts shifting, shipments rerouted, and staff unaccounted for. She presses her lips together. Silas is still investigating? I grunt. Yes, but I'm not sure how far I can trust him. At this point, everyone's a suspect. She steps around the table, picking up a file. What about that new lead from Elias? Her voice dips on the name, betraying a flicker of discomfort. My chest tightens at the mention of him. Homeland Security agent, her ex-fiancé, the man who can't seem to stop hovering near her like a lingering specter. He's sniffing around a potential rival who might be funneling money to arms dealers. I force a shrug. But it's Elias. I don't like the way he looks at you. She gives me a long, measured stare. This isn't about me. It's about your safety. My heartbeat thumps harder. Stop acting like you don't notice how he wants back in your life. Her jaw sets. That's not happening. I want to believe her, but jealousy gnaws at me. The image of him strolling into my conference room, greeting her with that forced politeness, still burns in my memory. Fine, I growl, but keep him on a tight leash. I won't tolerate him making moves on my wife. She bristles. This arrangement doesn't give you the right to mark me as property. A retort springs to my lips, but I wrestle it down. That's not what I meant. She scoffs under her breath, scanning the file. We have bigger problems. Let's focus. Focus, right? Except I can't when I catch the faint bruise along her collarbone, a leftover from that night of reckless entanglement. My mind flips back to the safe house, the adrenaline-fueled moment that ended with us tangling in each other's arms. Every time I recall it, desire wars with regret. She notices my gaze lingering and snaps the file shut, stepping away. I'm heading to your office. We have that strategy session with your finance team soon. I nod stiffly. I'll meet you there. She vanishes into the hallway, boots clicking on the floor. I stand there, pulse unsteady, frustration rising. Elias is sniffing around. Sabotage rumors won't stop, and I'm locked in an internal tug-of-war with my own wife. 2 hours later, I'm pacing my office. Stacks of paperwork litter the desk. Contracts, incident reports, suspicious transactions. Silas hovers near the corner, giving me updates, but his voice sounds distant. My attention drifts to the corridor, where Luna is debriefing a pair of security specialists. My chest constricts at the sight of her posture, rigid, commanding, ignoring me entirely. She finishes up, sends them off, then strides into my office. We found discrepancies in the vendor list. Over a dozen payments flagged for possible laundering. I throw down a folder, ignoring the clatter it makes. Perfect. Another sign someone's funneling cash behind my back. She steps closer. We'll catch them. Her steady confidence grates on me, and I can't explain why. Maybe it's the avalanche of doubts swirling in my head. Elias, traitors, my own precarious position. My tone comes out sharper than intended. Yeah, you sound so sure. Meanwhile, I'm the one they're gunning for. She sets her jaw. You're the one who insisted on pushing forward without relocating or shutting down operations. You can't have it both ways. Expansion while hiding from your enemies. Anger flares. Are you lecturing me about how to run my empire? I'm telling you we need a better plan. Her voice lifts, frustration surfacing. It's my job to keep you alive, but every day you add more risk. I snap. Oh, right, your job. I forgot you're only here for the paycheck and that clinic you so desperately want. The moment the words leave my mouth, I want to take them back, but it's too late. Hurt flashes in her eyes, followed by icy fury. You think I'm just collecting a fee? I can't stop myself. That's what this marriage is, isn't it? A business arrangement. She exhales, hands curling into fists. You're crossing a line, Cruz. I press forward, voice dropping. Because maybe I'm sick of you telling me what I can or can't do while cozying up to your ex. Her cheeks flush, indignation fueling a glare that could cut through steel. Excuse me? I realize I've gone too far, but envy and paranoia push me onward. I see how he looks at you. How you keep meeting with him in private corners, exchanging classified info. Makes me wonder. She advances, eyes blazing. Wonder if I'm feeding him secrets. If I'm betraying you like Silas might be. Is that it? The shame in my chest tangles with anger. Is it so impossible? She sucks in a breath, clearly fighting for composure. If you really believe I'd sell you out, we're done. My heart rams against my ribs. You don't get to walk away that easily. She squares her shoulders, voice low. Watch me. Time seems to slow. We stand inches apart, tension radiating between us like a live wire. My mind screams that I'm letting fear twist me into a man I despise, a controlling force bent on destroying the only real ally I have left. She steps back, scanning me with a cold detachment. I'm serious. I agreed to this fake marriage to protect you. If you can't trust me, there's no point. A wave of desperation ripples through me. Luna, don't. She lifts a hand, stopping me. I won't be your punching bag. If you want me here, prove you trust me, or I'm gone. The ultimatum slams into my chest like a physical blow. Rage, guilt, and a twisted kernel of longing swirl in my mind. For several beats, I can't speak. Then I manage, in a voice that sounds foreign to my own ears. I'm sorry. She eyes me warily, as if unsure whether to believe it. Words don't fix everything. A knock on the door breaks the moment. Silas pokes his head in, expression tight. Mr. Cruz, we have a problem. I rub the spot between my eyes, fighting the urge to snap at him. What now? Your R&D lab discovered missing prototypes. Someone took them, blueprints, data, everything. My blood chills. Any leads? He shakes his head. Not yet. But it's an inside job. Luna crosses her arms, glancing between Silas and me. This can't be a coincidence. The sabotage is escalating. I cast a quick, uneasy look at her, remembering how I just accused her of betrayal. The shame returns, colliding with a fresh wave of anxiety. Lock down the lab. No one in or out. I'll head down there. Silas nods and hurries off, leaving me and Luna alone again. The tension is a heavy cloud, but I push past it, stepping toward the door. We need to handle this. She adjusts her shoulders. Agreed. We leave the office, walking side by side in a silence throbbing with unresolved conflict. We reach the elevator, staffers ducking away when they sense our stormy moods. The ride down to the R&D floor is swift, the hum of machinery echoing around us. At the lab, Chaos reigns. A frantic engineer waves a tablet explaining how entire design files vanished from their secure server. Another claims to have seen a suspicious figure in a hallway late last night. The swirl of speculation only heightens my frustration. Luna barks orders, telling people to calm down, to stick to crucial facts. I watch her in action, steadfast, composed under pressure. The same instincts that drew me to her in the first place flare up, reminding me she's the only person I trust to handle a crisis. Yet my own insecurity churns, stoked by the shadow of Elias and the sabotage that refuses to end. When we gather enough intel, Luna pulls me aside. "The infiltration is deep, Damien," she mutters, voice taut. "Blueprints for new encryption tech. Gone. That's a major blow." I press a hand to the back of my neck, tension coiling. "We'll recover," I say, though I'm not sure if I believe it. "But whoever did this is steps ahead." She nods grimly. "I'll coordinate with external resources. Maybe your grandmother's contact, that psychic, or Elias, if that's wise. We need every lead possible." I bite back the reflex to object. Instead, I let out a long breath. "All right. Do it." Her eyes flick over my face, caution laced with lingering hurt. "We'll talk later." I nod, unsure how to mend the damage from my outburst. "Later," I repeat, turning away. A few hours pass in a blur. Back in my office, I try to focus on calls with partners, smoothing ruffled feathers from the lost prototypes. My head throbs, and I toss back another cup of coffee, ignoring the churning in my gut. Eventually, the day winds down, and staff drifts home under heightened security. I remain behind, pacing near the window. Nightfall has blanketed the city in neon and shadows. The reflection of my tense figure stares back at me from the glass. A soft knock sounds at the door. Luna steps inside, shutting it behind her. My pulse picks up, remembering her vow to leave if I can't trust her. She leans on the doorframe, arms crossed. "I talked to Elias. He wants to share data on suspicious staff linked to potential arms dealers." Jealousy twinges again, but I stamp it down. "All right, that might help." She hesitates, gaze dropping to the floor. "Look, I meant what I said earlier. If you can't stop lashing out at me every time stress hits, this doesn't work." My throat constricts. "I know," I manage, voice rough. "It's not an excuse, but I'm spiraling with everything going on." Her shoulders relax a fraction. "I get that, but my loyalty shouldn't be in question. I'm here." I close my eyes briefly, guilt swamping me. "You're right. I crossed the line. It won't happen again." She regards me for a long moment, then nods. "Good." A sense of relief filters through me, though the tension remains. We're stuck in a knot of responsibilities, half-truths, and deepening emotions. After a beat, she steps forward, dropping her voice. "What you said about me wanting that clinic more than anything, it stung." My chest tightens. "I didn't mean it. Not like that. I know how important your dream is, and I respect it. I care more than I want to admit, honestly." Her gaze flicks up, meeting mine. "Yeah, me too," she says softly, then seems to catch herself, going rigid once more. "We can't let personal feelings muddy the mission. We stand together, or we fail." I swallow. "Agreed." The hush between us hums with unspoken tension. I consider stepping closer, bridging that fragile gap, but a flicker of warning in her eyes keeps me rooted. Instead, I break the silence in a rasp. "I won't break your trust again." She nods slowly, then turns toward the door. "One day at a time, Cruz." I watch her walk out, a swirl of conflicting emotions roiling in my chest. Everything's chaotic, sabotage intensifying, corporate deals on shaky ground, Elias sniffing around, and at the center, Luna and me, locked in a marriage that's no longer just a contract. I drop into my chair, raking both hands through my hair. My reflection in the glass behind the desk reveals a man on the verge of losing the careful control he's always relied on. With clenched teeth, I vow to hold it together. Push back at the traitors, keep Luna by my side, somehow survive whatever fate is throwing at me. One way or another, this empire stands or falls with the choices I make in the days to come. For the first time, I'm not sure if I can navigate the minefield without losing what little grip I have left.
Chapter 11. Luna. I bolt upright in bed, heart hammering against my ribs. Darkness envelops the penthouse bedroom, but I still see the afterimage of gunfire behind my eyelids. Sweat coats my skin, my pulse hammering in my ears. I blink rapidly, struggling to separate reality from the nightmare that clings to me like a phantom hand. In that twisted dream, I stand between Damien and a faceless shooter. The bullet is mine to take, hot metal shredding through my flesh. His voice echoes, calling my name as I slump to the concrete. I watch him fade, his gray eyes wide with horror. The dream always cuts off before I can grasp what happens next, yet the jolt of death lingers, dread coiling through my veins long after I snap awake. Exhaling shakily, I press a hand to my chest. It's been 2 weeks since we discovered sabotage is deeper than we imagined, and a few days since my ex, Elias, waltzed in with warnings about arms dealers targeting Damien. Ever since, these nightmares have returned, with brutal force. Mornings spent gasping for air, nights spent afraid to shut my eyes. I can't help questioning, deep down, if there's more to these visions than leftover trauma from war. I push the thought away and slide out of bed. Pale moonlight filters in through a narrow opening in the drapes. The city's skyline twinkles distantly, reminding me that danger lurks even amid bright lights and corporate steel. After quietly tugging on sweatpants and a t-shirt, I slip into the hall. I need water, or maybe just a moment alone to settle my hammering pulse. As I approach the kitchen, I notice Damien's office light is on, a faint glow under the closed door. My heart clenches at the reminder that he's still awake. Neither of us rests much these days, the tension spiking between us. Jealousy, half-spoken confessions, snapped accusations, only compounds the stress. I can't face him right now, not while my mind still reels from that gruesome dream. Grabbing a glass of water, I stand in the darkened living room, leaning against the counter. The nightmare flickers again, unbidden. The echo of a gunshot, the tearing pain, the frantic rush of my final breath. My eyes squeeze shut. What if these dreams mean something? I've never been superstitious, but something about the sheer repetition feels ominous. My phone buzzes, startling me enough to make me nearly drop the glass. I fish it out and see a single message. We need to talk. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. at the Riverside Park bench. Inez. I freeze. My mother. I haven't spoken to her in years. Not since we had our fallout over her so-called clairvoyance and the twisted fate she claimed I was born to fulfill. She vanished from my life, leaving behind cryptic warnings about impending disasters I didn't believe in. Yet here she is, summoning me like old times. Anxiety swirls in my gut, but curiosity prods me to respond. Fine, I send back, heart pounding. The next morning, 9:45 a.m., I slip out of the penthouse unnoticed. Damien left early for a meeting at the corporate tower. I told Silas I needed a personal errand. My gun is holstered under my jacket. I can't risk going anywhere unarmed. The nightmares still cling to me, and I'm too restless to endure the usual routine. My mother's summons is like a call I can't ignore. Riverside Park stretches along a narrow band of water, the winter air biting at my cheeks. People walk dogs or jog, ignoring the swirl of clouds overhead. I locate a solitary bench near a half-frozen pond. She's there, back turned, posture straight. Her dark hair is threaded with gray now, and her long coat whips in the cold breeze. My heart pounds against my ribs, memories of childhood swirling behind my eyes. I approach cautiously. She turns when she hears my footsteps, revealing the angular features we share. Arched brows, high cheekbones. She looks tired, as if worry has etched fine lines around her eyes. For a moment, neither of us speaks. Finally, I break the hush. Inez. She exhales. Luna, thank you for coming. Her voice wavers, haunted by regrets I don't want to revisit. We stand awkwardly for a beat. Then she gestures to the bench. I sit on one end, putting distance between us. She eyes my jacket, likely noticing the subtle bulge of my concealed firearm. A faint smile tugs her lips. You still don't trust me, do you? I shake my head. It's not about trust. I learned not to take risks. She nods, gaze shifting to the pond, where half a dozen geese waddle on the thin ice. I wouldn't blame you if you still resent me. I swallow. You left me after the accident. You told me everything was fate's fault, that we were cursed or something. Then you vanished. Her expression flinches with old guilt. I tried to protect you by distancing myself. My visions were too dangerous. The things I saw frightened me. I thought leaving might spare you from the path I sensed you'd walk. My jaw clenches. Well, we can see how that worked out. A hush falls again, broken only by the faint honk of geese. My mother turns toward me, eyes flicking down to the phoenix tattoo on my forearm. You've seen war, lost people close to you. Now you stand in the path of an even darker threat. I stiffen. Don't talk about it like it's destiny. I'm handling it. She studies me with the unsettling calm that used to unnerve me as a child. You're having nightmares, visions of your death. You see yourself shielding Damian Cruz. My muscles tense, a chill racing down my spine. How could you possibly know that? My voice cracks, betraying my shock. She sighs. My gift hasn't faded. Sometimes glimpses come, showing me your fate. You're locked into protecting him, but the cost is high. And if you continue down this path, I fear you'll be the one who pays the ultimate price. My pulse thrums like a drumbeat. That's ridiculous. I don't believe in unstoppable destinies. Her tone gentles. I understand your doubt, but I see the same outcome every time. You take the bullet meant for him. You won't survive unless you break away. My mouth goes dry. The dream's vivid image of me collapsing from a gunshot surges into my mind. Terror, flaring. This is what you wanted to tell me? That I have to abandon my mission? Abandon him to save my own skin? Inez's gaze flicks to the pond again. I'm not telling you what to do, but you deserve to know what's at stake. If you choose to remain, your life ends before you can see the future you long for. The clinic you want to build, your chance at healing others, gone. Bitterness wells up. So the big message is, run away. I press my lips together. Sounds familiar. She closes her eyes, maybe recalling how she ran from me years ago. Sometimes running is the only way to survive. Fate can be cruel, and you're on the wrong side of a prophecy that demands a sacrifice. A dark laugh escapes my throat. I can't believe I'm hearing this. I never wanted your prophecy talk. I wanted my mother. My chest constricts, memories of how her claims tore our family apart. Damian's grandmother said something similar. He has to marry before his birthday or die. Now you're telling me I'm the one who'll die if I protect him? She nods, sorrow coloring her face. Yes. 2 lines of fate crossing, both leading to tragedy if they remain intertwined. One life must pay, or both are doomed. The breeze stings my cheeks, or maybe it's the tears I refuse to shed. My thoughts swirl, warring with logic. Part of me wants to dismiss all of this as superstition, Another part wonders if the nightmares are more than just fear. I don't believe we're puppets of some cosmic script. She touches my arm lightly, caution in her movement. We each have choices, Luna. I'm only warning you. If you stay with him, the bullet that finds Damien will detour straight to your heart. A wave of nausea roils my stomach. I yank my arm free and stand, needing space. The realization hits me like a physical blow. The nightmares. The ominous sense that I'm walking a razor's edge. I have to go, I murmur, turning away. She calls after me softly. If you ever want answers, or a mother to talk to, find me. This time, I won't vanish. I don't look back. Every step away from that bench echoes with fresh uncertainty. An hour later, I'm back at the penthouse, perched on the couch while scanning security alerts on a tablet. Damien's out at a meeting, so the place is quiet. Too quiet for my state of mind. My mother's words churn in my thoughts, dredging up the dream of taking that fatal shot. I blink, noticing my hand trembling slightly. Annoyed, I force it to still. I sense footsteps behind me. Turning, I find Damien entering, expression drawn with fatigue. He pauses, gaze flicking over me. Did something happen? You look rattled. I weigh my words carefully. Telling him about Inez's warning might push him into protective mode or scoffing denial. We're already at odds with so many external threats. Another cosmic prophecy could crack our shaky foundation. I'm just worn out. I hedge, setting the tablet aside. He frowns, stepping closer. Is it about that message from Elias? Or corporate sabotage updates? I hesitate, then stand, crossing my arms. It's not about Elias. I told you, that's ancient history. This is about something older, deeper, more personal. My mother. Our fractured bond. The nightmares gnawing at me. But I can't possibly confess. He studies me, frustration flickering. You're shutting me out again. A surge of guilt and anxiety mingles in my chest. We all have secrets, Cruz. His jaw tenses. Yes, we do, but maybe we can't afford them anymore. Not if we plan to survive. That final phrase stings, echoing my mother's prophecy. I swallow hard. What do you want me to say? That I'm having nightmares about dying for you? That some part of me thinks it's real? His eyes widen, jaw slack for a heartbeat. Nightmares? About dying for me? I try to mask my dread, but the words tumble out. Yeah, it's been going on for a while. I figured it was standard PTSD or some weird anxiety, but it's recurring. I stifle the urge to mention Inez or the ominous prophecy. Don't read too deep into it. He steps closer, lifting his hand as if he might touch my arm. He hesitates, uncertain. I'm not a superstitious person, but I know you've seen real combat. If your gut says these nightmares matter, maybe we shouldn't ignore them. I scoff, ignoring the flutter in my chest at his concern. Nightmares aren't predictions. I'm just on edge. He nods slowly, but I sense his worry. If there's a risk that you'll get hurt protecting me, I interrupt, scowling. That's literally my job. I already took it knowing the stakes. He scrubs a hand over his face, torn between frustration and something softer. I don't want you sacrificing your life for mine. It's not worth it. Anger simmers. Stop deciding what's worth it. You're not the only one who gets a say. I made a choice. But if it gets too dangerous, I can walk away. My voice falters on the last word, remembering my mother's final plea. Walk away or die. He winces, as though the idea physically pains him. You do that, and I'm as good as finished. People are gunning for me, and I need someone who actually has my back. My heart twists at the vulnerability that creeps into his tone. He really trusts me. For all his arrogance and corporate might, he's never sounded more human. My mind flicks to Inez's warning. Continue this path, you die. But the guilt of leaving him unprotected gnaws at me. Which is stronger, my own survival or my loyalty? I swallow. I'm not going anywhere yet, but I can't promise I'll stay forever. If these nightmares escalate, or if I sense it's unstoppable, I might reconsider. His expression shudders, hurt mingling with fear. So you're half out the door? I grit my teeth. I'm being honest. We started this marriage as a contract, remember? Nothing is set in stone. The words taste bitter, overshadowed by the confusing swirl of emotions I harbor for him. He exhales, shoulders slumping. Fine, I guess that's better than lying. Just let me know before you vanish, okay? Yeah, I whisper, turning away. I will. That night, I escape to the gym on the penthouse's lower level. A punching bag hangs from the ceiling, an ugly, battered thing I can slam my fist into without mercy. That's exactly what I do. My fists pound the heavy canvas, left, right, left, trying to expel the rising dread in my chest. The air reeks of sweat and the faint tang of rubber mats. My muscles burn, but I crave the pain, the sensation that I'm still in control. Images reel in my head. Inez's face warning me to run. Damien's eyes reflecting fear at the possibility I might leave. Elias nosing around with Homeland Security leads. And always, that recurring nightmare. My body hitting the ground, bullet ripping through me. Minutes slide by, each blow echoing in the quiet gym. My breath comes in ragged gasps, adrenaline fueling every swing. Finally, my arms tremble with fatigue, and I let the bag sway, stepping back. My heart thuds like a drum, sweat dripping down my temple. A motion at the doorway startles me. Damien stands there, dressed in running pants and a t-shirt, arms folded. He doesn't speak, just watches me with an unreadable expression. I lift a hand, wiping sweat from my eyes. What do you want? He shifts, stepping into the room. I heard the bag rattling. Thought you might need water. He holds out a bottle, hesitating as if unsure I'll take it. I grab it without a word, twisting the cap and gulping the cool liquid. My lungs still burn, but the pounding in my chest slowly recedes. I sense him behind me, tense, perhaps fighting his own battle with unspoken fears. When I turn, he's near enough to catch the faint tremor in his posture. You okay? I ask quietly, the question returning to him now. He gives a one-shoulder shrug. I'm dealing with it. Same, I say, letting out a hollow laugh. We're both so great at dealing. He steps closer, gaze flicking to my taped knuckles. You should rest. You're pushing yourself too hard. A surge of frustration blossoms in my chest. This is how I cope. If you want to lecture me, go ahead, but it won't help. He sighs. I'm not lecturing. I'm worried. That's all. The softness in his voice erodes some of my defensiveness. I drop onto a nearby bench, chest heaving. He settles beside me, not touching, but close enough I feel the warmth of his body. The hush lengthens, and for once it doesn't pulse with anger. Finally, I speak, quiet as a confession. I don't want to die, Damien. I saw too many good people fall in combat. I always swore I'd be the one who survived, who walked away. He looks at me, sincerity in his eyes. Then walk if you have to. I can't chain you here. The raw honesty of his words shakes me. Are you giving me permission to abandon you? He averts his gaze, voice rough. I'm saying I'd rather see you alive and far away than in a grave because of me. You don't owe me your life. Something splinters in my chest. Conflict, longing, gratitude. No, I don't. But maybe I owe you something else. My mother says it's fate that one of us dies. I hate that concept. Feels like a rigged trap. I shift, the memory of her warning stinging. But I can't just leave yet. Not with things so chaotic. He reaches out, covering my hand with his. The contact jolts me. Maybe we fight this supposed fate together, he murmurs, instead of letting it corner us. My throat tightens at the vulnerability in his voice. This is the man who built a business empire and wields power like a weapon. Yet he's letting me glimpse the cracks beneath his armor. All right, I whisper, emotions swirling. We fight it together. He presses his palm to mine, and for a moment, the tension dissipates. I realize with a quiet pang that, despite everything, a quiet voice inside dares me to stay by his side longer than I ever intended. Later that night, sleep eludes me once more. I lie in bed, the city lights painting faint patterns on the ceiling. That horrifying vision lurks at the rim of my consciousness, teasing me with the possibility of finality. My phone rests on the nightstand. I consider calling Inez back, demanding more details. But I can't handle another cryptic prophecy tonight. Instead, I slip out of bed and wander into the corridor. The door to Damien's room is shut. No light beneath the frame. For once, he must have turned in early. A small comfort that perhaps we'll both get a few hours of rest. My eyes drifts to the window overlooking the city. I stand there, arms wrapped around myself, pondering how I came to this point. Married to a man I plan to guard, grappling with warnings of my own demise, torn between loyalty and survival instincts. A single whispered thought threads through my mind. What if the dream is right? What if I'm meant to take the bullet? Fury sparks in my chest at the idea of blindly accepting that end. I choose who I protect, and I decide if I live or die. No vision or prophecy can force me to surrender my future. Yet a trickle of doubt creeps in. If I stay, will the bullet find me anyway? I draw a slow breath, hands tightening into fists. I'm not giving up, not yet. I vow to unravel the threat swirling around Damien, expose the traitor, and ensure no bullet snuffs out either of us. If it means confronting my estranged mother's dire warnings or defying fate itself, so be it. For once, I hope I can break the pattern of my nightmares, shatter the loop of violence my subconscious insists is coming, because I'm not ready to die, and I'm not ready to let him go. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Damien. Stand by my office window, staring out at a twilight skyline that feels sinister despite its glittering lights. My reflection in the glass looks tense, shoulders rigid beneath my suit jacket. These days I don't recall the last time I breathed easy. Every moment churns with suspicion and unsolved threats. Luna's footsteps approach from behind. I hear her quietly slip inside, and my pulse skips. She says nothing, just waits for me to turn and acknowledge her. Lately, there's a fragile balance between us. Days ago, she hinted at leaving if her safety demanded it, and I can't bring myself to blame her. Finally, I pivot, meeting her gaze. She's wearing a slim, black tactical vest and dark pants, holster strapped firmly to her thigh. The flicker of vulnerability I once glimpsed is buried behind her usual, cool composure. Still, in those amber eyes I sense worry that matches my own. She arches a brow. You look like you've been standing there for hours. I force a shrug, ignoring the weariness in my voice. I've been trying to piece together the sabotage evidence. Silas said he'd have answers by tonight, but I can't shake this feeling something huge is about to drop. Her lips tighten. I did my own checks. The footprints in your finances, the leaked shipping routes. Someone has direct knowledge of your operations. This can't be random. My chest constricts with anger. We're missing an inside link. That's the only explanation. She glances at the clock on the wall. Silas is late, isn't he? I clench my jaw. Yes, he was supposed to meet me half an hour ago. No call, no text. Her expression hardens. That's suspicious. I find him so suspicious, but you don't believe me. Want me to try tracking him down? I drag my fingers through my hair in frustration, exhaling a low curse under my breath. Do it. Start with the security staff and find out where he was last seen. She nods briskly, stepping out. The door clicks shut behind her, leaving me alone in this silent room once more. I press my palm to the glass window, frustration mounting. If Silas, my second-in-command, can't be trusted, who's left? I built Cruise Corporation from the ground up, forging alliances I thought were ironclad. But now everything feels shaky. Board members whisper behind my back, deals falter, and bullets whiz too close. A beep from my phone breaks my reverie. A text from Elias Rourke. I have new intel, but time is short. Contact me ASAP. I roll my eyes. That man has already set my nerves on edge, especially with how he hovers around Luna. At least if he's on Homeland Security's payroll, he might offer insight into the arms smuggling angle. But trusting him is another matter entirely. My phone buzzes again, this time from an unknown number. I answer warily. Damien Cruz. A muffled voice. Think you're so untouchable, Cruz? If you want your precious empire to stand another day, meet me at the old shipping dock on Pier 9, tonight. Alone. The call cuts off before I can respond. My heart thuds. Another threat delivered with brazen arrogance. Could it be a trap? More than likely. But if it's connected to the sabotage, I need details. I spin around to find Luna re-entering, the tension in her stance growing. I can't locate Silas. Nobody's seen him in the last 2 hours, she says, voice clipped. I tighten my grip on the phone. He might have gone rogue. She narrows her gaze. You think he's behind it all? My gut churns. If he is, I need proof. The thought of Silas being the traitor twists my stomach. He's been by my side for years, calm, collected, always ready to handle the details I despise. Yet it fits too neatly. The only one who had full access to every layer of my network is the prime suspect by default. Luna steps closer, lowering her voice. If Silas truly is the mole, there's no telling how deep the betrayal runs. Are we meeting with him? Confronting him? I glance at the phone screen. I just got a call demanding I come to Pier 9 alone. Could be the saboteur. Could be a trap. Either way, that's where I'm going. Her mouth sets in a hard line. You're not going alone! A flicker of warmth mingles with frustration in my chest. She's so protective. It stirs conflicting emotions in me, gratitude and a stubborn desire to stand on my own. The caller specified I go solo. She lets out a short, humorless laugh, and I'm sure they'll be honest about their intentions. I'm coming. We'll do it covertly. 2 vehicles, you in one. Me shadowing. I scowl, not wanting to drag her into more danger. But the memory of bullets nearly taking me out, the sabotage that keeps escalating, I realize she's right. Fine, I concede, voice brittle. But keep your distance. If anything happens, I don't want you caught in the crossfire. Her eyes flare with quiet anger. Don't tell me how to do my job, Cruz. I bite back a retort. The tension stands thick between us for a heartbeat. Then she storms out to arrange our departure, leaving me with swirling thoughts and clenched fists. Later, I drive toward the deserted pier, city lights fading behind me. The wind whips off the water, rattling the old chain-link fence. Rusting shipping containers loom like silent sentinels in the faint moonlight. I park my car a short distance from the specified location, scanning the gloom for any sign of movement. Anxiety sets my pulse racing, but I maintain a steady hand on the steering wheel. I step out, phone at the ready, every sense keyed up. The harbor stinks of oil and salt, the metallic tang of corroded metal thick in the air. A single overhead lamp flickers near the end of the dock, illuminating battered crates. No sign of life, but that doesn't mean no one's watching. Suddenly, footsteps echo behind me. I whirl, adrenaline surging. Silas emerges from the shadows, a pistol resting at his side. My heart pangs with immediate disbelief. Silas? He tilts his head, features eerily calm. You shouldn't have come, Damien. Rage and sorrow collide in my chest. You're the one behind this. Why? He laughs softly, though there's no humor in it. Let's say I got tired of playing second fiddle. Your empire is massive, your deal's unstoppable. But you never considered how some of us might want a piece of the action. I found someone who pays better. I clench my jaw, an ache building behind my temple. So you sabotage me from within, hand over security details to my enemies. You tried to get me killed. Was it money that easy to come by? His eyes flicker with something like resentment. It was a business decision. You taught me well. Do whatever it takes to secure the best position. The words slice. I never taught you to backstab and murder. He lifts the pistol, pointing it directly at my chest. My stomach lurches, but I stand my ground, determined not to show fear. Well, maybe I added a personal touch, he says, voice loaded with scorn. You made me feel like a lackey. I wanted more. And now I have it. Before I can reply, a faint click sounds from behind a stack of crates. Luna emerges, gun raised, eyes blazing with cold fury. Drop it, Silas! He startles, but recovers quickly, leveling the weapon at her. Oh, I see you brought your attack dog, Cruz. Should have known you wouldn't follow instructions. She ignores the barb, stepping closer. I said drop the gun. He smirks. Or what, you'll shoot me in front of your beloved boss? I swallow, heart pounding. Silas, it's over. You've lost the element of surprise. His gaze darts between us. Maybe, but I still have the upper hand. If I put a bullet in your chest, I walk away. My new associates will shield me. Luna's fingers tense on the trigger. You'll get 2 shots off at best before I drop you. The standstill crackles with tension. My mind races. I can't let her risk everything here. I see the determination in her eyes, that protective instinct overshadowing caution. She'd take a bullet for me if it came down to it, which only stokes my fear. Silas's lip curls. You two really think you can walk away unscathed? Not a chance. My people are scattered around, waiting for my signal. A surge of defiance bursts through me. Then you should have shot me already because it's over for you. He hesitates just a fraction, and Luna seizes the moment. She sidesteps, firing a round that whizzes past his shoulder, forcing him to duck behind a crate. My pulse spikes as he returns fire. The crack of gunshots echoes across the pier, scattering a few lurking seagulls into the night sky. I drop behind a pile of wooden pallets, adrenaline flooding my veins. Luna darts between containers, eyes locked on Silas's position. Another shot. Sparks fly where a bullet ricochets off metal. I can't believe this is Silas, a man I once trusted with every piece of my business. Yet here we are, exchanging gunfire under flickering lamps on a grimy pier. My hands clench around the briefcase I brought, empty now, a decoy in case the enemy demanded ransom. Luna catches my eye, gesturing silently. We flank him. I nod, heart rattling in my chest. We move in tandem. She circles left, I circle right. Silas curses, laying down erratic fire to keep us pinned. A bullet grazes the corner of a crate near my head. Splinters shower me. I grit my teeth, inch forward. My mind spins with regret and anger. This is my own doing, ignoring all the red flags for too long. Suddenly, Luna slides behind Silas, forcing him into a narrow gap. He realizes it too late. His eyes flick wide, and he raises the gun in a frantic attempt. She fires once, precise, striking his wrist. He cries out, weapon clattering to the ground. Blood darkens his sleeve. I rush in, kicking his gun away. He slumps against the crates, breathing hard, pain twisting his face. Luna keeps her pistol trained on him, voice cold as ice. Game over, traitor. He grits his teeth, glaring up at me. You always said you were unstoppable. Guess I believed it. But I almost proved you wrong, didn't I? My stomach roils at the bitter truth in his words. Why, Silas? Was it just the money? Where are you reinforcements? I guess they sacrificed you. His lips curl back and he snarls. Money, power, everything you hoarded for yourself. You never saw me as a partner, only a sidekick. So yeah, I found a better deal. He looks desperate, as if his situation finally sinks into him. Luna's stance remains unyielding. We're turning him in, Cruz. I nod, though rage throbs through me, tempting me to end it here. He nearly got me killed, orchestrated a series of attacks. But Luna's unwavering gaze reminds me we can't sink to that level. I yank out my phone, calling the private security team that's en route. We have him. Pier 9, behind Container Row. Silas laughs through clenched teeth. Good luck with the rest of them. One traitor down doesn't end this. There are bigger sharks waiting to devour you. My jaw tightens. Let them try. He coughs, swearing under his breath. You think having her... He flicks his gaze at Luna. Makes you invincible? She'll be the reason you lose everything. Mark my words. Luna's eyes flash with fury, but she doesn't rise to the bait. She just keeps the gun leveled at him until the roar of approaching vehicles signals our backup. Later, we stand by the SUV, watching security personnel load Silas into a separate car. My head swims with equal parts relief and betrayal. Silas was the anchor of my team, the man who handled the fine details while I forged deals. Now every recollection sours with the knowledge he sold me out. Luna touches my shoulder lightly. You okay? Her voice is quiet, lacking sarcasm for once. I let out a ragged exhale. No, but I'm alive, so that's something. She nods, stepping closer. The adrenaline still sparks through us, the tension of the firefight lingering in the night air. I see concern in her eyes, and an unexpected wave of gratitude washes over me. Thank you, I murmur, for saving me again. She drops her gaze as if uneasy with praise. That's my job, right? I swallow the urge to say more, that it's not just a job anymore, that I can't stop thinking about her even when I'm furious or cornered. But the words choke in my throat. Admitting that feels like placing my heart on the line, and I'm not ready. Security vehicles pull away, carrying Silas to a holding facility until the authorities deal with him. My phone buzzes incessantly. Elias, no doubt, or perhaps anxious board members. I silence it. Right now, I can't handle more demands. Luna gestures to the driver of our SUV, indicating we're heading back to the penthouse. As we climb into the back seat, the hush between us crackles with unspoken tension. She glances at my trembling hands, then flicks her gaze to the window. During the ride, I wrestle with a maelstrom of emotions. Relief that we caught the mole, outrage at the betrayal, and a flicker of unnamed longing that surges whenever I glimpse Luna's reflection in the tinted glass. I resent the hold she has on me, even as I crave her presence. She quietly checks her weapon, reholstering it with practiced efficiency. The air inside the vehicle feels stifling, as if we're both playing a silent game of ignoring the simmering attraction. We pass under flickering streetlights, the city's neon glow painting her features in shifting blues and pinks. I nearly speak, but clamp my mouth shut. The words in my head, "Are you all right? I'm sorry for all of this. I want to keep you close," clashes with the armor I keep so carefully in place. Love is leverage, a weakness I've always refused. My grandmother's prophecy about my death, Luna's mother's dire visions about her death, none of it fosters a safe space for admitting anything real. We arrive at the penthouse building, hustling upstairs under guard. Once inside, she sets her gun on the kitchen counter to strip the magazine and check the chamber. She does it with a smooth calm that only heightens my awareness of her. I stand a short distance away, trying to swallow my saliva, but there's no moisture left. Eventually, she glances at me. "We should get some rest. Tomorrow will be another battle." My throat feels tight. "Right. Good idea." She hesitates, as if expecting me to say more. When I stay silent, she gives a curt nod and walks off to her room, leaving me alone in the vast living area. Sinking onto the sofa, I press my palms to my face. I caught the traitor, but the truth has shattered what remained of my trust. My mind replays Silas's taunts. "She'll be the reason you lose everything." I gave it the hallway where Luna disappeared. For a moment I picture her asleep, nightmares haunting her just as sabotage dogs me. The impulse to knock on her door surges, but I stifle it, telling myself that crossing that line again would only complicate matters. Because no matter how much I ache to hold her, to bury my face in the curve of her neck, and forget everything else, I can't show that weakness. If I let her in too deeply, I'll unravel. And if she leaves, I won't survive the fallout. I lean back, staring at the ceiling's faint reflections. My second in command has sold me out. Enemies swirl around me. My wife in name only is the one person I can't afford to lose, yet I can't admit that out loud. Clenching my jaw, I vow to keep going. Tomorrow, I'll face the board and rally them against the infiltration. I'll coordinate with Elias if I must, swallowing my resentment for the sake of finding out who else lurks in the shadows. I'll continue to stand side by side with Luna, letting her watch my back, even as I deny the hammering in my chest that begs me to trust her with more than my life. At least for tonight, the traitor is in chains and we both remain standing. That has to be enough. Yet a whisper in my mind refuses to quiet. How many more betrayals will it take before everything collapses? Deeper still, an even quieter voice wonders, will you let love slip through your fingers because you're too scared to surrender control? I rub my eyes, refusing to face that question. Instead, I drag myself off the sofa and head to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. The night seeps in, and I brace for another restless few hours. Perhaps tomorrow will bring clarity, or deliver a new onslaught of threats. Either way, I'll face it behind my carefully erected defenses, refusing to let anyone see the cracks. After all, I can't afford to crumble. Not while fate and enemies alike are circling, eager for my downfall.
Chapter 13. Luna. The storm clouds gathering over the city reflect my mood. I stand at the enormous window in Damien's penthouse, arms wrapped around myself. Wind howls beyond the glass, rattling it just enough to remind me that nothing is truly safe. Not even up here, where wealth and power once made me think we were untouchable. His birthday is only days away, a date both of us have tried to ignore. For him, it's supposed to be a deadly deadline foretold by Mama Esperanza. For me, every dream and cryptic warning from my mother suggests I'll be the one who pays the price if I stay. I can't ignore the visions of dying in his place anymore. The risk is too great. I close my eyes, recalling how Inez, my estranged mother, warned me that if I protect him, I'm the one destined to bleed. Since then, each night has dissolved into a swirl of nightmares, each morning tainted by dread. I thought I could handle it, but my gut churns with the certainty that if I remain, I'll never see another sunrise on my own terms. That's why I have my duffel packed in the guest bedroom, tucked beneath the bed. I'm leaving tonight. No goodbyes, no second chances. I can't bear the thought of him trying to stop me with pleas, logic, or worse, a confession of feelings I can't afford to reciprocate. A faint shuffle reaches my ears. I turn and see him in the doorway. Damian Cruz, scion of a threatened empire, my legally bound husband, and the man whose presence fills every moment of my life with tension I can hardly contain. He's wearing a dark button-down shirt, sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing the faint bruise on his forearm from our last shootout. Even bruised, he carries himself with a cool arrogance that drags my gaze over him more than I'd like. He studies me, and worry flickers across his features. "You've been standing there a while," he says quietly, stepping into the room. I force a shrug, the ache in my chest persistent. "Just thinking." He draws closer, searching my eyes for something. "You look like your mind's 100 miles away." If only he knew. "Maybe it is," I murmur, turning back to the window to avoid meeting his gaze. He exhales, tension spiking the air. We manage to corner the traitor, Silas, yet we're both still on edge. I don't blame you for wanting some distance. My heartbeat accelerates as he moves nearer, the subtle warmth of his body cutting through my defenses. We've been orbiting each other in uncertain circles since the night we discovered Silas's treachery. Stolen glances, half-finished conversations, unspoken apologies. None of it settles the twisting inside me. The knowledge that I can't stay. I steady my breath. "Distance might be the only solution left," I say, my voice sounding too flat. He stills behind me, close enough that I feel his tension like a physical force. We're so close to unraveling this entire conspiracy. If you're talking about leaving, now's not the time. A note of desperation creeps into his voice, and it tugs at a fragile part of me. I grip the windowsill. He doesn't know I'm leaving tonight. "Damian, it might be the only choice. There are lines I can't cross, promises I made to myself, survival first." He shifts, placing a tentative hand on my shoulder. My breath hitches at the contact. "Survival can mean we fight together," he murmurs. "You don't have to run." I fight the urge to let my eyes drift shut under his touch. "You sound awfully sure." A quiet laugh escapes him, humorless. "I'm not sure of anything. I just know the thought of you vanishing tears me apart more than any bullet could." My heart constricts. Memories of my mother's dire warning swirling with the flicker of relief that he cares. But caring is exactly the risk I can't take. If I let him inside even more, if I stay until his cursed birthday, I'll seal my fate. You'll die for him. My mind replays Inez's words like a broken record. I turn, shrugging off his hand. "Don't start with that. We both know this was a contract marriage, arranged to cheat some prophecy. Now we're tangled in sabotage and conspiracies. It's complicated." He finishes for me, lips curving in a wry twist. My throat tightens. "Yeah." We lock eyes, tension radiating in the narrow space between us. The storm outside intensifies, wind whistling around the tall structure. My mind buzzes with the plan forming in my chest. Pack your things after he sleeps, slip away before dawn. By the time he wakes, I'll be gone, saving us both from the inevitable disaster. Yet he steps closer, his voice lowering to a tone that nearly unravels me. I've been a fool, avoiding how I feel, telling myself I don't believe in fate. But you turned my life upside down, and I can't pretend otherwise. Heat rushes through me, a craving as strong as fear. You're only saying that because you're cornered by threats. Desperation does weird things. He shakes his head. It's not desperation. It's the truth I've avoided for too long. His hand lifts, gently brushing a stray curl from my forehead. That single touch cracks something in my resolve. I need you. I swallow hard, words jamming in my throat. I need you too. My heart wants to say, but my logic screams no. If I confess, I'll never escape, and that bullet might find me like in all those nightmares. I inhale, about to say some cynical retort, but the look in his eyes, intense, haunted, and stops me cold. A flicker of vulnerability passes between us, the hush throbbing with longing. My next breath comes unsteady, and before I can talk myself out of it, I slide a step forward, letting his warmth envelop me. We hover there, uncertain, seconds stretching. Then his mouth finds mine in a slow, tentative kiss that unravels every barrier I've rebuilt. My pulse kicks. This isn't the rough, desperate intimacy from the safe house. It's gentler, nearly reverent, as though we're both terrified of breaking whatever fragile space we occupy. He pulls back slightly, inhaling raggedly. Luna, he whispers, my name a plea that weakens my knees. I hate how easily he shakes me, but I also can't pull away, so I tug him closer, fingers curling in his shirt. He responds by deepening the kiss, a slow burn igniting in my chest. In that moment, the storm raging outside mirrors the swirl of emotions between us. Swirling, fierce, unstoppable. I lose sense of the room, guiding him back until we collide with the wide couch. We stumble, half laughing, half gasping, and end up tangled together in a tangle of limbs and heated breath. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I meant what I said, he murmurs, voice rough. I need you. My heart flutters, tears threatening. I trace a fingertip along his jaw, committing the feel of his stubble to memory. I know, I whisper, not trusting myself to say more. If I speak honestly, I'll collapse into confessions I can't afford. He presses his forehead to mine, eyes sliding shut. Stay. The word wrenches something in me. My breath catches. Damien? He lifts his head, a tremor in his voice. Please, don't run. We'll break this prophecy or whatever tries to tear us apart. You're stronger than fate. Tears edge my lashes, but I force them back. It's not that simple. He exhales, pulling me in for a lingering kiss. I don't care how complicated it is. I close my eyes, letting the finality of my choice solidify in my mind. I'll leave at dawn. It's the only way to keep him safe from my mother's dire predictions and keep me alive, no matter how it shreds my heart. I can't speak, so I answer with another kiss, pouring all my regrets into the contact. Eventually, exhaustion drapes over us. We shift onto the couch cushions, half covered by a throw blanket I tug from the side. He wraps an arm around my waist, holding me like I'm precious. And it nearly breaks me. I pretend to let sleep take me, but my mind reels. Remember this, I beg myself, because it's the last time. Dawn creeps into the penthouse, a pale glow stretching across the living room. My eyes crack open, and I feel the steady rise and fall of Damien's chest beneath my head. He's still asleep, hair disheveled, face smoothed free of that constant worry. My chest aches with the urge to stay in his arms, but the nightmares and warnings echo in my mind. If you keep protecting him, you will die. I lift my head, careful not to wake him. He stirs a bit, but doesn't rouse. My heart feels like it's being squeezed. Slowly, I slip free of his grasp, ignoring how every cell in my body protests. Go, I remind myself. Better this small heartbreak than the final bullet. I gather my discarded clothes, tug them on with trembling hands. His shirt lies crumpled on the floor, and for a moment I nearly steal it as a memento. Instead, I leave it where it is. The less evidence of me, the easier this will be for him to accept, or so I tell myself. Stepping quietly, I cross the living room, grabbing my duffel from the guest room. The windows show the first hints of sunlight breaking through storm clouds. The city below stirs to life. This is my chance to vanish before he wakes. No messy arguments or pleas that might break my resolve. I pause at the entryway, glancing back at Damien's sleeping form on the couch. My throat tightens painfully. Goodbye, I whisper in my head, though my lips can't form the word.
Chapter 14. Damien. The penthouse feels eerily silent without her. I stand in the main living area, staring at the couch where we last shared something so profoundly real that it made the rest of the world fall away. That's where I woke up, alone, blankets kicked aside, and no trace of her beyond the hollow ache lodged in my chest. She's gone. It's been days since Luna slipped out at dawn. I've replayed that morning 1,000 times, wondering how I didn't sense her leaving, how I let my guard drop enough for her to vanish. Maybe it's the prophecy, maybe it's my pride, but something tells me she believed disappearing was the only way to save us both. I've called her so many times I lost count. Each attempt rolls straight to voicemail. I text, no reply. The emptiness shreds my focus. Even the looming crisis with my empire seems secondary. My 33rd birthday looms in less than 24 hours. Abuela's warning about my death throbs in my mind like a tumor I can't cut out. There's a bitter irony to it all. I spent so long insisting I didn't believe in curses, yet now I hover on the eve of the date that might end me. Stepping over to the tall window, I watch the city lights spark against a dusk sky. We've had new threats daily. Anonymous calls hinting at final showdowns, scattered remnants of Silas's network pulling strings behind the scenes. My board is uneasy, partnerships waver. My phone buzzes incessantly with messages from anxious stakeholders, each one more demanding than the last. Despite all this turmoil, every free thought returns to the question, where is Luna? A knock on the door draws me out of my spiral. Silas's replacement, a level-headed ex-military man named Croft, enters with cautious steps. Mr. Cruz, apologies for interrupting. Your grandmother's been trying to reach you again. She sounds upset. I set my jaw. Tell her I'm busy. He hesitates. Sir, she insists it's urgent. I sigh, scrubbing a hand down my face. Fine. I pick up my phone from the coffee table and tap to return Abuela's call, motioning for Croft to give me some space. He slips out, leaving me to brace for the inevitable lecture. The line clicks, and Mama Esperanza's voice crackles, fraught with tension. Damien, you stubborn fool. You know what day tomorrow is. I force a dry laugh. I've got a calendar. So do you, apparently. She breathes hard, concern lacing her words. My dreams are loud again. Shadows hovering around you. You need to be with her on your birthday. Where's your wife? The mention of her name sets my nerves alight. I don't know, I admit softly, swallowing the heaviness in my throat. She left. Abuela swears in Spanish, voice trembling. Then fix this, Miko. You two must be together or fate will devour you. I can't bear losing you. Guilt claws at me. I tried calling her. She's not answering. She exhales, the sound crackling with age and worry. She cares about you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed as long as she did. Find her. I close my eyes, pressing 2 fingers to my temple. I'm doing everything I can. She's vanished. She might be out of the city, for all I know. A pause. Then Abuela's tone turns almost pleading. Damien, don't let pride cost you your life, or hers. With that, she hangs up, leaving me standing in the hush of my penthouse, phone clenched tightly in my hand. My gaze drifts to the final rays of sunset bleeding across the horizon. Don't let pride cost me my life. I think it's too late for that. Pride and fear drove us both to this brink. An hour later, I'm in my office, sifting through stacks of paperwork. The company is on shaky ground. Rumors swirl that some rival might stage a hostile takeover. Silas's betrayal left our finances exposed, and we've spent weeks patching holes. My CFO paces on the other side of the desk, rattling off numbers I barely process. Eventually, I hold up a hand, cutting him off. Enough. I get it. Our investors are nervous, and we risk a stock crash if we don't secure new deals. He nods grimly. Precisely, and the board wants reassurance. They've scheduled an emergency meeting tomorrow, your birthday, to address these concerns. A bitter laugh escapes me. Of course they did. On the day I'm supposed to wed or die, they want a board meeting. Perfect timing. He lowers his voice. Apologies, sir, but we can't delay. The stock might plummet if we ignore them. Fine, I snap, waving him out. The second he leaves, I slouch in my chair, exhaustion weighing me down. I'm losing everything, piece by piece. My phone taunts me from the edge of the desk, an unspoken reminder of the calls Luna won't return. I can't sit idle. I fish out my phone, scanning through contacts, searching for any clue. Instead, I find the last text I sent her. No response. My stomach twists at the memory of how we spent our final night together, soft words and hungry kisses that ended with me waking alone. The knowledge that she must have planned it haunts me. I try calling one more time, straight to voicemail. I slam the phone down, cursing under my breath. If I can't find her, maybe Elias can. He's Homeland Security with resources I lack. The thought sets my teeth on edge, jealousy flaring, but my pride is less important than her safety. Grinding my teeth, I tap out a message to Elias. We need to talk. It's about Luna. Call me. I don't add please, but a pang of desperation stirs in my chest. Let him read between the lines. By nightfall, I'm prowling the penthouse halls, too restless to sleep. My new security chief, Croft, corners me near the entrance. Sir, is everything all right? Your grandmother asked me to check on you. She's worried you're not resting. I glare at him, arms folded. I don't need a babysitter. And you can tell Abuela I'm fine. He inclines his head, not questioning further. Once he's gone, I slip outside onto the penthouse balcony, letting the cool wind lash my face. The city sprawls below, thousands of lights, each a life that isn't tangled up in prophecy and looming birthdays. Tomorrow, the day I've ridiculed for so long, might actually kill me, or kill Luna if she returns. I recall her quiet words about self-preservation, the haunted look in her eyes when she confessed nightmares of dying for me. I clutch the railing, rage and sorrow warring in my veins. Damn it, Luna, I mutter to the empty night. You think leaving saves you? It might save me, but I never asked for that. The wind whips my hair, carrying away my words. I stare into the neon haze, every nerve taut. If this is my last night on Earth, is this how I want to spend it, alone, panicked and furious? A beep from my phone startles me. I snatch it up, hoping it's her. Instead, it's Elias. I grit my teeth, opening the text. I'll call in 5. Of course he won't just talk now. He likes power plays. When the phone vibrates minutes later, I answer sharply. Rourke. His voice is clipped. Cruz. Something about Luna, you said. My chest tightens. She's gone. I can't find her, and I'm worried. You have federal resources. I need your help. He's silent for a breath. Then, I heard rumors she left your side, but I assumed it was temporary. My throat constricts. Nothing about her is ever temporary. A pause. Look, I'll keep my ear to the ground. But if she left deliberately, she may be under the radar by choice. You know her skills. She's ex-military, can vanish if she wants to. Frustration claws at me. I know, I'm asking if you can do better than me. You have access to certain databases. Elias's tone turns guarded. Homeland Security isn't your personal detective service, Cruz. I force back a snarl. She was your fiancée, right? Don't you want to know she's safe? He huffs. I care about her well-being, but I won't break federal protocols just because you're desperate. My grip on the phone tightens. She saved my life countless times. I think you'd be grateful enough to help. Elias's hesitation crackles through the line. I'll see what I can do, discreetly. But don't expect miracles. If she wants to stay hidden, she will. A hollow ache gnaws at me. Fine. Just let me know if you hear anything. He exhales. You do the same. And Cruz, she's a survivor. Don't underestimate her choice to vanish. I clench my jaw. I never have. Then I hang up, tossing the phone on a nearby table. My heart thunders with jealousy and helplessness. He might find her before I do, or maybe no one will. Either way, my clock ticks down. Later, I wander into the bedroom that was once hers. The sheets neatly folded, no trace of her presence. She left behind nothing but a single bobby pin on the dresser, a tiny piece of metal that taunts me with its triviality. I pick it up, pressing it between my fingers. It's absurd how this small object holds the weight of everything that's slipping through my grasp. My thoughts drift to Abuela's prophecy. Die by your 33rd birthday unless you marry. I did marry, Luna, and I signed those papers. But she's gone, so does that break the condition? The logic is nonsense, but fear creeps in anyway. Maybe it wasn't just any marriage. It had to be real. A bond strong enough to defy fate. Our arrangement was initially a sham, but it evolved into something else, something dangerously real. Now it's undone, and my birthday dawn looms. I feel the chill of impending doom crawling under my skin. Some part of me wonders if I should hide away, barricade the doors, or flee the city to outsmart destiny. But that's not who I am. I've built my life on confronting obstacles head-on, even if it's the last thing I do. I drop the bobby pin onto the dresser, rubbing my temples. Pride keeps me from falling apart, but I can't deny the raw emptiness inside. I want her here, scowling at me for taking unnecessary risks, teasing me with that razor-sharp sarcasm. Even the arguments seem precious now. Near midnight, I slump in my personal study, a half-empty glass of whiskey on the desk. My phone lies face up, a black void offering no solace. The city outside glimmers with distant promise, but I feel none of it. Instead, I let the whiskey burn my throat, a fleeting numbness that does nothing to quiet the fear thrumming in my pulse. A sudden clang of thunder shakes the windows, a late-night storm rolling in. Rain splatters against the glass, mirroring the turmoil inside me. Tomorrow's my birthday. Tomorrow's the day. Each second that ticks by steals more of my bravado. I dial Luna again, ignoring the voice in my head that calls me a fool. The line rings once, twice, straight to voicemail. Luna, I whisper after the beep, my voice cracking with emotion I can't mask. I don't know if you'll ever hear this, but tomorrow I turn 33. Abuela's prophecy still rings in my head. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you from it all. I wish you were here. A tremor stalls my words. I press end, cheeks burning with self-loathing for bearing my soul to an empty line. Setting the phone aside, I bury my face in my hands. Regret and frustration swirl like the storm outside. I can't outrun fate, can't force Luna to return, can't fix every betrayal that's gutted my empire. All I can do is endure until the sun rises on my birthday, praying that I survive this dreaded day. 1 in the morning creeps up before I drag myself off the chair and wander to my room. The corridor feels vast, echoing with the absence of the woman who made it feel occupied. My footsteps sound too loud, a lonely cadence in the gloom. Lightning flashes through the windows, casting my shadow against the walls. At last I reach my bed, the same place I dreamt of sharing with Luna in a happier time. Never realized how bittersweet that thought could be. Stripping off my shirt, I collapse onto the mattress, staring at the ceiling. Sleep teases the edges of my consciousness, but every time I drift, a jolt of fear awakens me. If I never open my eyes again, is the prophecy fulfilled? The notion is absurd, but it clings to me like a parasite. I let out a ragged exhale, wishing she were here to tell me to stop being a dramatic idiot. In her absence, I have only my own doubts. Time trudges on, each minute dragging me closer to dawn, closer to whatever fate holds. Rubbing my eyes, I mutter into the darkness. I don't believe in soulmates, but I'd raise empires for you anyway. It's a confession I can't say to her face, because she's not here. But the words echo in the silence, revealing a truth I despise admitting. I need her more than any contract or prophecy can account for. Lightning flashes again, thunder rattling the windows. The storm heightens, mirroring the tempest in my heart. I curl my hands into fists, determined to face tomorrow with all the defiance I can muster. If the prophecy tries to claim me, it'll have to fight for every breath. And if Luna's out there, forging her path, maybe she'll be safer away from me, safe from these predictions of blood and sacrifice. But the voice in my chest whispers, what if she's the only one who can break it? I squeeze my eyes shut, willing the thought away. Too late now. She's gone, and I'm alone. The clock on the nightstand flips its digits to show a new hour, edging me closer to the day I might not see through. Pride suffocates me, yet I cling to it, because it's the only armor left. The storm batters on, drowning the city in sheets of rain. I breathe in time with the thunder, bracing for dawn. If death comes, I won't cower. And if I'm left standing when the sun sets tomorrow, maybe I'll find a way to rebuild without the shadow of superstition looming overhead. Or maybe I'll learn that losing her means I've already let fate win.
Chapter 15. Luna. I have to keep my foot steady on the gas, no matter how the ache in my chest begs me to pull over. The road unspools ahead in a dim ribbon, flanked by trees that sway under a gusty wind. My bike hums beneath me, engine vibrations seeping into my bones. I left the city before dawn, hoping distance would dull the sharp memories of Damien, of our last night, of that tender moment that felt too real to discard. A neon sign for a 24-hour diner glows on the roadside, casting flickers of red across the dark pavement. I consider stopping for coffee, but each passing second I linger near this place gnaws at my resolve. If I let my guard drop, I'll turn around and drive straight back to his penthouse. That's not an option. I walked away for a reason. Or so I tell myself. My mother's voice rattles in my head. If you keep protecting him, you die. It's the same warning I can't escape, the same nightmares trailing me like hungry ghosts. My hand tightens on the handlebars, remembering how those visions ended with blood on my hands, my blood, while Damien's face twisted with horror. I told myself leaving was the only way. If I'm far from him, fate can't corner us both. Gray clouds roll overhead, threatening a storm. I push faster, wind whipping my jacket. The sky's gloom matches my mood. An emptiness I hoped the open road might fill. Instead, I'm haunted by replayed fragments of his voice, the vulnerable plea, stay. The echo stabs deeper than any bullet. I pass a weathered sign proclaiming, I'm on the outskirts of a remote county. The horizon shows nothing but farmland, stretching into a haze. Another hour of solitude might help me bury the longing coiling in my gut, the urge to hear his snarky laugh or see that stubborn tilt of his jaw. The phone thrums against my hip, a jolt that nearly makes me swerve. Damien? My heart leaps, but I push down the urge to check. He's the last person I can risk speaking to right now. Then again, ignoring him doesn't dull the ache. Still, I ride on. 10 minutes later, I can't bear the internal clash. I pull off onto a gravel shoulder, kill the engine, and yank out my phone. 2 missed calls, no voicemail. Of course, he wouldn't leave a message. That pride's as big as mine. Swallowing hard, I slide the phone away without returning his calls. My departure needs to stick, or it means nothing. I rub my temples. My nightmares said I would take a bullet for him. My mother insisted our bond leads me to an early grave. My rational mind believes escaping is the only answer. So why do I feel like I'm driving away from the one thing that matters? A bitter laugh escapes my throat. The wind kicks up, rattling nearby trees. A storm's definitely rolling in. I climb off my bike, stretching tense muscles. The quiet of this empty county road presses in, broken only by rustling leaves. My gut churns with unsteady anxiety. Maybe I should find a motel. But the more miles I put between me and the city, the safer both of us will be. Right? I glance at the phone again, that screen that once connected us with frantic messages. Damien's birthday must be hours away now. Abuela's prophecy swirling around his head, fear riding his every step. And I deserted him on the eve of that cursed date. My conscience slashes me, but I can't unmake the choice. A spike of lightning carves the sky. Thunder following in its wake, I grip my teeth. Perfect timing. Gripping the handlebars, I mount my bike again, determined to outrun the storm. Gravel crunches under the tires as I pull back onto the road, forcing my mind to stay sharp. Each rumble of thunder blends with the pounding of my heart. Then it happens, the flash of something not quite real. My vision swims, the highway dissolving in a swirl of darkness. No, not here. I fight it, but the image barrels in anyway. Damien stands in the middle of a high-rise lobby, panic etched on his features. The muzzle flash of a rifle glares, and he collapses. Blood streaks the polished floor. My name echoes from his lips. Choked with shock, I lurch with a gasp, nearly losing control of the bike. I slam the brakes, skidding onto the shoulder. My heart hammers so hard I can't breathe. The image flickers again behind my eyelids, his body contorting as the bullet rips through him. He's dying because I'm not there. My chest seizes, tears burning my eyes. I recall Inez's caution that if I remain, I die. But this vision shows him lying in a pool of red, no one to shield him. Could my mother have been wrong? Or are we both doomed? Wind slashes my face, rain spitting from the sky. I double over, hands shaking on the handlebars. Don't trust illusions, but it felt too visceral. Too much like the nightmares that once plagued me. The difference? This time, it's Damien who bleeds. My thoughts spiral. If I stay away, does he perish alone? If I return, do I take that bullet in his place? Neither outcome makes sense. But leaving him to face this prophecy by himself shreds me more than any bullet ever could. He can't die. Not when he's so close to unraveling the sabotage, confronting traitors, and proving fate isn't unstoppable. I see the determination in his eyes, that dogged refusal to bow to prophecy. If I'm gone, there's no one to watch his back. He might not survive. My mind replays his plea. I'd rather face bullets than admit I care. Congratulations, you terrify me. Now that memory stabs deeper than ever. A strangled sob rips from my throat. I lean my head against the bike's console, trying to steady my breathing. The rain intensifies, drenching my jacket. Reality sinks in. I can't ignore this new vision. I can't let him face the onslaught alone. Whether I die or not, walking away condemns him to certain death. I rev the engine, fear and resolve tangling in my gut. My mother's warnings, my nightmares, they all swirl like an angry sea in my mind. But one simple truth breaks through. I can't abandon him. Love overrides every inch of my rational self-preservation. I'll do it. Cost be damned. I have to try saving him. I'd never live with myself knowing he fell because I was too scared to face destiny. Turning the bike around, I rev it hard and speed back the way I came, rain slashing my face. Each rumble of thunder urges me faster. The engine's roar lost in the storm. My heart pounds with fresh terror and a glimmer of fierce conviction. I'm not letting him die, no matter what fate or prophecy says. Lightning forks again, illuminating the distant city skyline. It feels impossibly far. I lean forward, urging the bike to push harder. The wind buffets me, water stinging my eyes, but I focus on the single goal: get to Damien. If the cost is my life, so be it. At least he stands a chance if I'm there. I press my lips together, imagining him pacing that towering penthouse, haunted by his grandmother's prophecy, while the final hours of his birthday tick down. Pain digs at my ribs. I might be too late already. I push the doubt away, refusing to let it root. I can't think about being late. Can't fear how this ends. I must give him every possible chance. The rain pours harder, turning the road slick. My tires slip once, nearly pitching me off. I wrestle the bike upright, adrenaline spiking. I whisper a string of curses, furious at the storm for slowing me. Gritting my teeth, I lean into each curve, ignoring the risk of hydroplaning. This mission demands every ounce of skill I have. Flashes of our shared moments resurface. Our cramped safe house shootout, the sarcastic banter that always made sparks fly. The quiet vulnerability in his voice when he admitted he needed me. My chest aches. If fate insists on a bullet for either of us, so be it. I won't run from it anymore. After an hour of battling the downpour, the city's outline emerges through the sheets of water. I zoom past the half-lit sign welcoming me back to the concrete sprawl. My clothes cling to my skin, soaked through. The cold doesn't register. Fear keeps me boiling inside. Streetlights blur as I weave through traffic, honks piercing my ears. People stare at the drenched woman on a speeding motorcycle, but I have no time to care. My pocket vibrates with a low hum again, and this time, I don't even pause to check. Reaching him takes priority. Finally, I pull onto the familiar boulevard, leading to the tower where Damien's penthouse perches high above the chaos. Security lights illuminate the entrance, the sidewalk deserted in the storm. I kill the engine, ripping off my helmet. Rain drips down my face, mingling with my ragged breaths. The guard at the door gapes. "Miss Luna?" He glances at my sopping clothes. "We thought you left." I brush past, ignoring his astonishment. "I need to see him, now." He fumbles with the elevator override, hitting the penthouse button. I tap my foot impatiently, the elevator's slow ascent grating on my nerves. Each floor that ticks by feels like an eternity. If that vision was correct, he might be moments from stepping into a lethal trap. Unaware, I'm speeding back to shield him. "Hold on, Cruz," I beg in my head. At last, the doors slide open on the top floor. I dash into the foyer, footsteps echoing on polished marble. A short hallway leads to the main living area. My pulse races so loud, I barely hear my own panting breath. The place looks deserted, lights low. I step inside, scanning for any sign of him. Then I catch a faint glow from his study, the door ajar. For a heartbeat, uncertainty nearly paralyzes me. I fled to save myself and him. Now I've returned, prepared to face whatever fate decrees. No backing down. I force myself forward, each step punctuated by water dripping from my clothes. I push the study door open. Damien stands at his desk, phone in hand, stiff with tension. He spins at the sound of my arrival, eyes widening in disbelief. Luna? I swallow the hard swell rising in my throat. He looks terrible, dark circles under his eyes, hair disheveled, and shirt untucked. A swirl of relief and guilt washes over me. Hey, Cruz, I manage softly, fighting to keep my voice steady. Surprise. He sets the phone aside, crossing the room in 3 strides. You're soaking wet, he mutters, as if that's the most pressing fact. His stare jumps from my drenched jacket to the bruises on my knuckles, concern flickering. You left. Why? He stops, confusion lacing his expression. I inhale shakily. I thought staying meant I'd die, but I had a vision. This time, it was you who got shot, not me. I couldn't let that happen. His features contort, a mix of anger and relief swirling. You vanish for days, then waltz back at midnight with a new premonition? The bitterness in his tone bites, but underneath, I sense his fear. I tried calling, texting. You never answered. I thought, maybe you were gone for good. My chest aches at the raw emotion in his voice. I'm sorry, I whisper, stepping closer. I was convinced leaving was the only way. Then the vision showed me your death if I stayed away. I couldn't live with that. He exhales, running a hand through his hair. You're not some pawn of prophecy. Neither am I. A strangled laugh escapes me. Tell that to your grandmother and my mother, spouting doom. Yours is certain we have to be together to dodge your bullet. I tried to outrun it, but every instinct said I was making a huge mistake. He's silent for a moment, gaze lingering on the rivulets of water dripping off me. Then he releases a heavy breath. I'm furious. You left without a word, but I'm also terrified that tomorrow is my birthday. And if the prophecy is true, I could be dead by sundown. So yeah, I'm relieved you're here, no matter how complicated it gets. My throat constricts. It might be even more complicated now, but I can't watch you die. He swallows, eyes darkening. So you're staying? I let out a trembling breath, every nerve on edge. I drove hours in a downpour because you're worth more to me than a prophecy. He takes a step forward, hand lifting to brush damp strands of my hair back. I flinch at the contact, not from fear but from the overwhelming rush of emotion. He steadies me with a gentle grip on my shoulder. You look like hell, he mutters, voice subdued. I guess that means you came straight here. A shaky smile curves my lips. I'm not exactly fresh from a spa day. For a tense beat, we just stare at each other. Storm outside, echoing the turbulent undercurrent between us. My heart slams against my ribs. He's inches away, eyes glinting with a raw intensity that makes me want to collapse against him and never move again. Finally, he speaks, voice tight with suppressed feelings. We'll face tomorrow together then? I nod, trying to hold on to the sliver of defiance that drove me back. Together. I'd bleed for it if I have to. Or you. I don't know how to do this, Cruz. He exhales, a mix of despair and hope flickering in his gaze. Neither do I. Lightning crackles through the windows, revealing our reflections in the study's glass pane. We look like 2 battered souls, hearts torn by superstition and bullets. Yet we're here, standing face to face. He licks his lips, uncertainty showing. Let me grab you a towel at least, and maybe something warm to wear. I manage a weak nod. Yeah, thanks. As he rushes off, I rub my arms, shivering from the soaked clothes and leftover adrenaline. My mind buzzes with the enormity of returning. I can still feel my mother's dire prophecy lurking in the corners of my conscience. You'll die if you stay. But that vision of him lying in a pool of blood refuses to let me go. He reappears with a fluffy towel, draping it over my shoulders. We'll talk more once you're out of these wet clothes, he murmurs. His hand lingers near my cheek, then slips away. A flicker of what might be tenderness flashes across his face. I grip the towel, breath unsteady. Thanks. We both stand there, not quite sure how to proceed. My pulse thunders, but some measure of relief seeps in. He's alive. I'm here. And fate can't force us apart so easily. Tomorrow might bring gunfire or heartbreak, but tonight, we stand on the cusp of facing it side by side. My fingers tighten on the towel, a surge of determination blazing through my veins. I won't let prophecy steal him from me, even if it means risking my own blood on the line. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. And you can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 16. Damien. Today marks my 33rd birthday, the date that's haunted me for months. I hardly slept last night, even with Luna back under my roof. Well, in the guest bedroom anyway. We stayed up until dawn, rehashing sabotage leads and defying every superstitious whisper that says, I'm doomed. Neither of us stated it outright, but we both know. This day is a razor's edge between survival and fate. Sunrise splinters across the city skyline as I stand in the penthouse's living area, adjusting the cuffs of my suit jacket. A press event at City Plaza awaits, a high-profile moment to reassure investors that Cruise Corporation remains unshakable, despite internal betrayals and bullet-strewn chaos. On any other day, I'd relish the spotlight, show off my commanding presence. But the dread coiled in my stomach reminds me of Abuela's prophecy. If you aren't married by your 33rd birthday, you die. Technically, I am wed to Luna, except it's more complicated than that. She left. She returned. Our marriage turned from a contract into something else, a bond we keep denying. Does it count enough to thwart destiny? I hate myself for even entertaining the thought. I used to scoff at curses. Now, fear gnaws at me. The elevator dings. Croft, my no-nonsense head of security, emerges, earpiece in place. Luna trails behind, face steeled for confrontation. She's dressed in dark pants, fitted blazer, sidearm hidden beneath, her expression purposeful. My pulse jolts with conflicting emotions at the sight of her. Relief, longing, anxiety. She meets my gaze, giving me a brief nod. I nod back, tension humming between us. Croft clears his throat. Sir, the car is waiting. We've swept the route, placed extra personnel on rooftops near City Plaza. Everything appears secure. I let out a breath, ignoring the tremor in my fingers. Then let's get this over with. Luna steps forward, scanning me with an analytical look. You sure you want to do this press event? We can postpone if you're not 100%. A sardonic laugh escapes me. Postpone and look weak? That'd be feeding my rivals and spooking investors. No, I refuse to hide on my birthday just because some old prophecy says I'll drop dead. She purses her lips, reluctant. Fine, but I'll stay close. Croft gestures for us to move. Time to go, folks. We descend to the private garage where a sleek, armored SUV idles. Another follows behind for backup. The moment we step outside, morning sunlight hits my face, bright, almost cruel. My heartbeat kicks up. I can't believe I'm letting superstition twist my nerves, but here I am, scanning every shadow as if a sniper waits behind each column. Luna slips into the vehicle beside me, Croft riding up front. The drive to City Plaza is tense, traffic building as the day revs up. Passing skyscrapers blur behind tinted windows, each one a potential vantage point for a bullet. I swallow hard, cursing my paranoia. Next to me, Luna's posture remains rigid, her eyes flicking over every passing alley. She finally speaks, voice low. "Hey, you good?" I grit my teeth. I'm not trembling in terror, if that's what you mean. Her gaze softens a fraction. I didn't say you were, but your shoulders are practically kissing your ears. I exhale, forcing them down. I'll be fine. This is just another day. She snorts. Sure, and I'm the queen of sunshine. Relax doesn't exactly come easy, especially for you. I can't help a flicker of a smile at her sarcasm. Since when do you know me so well? She arches a brow. Since you tried to pay me $1 million to marry you. Kind of leaves a lasting impression. I let out a short laugh, tension easing momentarily. Then reality slams back. Sabotage, my uncertain fate, her nightmares of me dying, or else her taking a bullet for me. The precariousness sets my nerves aflame again. 10 minutes later, we arrive at City Plaza. A wave of reporters, cameras, and corporate onlookers waits, roped off by security. Metal barricades funnel them into controlled lines. The building behind them is a gleaming structure with mirrored panels, a perfect stage for my press conference. Croft steps out first, scanning rooftops. Satisfied, he signals me and Luna to follow. I straighten my tie, ignoring the sweat prickling my neck. The second I step from the SUV, cameras flash, journalists shouting my name. I wave, plastering on my signature calm confidence. They can't see me shaking. Luna flanks me on the left, scanning vantage points overhead. Croft and 2 others hover behind. We move to a small podium set up near the building's entrance, flanked by corporate banners. My CFO stands aside, waiting to introduce me to the crowd. As I approach the microphone, the roar of the crowd crescendos. I breathe carefully, glancing at the reflective facade. My reflection stares back, a man in a crisp suit, looking in control but feeling anything but focus, I remind myself. I step to the podium and begin my rehearsed speech, addressing concerns about corporate stability, reasserting my empire's strength. Luna stands just a few feet away, arms folded, scanning the perimeter. I can feel her presence like a shield, and part of me basks in it, drawing courage from her unwavering stance. My words flow more naturally as I speak about new ventures and internal reforms. The crowd mutters approval, though I sense some skepticism. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I see a flash from a distant rooftop. My mouth goes dry mid-sentence. No, not again. A second flicker. A sniper. My mind screams. My voice falters for a heartbeat. Time slows. I see the muzzle flare. My instincts roar to move, but I'm paralyzed by the sudden dread. Then a blur. Luna lunges, slamming into me with enough force to knock the podium aside. I tumble sideways, the mic squealing. A deafening crack pierces the air, splitting the moment into shards. The bullet's hiss is distinct, a lethal whistle. A strangled cry escapes Luna. My heart seizes. She collapses, her body twisting as red blooms across her side, just below her ribs. Shock floods my limbs. Another shot pings off the metal barricade behind us. Pandemonium erupts. Reporters scream. Cameras topple. Security hollers for everyone to get down. I scramble to my knees, adrenaline blazing. Luna lies sprawled on the pavement, eyes wide, breath ragged. Blood pours between her fingers where she clutches the wound. "Luna!" My voice cracks in raw panic. I press my hand over her injury, but it's too big, bleeding too fast. My entire body shakes as I shout for paramedics. Croft and his team return fire, pinning the sniper. More screams echo, but all I see is her agonized expression. She coughs, lips trembling. "Damien, you idiot, you were supposed to—" She gasps, face taut with pain. "Don't talk," I urge, voice breaking. "You'll be fine, I swear. Stay with me." Her eyes flicker, tears gathering at the corners. "Take the bullet." My pulse roars in my ears, a swirl of terror and guilt. "Why would you do that?" I choke out, pressing down on the wound. Warm blood seeps through my fingers, a horrifying reminder of the prophecy. She protected me, just as her nightmares predicted. She gives a weak laugh, eyes slipping half shut. "Because that's what I do." Panic crushes me. I don't believe in fate. I want to scream, but the sight of her pallid face crushes the denial. I yank off my suit jacket, trying to staunch the blood. Sirens wail in the distance. Security forms a ring around us. Cameras still flash, capturing the scene with merciless clarity. "Stay awake, Luna," I plead, cradling her head. "Don't you dare leave me." Her gaze tries to focus on me, lips parting. "Damien, I'm sorry." My throat tightens. "Don't apologize, just hold on." Another wave of paramedics barrels into the chaos, shouting instructions. They kneel beside us, forcing me to let go of her wound so they can clamp on gauze and ready an IV. I hover, refusing to let them push me away. She moans as they strap her onto a stretcher. Her features look too pale. Each second stretches into an eternity of dread. My mind flashes with regrets, how I forced her into this marriage, how she left to save herself, only to return and shield me once more. I stagger upright to follow the medics, nearly crashing into a tearful onlooker. The cameras still roll, some capturing my panic. Croft intercepts me, guiding me behind the ambulance with a firm hand on my shoulder. "So we have to get her to the hospital now." "I'm going with her," I say, voice cracking. He nods and helps me climb into the ambulance, settling next to her as the doors slam shut. The vehicle jolts to life, sirens blaring. Medics work fast, hooking her up to oxygen, checking vitals. My hands remain sticky with her blood, each breath a fresh agony. Her eyes flutter, a pained groan escaping. I cup her cheek, tears burning my own eyes. "Stay with me, please." She blinks heavily. "Damien, guess we found out. The prophecy was real." A sob lodges in my throat. "Shut up. You'll be fine. You're not dying today." She exhales a shaky laugh that devolves into coughing. "That's sweet." Her eyes try to focus on me. I do it again. My vision blurs. "Don't say that! Don't you dare! I'm not worth your life!" She parts her lips, words lost in a gasping breath. The medic barks that her pulse is dropping. My heart slams against my ribs as they press more gauze to the wound. Oxygen hisses from the mask they fit over her face. Every second feels like a shard of glass slicing me open. I was supposed to be the one cursed, I think bitterly. How did it turn into her bleeding out in my arms? The ambulance lurches around a corner, nearly pitching me off the seat. I grab the rail for balance, refusing to let go of her hand. Sirens wail louder, weaving through city traffic. The paramedic calls out the hospital's ETA. My mind reels, numb with dread. Leaning over Luna, I brush damp curls from her forehead. She's so pale, eyes half shut. "Don't you give up," I whisper fiercely. "You're the strongest person I know. Fight, damn it." Her fingers tighten around mine, a feeble grip. For an instant, her gaze meets mine, raw, terrified, and yet resolute. I want to tell her I love her, that I'll do anything to keep her breathing. But the words feel too big, jammed in my throat. She squeezes my hand once more, then her eyes flutter closed. The monitor beeps in alarm. "She's crashing!" the medic shouts, adjusting the IV flow. "No, no, no!" I mutter, voice cracking. "Luna, wake up!" The next few moments blur. Medics calling stats, the ambulance screeching to a halt, doors flung open. They yank the stretcher out, barking at me to move aside. I stumble after them into the hospital's ER, fluorescent lights glaring. The sharp smell of antiseptics and panic hits me. I try to follow, but a nurse blocks my path. "You can't come in here," she says firmly, steering me toward the waiting area. I fight her grip, desperation twisting in my chest. "She needs me. She needs emergency surgery," the nurse snaps. "Let us save her. Go wait." The harsh truth paralyzes me. Luna's life dangles by a thread, and I'm powerless to fix it. My entire body shakes as they wheel her away, leaving me in that cold corridor with her blood still on my hands. Sinking into a plastic chair, I suck in a trembling breath. This is the prophecy, isn't it? One of us was bound to bleed. She took the bullet instead of me. My heart clenches as I recall the final flicker in her eyes, determined even in agony. She came back to save my life. Burying my face in my palms, I grit my teeth to silence the howl forming in my throat. People hustle by, whispering. Someone offers me water, but I can't move. All I can see is her battered body on that stretcher. All I can feel is the irony that I'm alive on this cursed birthday, while she might not survive the next hour. In that moment, I realize I'd trade everything, my fortune, pride, and my entire empire, just to keep her breathing. The woman I once saw as a convenient shield is now the only reason I'm still here, forced to face the truth. I can't live without her. Blood pulses in my temples as guilt and love fuse into a razor-sharp despair. I glare at the ceiling, a silent plea forming in my chest. If fate needs a life, then take mine. Let her wake up. Time stretches in an agonizing crawl, each minute feeling like a blade pressed against my heart. My phone buzzes in my pocket, likely Elias or Croft or even Abuela, but I can't muster the will to answer. The corridor flickers with harsh fluorescent lights, a dreadful stage for life and death showdowns. Finally, the door at the end of the hall swings open. A doctor strides out, scanning for me. My entire body clenches. He approaches, expression grave. My pulse pounds so loudly I can hardly hear him speak. But I catch enough. Bullet nicked major artery. Lost a lot of blood. We're trying to stabilize, won't know for hours. My vision tunnels. She's still alive, but barely. The doctor rushes back, leaving me floundering in a haze. I plant my elbows on my knees, burying my face in trembling hands. A single tear slips free before I can yank myself together. All illusions about curses or birthdays fade under the raw terror of losing her. If she dies, I don't care about my empire, my reputation, or even Abuela's prophecy. Everything else is meaningless if she's gone. I brace myself, inhaling shakily. Survive, Luna. Survive. The prophecy might have demanded blood, but it can't have her. Not if I have any shred of control over destiny. My knuckles whiten against each other. I vow silently. If she makes it, I'll tear down every wall I built. I'll face the corporate sharks, the assassins, the prophecy, anything to protect her the way she's protected me. My heartbeat drums out a single plea. Stay alive, Luna. I need her, more than I can bear to admit. The hallway hums with urgent footsteps, distant monitor beeps. I don't move from that chair, heart and soul tethered to the surgery happening behind closed doors. My 33rd birthday is far from over, but I no longer fear for myself. I fear for her. Because if she never wakes up, it doesn't matter whether I survive fate's bullet, my life will be empty without the one person who was brave enough to stand in front of it for me. Chapter 17. Damien. I'm losing track of the number of hours I've spent in this hospital room. The fluorescent lights hum incessantly, and the smell of disinfectant hangs in the air like a persistent reminder that life and death play tug-of-war within these walls. My suit jacket lies crumpled on a plastic chair abandoned hours ago. I sit on the edge of Luna's bed, watching the slow rise and fall of her chest, each breath a fragile promise that she's still with me. Doctors fuss around her, adjusting machines and checking vitals. Their presence grates on my nerves, but I force myself to keep still. Luna remains unconscious, her face pale against the stark white pillows. The bullet that tore through her side missed vital organs by millimeters. Pure luck, they say. I know better. She always carved her own path, even in the face of a sniper's bullet. I brushed damp curls off her forehead. You never did anything halfway, I murmur, voice tight. Even saving my life. She doesn't stir, but the warmth of her skin sparks hope that I cling to like a lifeline. Guilt churns inside my gut each time I see her bandaged torso. She took the shot meant for me. I should be lying in this bed, not her. The thought stabs deeper with every hour. Eventually, the doctor motions me aside. Mr. Cruz, we've done all we can. It's about her strength and the will to recover. Keep talking to her. Familiar voices help. I nod mutely, swallowing the knot in my throat. I've spent my entire adult life building an empire out of cold logic and ruthless deals, but none of that prepared me for this. The agony of waiting, powerless, for the woman I love to open her eyes. Love. The word echoes in my head, loaded with truths I used to deny. I never wanted to rely on anyone, never believed in soulmates or fate. Yet here I am, holding her hand, silently begging her to wake up so I can find the courage to say what I once considered impossible. 3 days pass in a blur. My assistant calls with updates about the company, tension simmering among the board. Journalists clamor for answers about the sniper attack. Rivals sniff around, hoping to exploit my vulnerable position. I brush them all off. If they want a piece of Cruz Corporation, they can take a number and wait. My place is here, by Luna's side, no matter the cost. Croft, my new security chief, tries to persuade me to go home, at least for a shower and a few hours of real sleep. I refuse. The chair in this hospital room is hardly comfortable, but it doesn't matter. The faint beep of Luna's heart monitor is the only lullaby I need right now. He stands at the doorway, arms folded. Sir, you look unwell. His words hesitate, as if he's never seen me so drained. I wave him away. I'm not leaving her. My tone comes out harsh, but I see sympathy in his gaze. He sighs. Understood. I'll handle everything outside. Then he disappears into the corridor, leaving me alone with the hum of machines and the quiet hospital hush. Sometime in the middle of the night, Luna stirs. It's only a soft moan, her eyelids fluttering before settling back into a deeper rest. I launch off the chair, pulse racing. Luna! She doesn't wake fully, but the momentary sign of awareness stokes new desperation in me. I lean close, brushing my lips against her knuckles. It's okay. I'm here. The ghost of a response flickers across her face, but then she sinks into unconsciousness again. My chest aches, each beat a reminder that she's fighting a war inside her body. I stroke her hand, breathing slow to keep my panic at bay. I recall the bullet's path, how the doctor pointed to the scans with a grave expression. Her resilience is incredible, but bullets don't negotiate. She lost a lot of blood. If I'd stepped aside earlier, if I'd worn better body armor. No, regret gnaws, but it won't change the past. All I can do is vow never to let her bear my burdens alone again. Morning light filters through the blinds, casting stripes across the sterile floor. A nurse comes in to adjust Luna's IV. I watch the slow drip of medication, thoughts swirling like a vortex. The nurse offers me a polite smile. She's stable, Mr. Cruz. Keep talking to her. It may help. Once the nurse leaves, I clear my throat, swallowing the lump that's lived there since Luna arrived. I know you hate it when I hover, I say quietly, addressing her unconscious form. But I'm not letting go. Deal with it. My phone vibrates on the bedside table. Another call from the CFO. Likely more chaos with the board. My empire teeters. Let it teeter. Without Luna, I don't care if the entire corporation crumbles to dust. She's the reason I'm alive at all, The reason I discovered a piece of myself that can love beyond profit margins. I answer the call with a clipped tone. Yeah? He rattles off details. Shares plummeting, investors panicking, rumors that I'm holed up in a hospital. My own board is pushing for a new CEO if I won't step back into the ring. The idea makes me laugh bitterly. Let them try. Consider anything you need to do. I'm not leaving here, I say, ending the call. By afternoon, I'm pacing the hallway outside Luna's room. Croft intercepts me with a document in his hand. Sir, I know this isn't the best time, but we found additional evidence linking the sabotage to certain board members. They're pressuring for an immediate restructuring. My mind snaps to the traitors who nearly orchestrated my downfall. Silas was just part of the puzzle. The rest remain hidden in the board's upper ranks, fueling the hostilities. So they want me out, I mutter. Fine. Let them have it. Croft's brow furrows. What do you mean? A spark of fierce clarity ignites in my chest. I'm done, Croft. I don't want my life, or Luna's, to be in perpetual crosshairs. If that means letting Cruise Corporation go, so be it. Words tumble out before I can second-guess them, but once they're out, I realize how right they feel. He stares, bewildered. You're talking about selling? That's your legacy. I glance through the glass window at Luna, her body still and bruised. She's worth more than a legacy, I say, voice tightening. If turning my back on that empire keeps her safe, I'll do it. Croft nods slowly, accepting that conviction in my tone. I'll arrange a discreet meeting with potential buyers then. My heart pounds. I built that company from a single investment seed, turned it into a behemoth with endless profits. But Luna's life dwarfs every ounce of money or power. Without hesitation, I confirm. Yes. Do it. Hours later, I sign the final set of papers in a small conference room at the hospital. Croft and a handful of lawyers around the table. My CFO's there, grimly assisting with the details. The buyer is a consortium of investors, salivating at the chance to claim my business at a discounted rate now that I'm in crisis mode. I let them. I no longer care about outmaneuvering them. My focus is on the hospital floors above, where a battered ex-combat medic sleeps in a bed that should never have been hers to begin with. My hand shakes as I press pen to paper for the last signature. The lump in my throat expands. The empire I once dominated is now theirs, an asset traded in a quiet transaction that will send shockwaves through the market soon enough. I think about Abuela's words. You can't buy your way out of fate, mijo. She was right. But love might be a different currency entirely. The moment I sign, the CFO releases a strained sigh. I never thought I'd see the day. I push the documents toward him, rising from my seat. Times change, I say, then stride out without a backward glance. My phone buzzes, another investor, no doubt, but I switch it off. I'm free from that world, or as free as a man like me can ever be. After the sale, a wave of funds hits my personal accounts, a fortune beyond what most dream of. I head straight to a lawyer's office, the same building, different floor, and instruct him to begin the process of establishing a clinic in Luna's name. He asks if I want it official, with a board, a trust, all the usual complexities. I wave him on. Yes, make it big. Top tier, no corners cut. Call it Navarro House. The lawyer eyes me, tapping notes on his tablet. Are you certain? This will consume much of your personal wealth if run as a charitable foundation. My chest tightens. I've never been more certain. The thought of building a sanctuary for trauma survivors, her dream, burns away every regret. She wanted to help those haunted by war, by violence, by all the wounds we carry inside. Now she'll have the means to do it once she recovers. She'll recover. He nods, scribbling. Understood. I'll expedite the paperwork. I exit that office with a subdued sense of purpose. My pockets still weigh heavy with the remaining funds from the sale, but my soul feels lighter, as if I finally cast off the iron chains of ambition that once caged me. All that matters is Luna and giving her the life she deserves. Evening descends, painting the hospital windows in shades of purple and gold. I slip back into Luna's room, heart hammering. She's awake, propped up slightly against pillows, looking frail yet stubborn. Relief floods me so abruptly I nearly drop the coffee I'm clutching. "You're conscious," I blurt, crossing the floor in 3 strides. She still looks pale, pain etched around her eyes, but her lips quirk in a faint grin. "Don't sound so surprised, Cruz. You know I'm not easy to kill." Her voice is hoarse, each word a visible effort. A soft laugh escapes me, equal parts relief and pent-up worry. "I'd prefer if you never test that theory again." She tries to shrug and winces. "Ouch! Okay, no abrupt movements." The sight of her grimacing jolts my protective instincts. I set the coffee aside and ease onto the bed's edge, mindful of her IV lines. Before I can speak, she narrows her gaze. "Where have you been? You look like you wrestled with an army of lawyers." I exhale. That's pretty accurate. A swirl of nerves clenches in my stomach. "I did something. You might call it drastic." She arches a brow. "Drastic? Sounds like your specialty." I swallow, forcing out the confession. "I sold my company. Cruz Corporation is gone. The empire I built, all those deals, done." Her eyes widen, disbelief warring with caution. "You what? But that's everything you've poured your life into." My throat feels tight. "Not everything. It stopped being everything the moment you stepped into my life. I refuse to let you bleed for me while I keep forging deals that attract bullets." She stares, shock painting her features. "Damien, you can't have just thrown it all away. That's your legacy." A humorless laugh bubbles up. "Maybe once. Now it's a hazard I won't force you to shoulder. I'm done. I'll use part of the proceeds to establish something. Navarro House, a trauma clinic. For you, for your dream." Her mouth falls open slightly, tears glinting in her eyes. "Navarro House?" she echoes, voice trembling. You did that for me." I slip my hand over hers, careful not to jostle her IV. "It's your vision, not mine. I just provided the funds." Emotion flares in her gaze. "You're insane, Cruz." I grin, though tears burn my own eyes. "Probably." My tone turns serious. "I owe you my life. If building your clinic helps you save more people, then it's worth everything. Let the corporate vultures have my old empire. I only care about one thing now." She studies me, raw vulnerability shining in her stare. "And that is?" My throat constricts as I wrestle with words that never came easily. "Seeing you walk out of here alive. Standing by you, if you'll let me. Making sure no prophecy or bullet ever rips us apart again." She sucks in a shaky breath, tears spilling down her cheeks. "Damien," she whispers, voice cracking. "I don't know what to say." A gentle hush settles between us, heavy with unspoken truths. Finally, I brush my fingertips across her cheek, wiping away a tear. "Don't say anything now. Just heal. And if you still want me around after that, I'll be right here." Her fingers clutch mine, fierce despite her weakness. "I nearly died saving your stubborn hide. I'm not letting you skip off without a fight." I release a ragged laugh, relief coursing through me. "I wouldn't dare." Leaning in, I press a tentative kiss to her temple, the warmth of her skin a reminder that fate didn't win this round. She exhales, eyes sliding shut for a moment. "You sold your corporation to keep me safe. That's massive, Cruz." I tighten my hold on her hand. "You're the only thing in this universe that matters. If letting go of that empire keeps the wolves from our door, I'll do it twice." She arches an eyebrow, a flicker of her old sarcasm returning. "Twice? I'll remember that next time you get a random urge to buy a new company." I grin. "Wise. Then my voice gentles. You gave me something no corporate acquisition ever could. A reason to exist beyond stock prices. I'm not losing that again. She swallows hard, fresh tears threatening. I wanted to protect you, but you ended up protecting me more than I expected. My throat feels thick. Let's call it even. We both bled for each other in our own ways. With a trembling hand, I cup her chin, tipping her face so our gazes lock. No more running, okay? She searches my eyes. No more running, she echoes, voice solidifying. For a moment we sit there, hearts on the line, neither of us pulling back. Her oxygen monitor beeps softly, a rhythmic background to the vow passing unspoken between us. I've sacrificed my empire, but I've never felt freer. Standing at her side is the only victory I need. Last, air tumbles past my lips, uneven. Rest now. We have a clinic to open once you're back on your feet. She snorts, wincing at the pain it triggers. Clinic? As if I'm letting you anywhere near daily operations. You'll scare the patients with your frowns. I stifle a laugh. I'll hide in the back, counting supplies or something. But it'll be yours, Navarro House. Just promise you won't name any wings after me. A tearful smile lights her face. Too late. I might call the psych ward Damien Cruz's ego wing. I bark a short laugh, brushing my lips against her forehead in a gentle gesture. That's fair. She settles back, exhaustion evident in her eyes. Thank you, she murmurs, voice drowsy. For everything. As she drifts off into a peaceful sleep, I stay by her, heart thumping with a strange mix of apprehension and hope. The nightmares, the prophecies, the betrayals, they're not vanished. But I've carved a path away from the chaos that once enveloped me. If love is the real currency of destiny, then I've made the only trade that matters. I stroke her hair, inhaling the antiseptic-laced air with a newfound sense of purpose. She's alive, and I'm here, free from the corporate war zone that nearly devoured us both. When she wakes, I'll show her the documents for Navarro House, let her see the blueprint of a new dream we can share. A quiet vow anchors my thoughts. No prophecy, no assassin, no rival can break us if we stand together. In that resolve, I find strength. Let the rest of the world scramble for the pieces of Cruz Corporation. I have my life's most precious investment lying right here, breathing softly, my partner, my salvation, the woman I refuse to lose. Chapter 18. Damien. I'm not sure which is harder, watching Luna fight for her life in a hospital bed, or accepting the world outside hasn't stopped spinning. Both realities press on me while I hover at the threshold of her room, coffee gone cold in my hand. Sunlight bleeds through the curtained window, lining her sleeping form. She's stable finally, but the bruise around her bandages remains a grim reminder of how close I came to losing her. I try to savor a moment of calm. 3 knocks on the door interrupt me. Croft steps in, tension stamped across his features. You need to see this, sir. He holds out a phone, already showing a news feed. The headline reads, Cruz Corporation sold. CEO. Damien Cruz vanishes from the financial world. The article speculates about sabotage, rival takeovers, and rumors that I've gone underground. My chest twists. Underground, indeed. I sold everything to keep Luna safe, and the press is devouring the story like ravenous dogs. Words out, Croft murmurs, voice pitched low so as not to disturb Luna. And we have more chatter. Your enemies are rattled by your exit strategy. Some are panicking. I scoff under my breath, handing back the phone. Good. Let them panic. My eyes flick to Luna's monitors, each beep a testament to her fragile recovery. He hesitates. We intercepted some concerning intel. One of the major rivals you ousted years ago, Saxton Gold. Ring a bell. He's been pulling strings behind the sabotage. Our sources say he's desperate now that you've liquidated everything. My grip tightens around the coffee cup. Saxton. I should have guessed. He's the first name I recall who once tried to edge me out of a lucrative tech merger. I flattened his attempts at the time and never looked back. Now he's apparently decided to flatten me. So he's the real mastermind behind Silas and the hit squads? Croft inclines his head. All signs point that way. Saxton's network spans corporate espionage and, evidently, contract killers. The buzz is he's not done. A cold rage churns in my gut. He wants to finish the job. My gaze drifts to Luna's sleeping figure, rage flaring. I won't let this maniac near her again. Croft's eyes flick to the corridor. We doubled security, but there's a rumor someone might be planning one last strike. Hospitals aren't exactly fortresses. I rake a hand through my hair, remembering how easily a sniper's bullet nearly took my life and cost Luna hers. She has woken up from trauma but hasn't recovered. Then we root him out before he tries. Croft nods. We have men checking hospital staff rosters, visitor logs, side entrances. A hush falls, tension crackling in the sterility of the hospital corridor. My thoughts swirl. Saxton's attempt to kill me triggered Luna's bullet wound. He almost took her from me. That realization solidifies my resolve to face him down. But first I glance back at Luna, guilt lancing my chest. I can't just leave her alone if he storms in. I'll post additional guards here, Croft offers. We'll keep her safe. But we might need you on the front line if Saxton or his assassin tries something. I clench my teeth. My protective instinct screams to stay glued to Luna's side, but a sharper logic intrudes. If I don't neutralize the threat, she'll never be truly safe. Reluctantly, I straighten my shoulders. All right, let's coordinate with whoever can help. Homeland Security, Elias. I don't care, we end this now. Croft nods, stepping out to make calls, leaving me alone with my seething anger. I approach Luna's bed, setting the untouched coffee on a side table. The machines beep steadily, a comfort in the midst of chaos. Her eyelids flutter and she peers up at me with that half-lidded awareness that melts my defenses every time. Cruz, she murmurs, voice raspy. You look ready to tear someone's head off. A brittle chuckle escapes me. You're not wrong. I brush my fingers over hers, relief and fury warring in my chest. We identified the mastermind behind the attacks. Saxton Gold. He's desperate. Might make a final move. She exhales slowly, eyes flicking between me and the hallway. So we're in for one last stand, huh? My gut knots at the thought of more violence. Hopefully the last. I'm going to ensure he never threatens us again. A flicker of her old spirit glimmers in her gaze. Don't do anything stupid without backup. You're not bulletproof. I bark a strained laugh. Tell me something I don't know, considering who's lying in this bed right now. She winces at the memory but grips my hand tighter. Just come back, okay? I've almost died enough times lately. The raw emotion in her voice cracks my composure. I lean down, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. I'm not going anywhere, I whisper. And neither are you. She squeezes my hand, words unnecessary. We share a silent vow. We've come too far to lose now. Hours later, Croft intercepts me outside the hospital cafeteria, a grim look on his face. We got a tip. Saxton's men have been spotted near the loading bay. They might try to slip in disguised as hospital staff. My nerves jolt. Then we corner them first. I straighten my suit coat, an automatic reflex from my old boardroom days. Alert Elias if he's willing to help. I want them pinned down before they reach Luna. Croft nods. Yes, sir. He runs off, earpiece crackling with instructions. I head back upstairs, tension twisting in my gut. The hospital corridors feel too open, each nurse or visitor a potential threat. My mind conjures images of an assassin lurking in scrubs, a concealed weapon ready for use. Adrenaline surges, my hands flexing at my sides. I step into Luna's room to check on her, but she's dozing again, color slowly returning to her cheeks. A nurse finishes replacing the IV bag, with a final glance at Luna's face, softer in sleep. I march off to plan my stand against Saxton Gold. Time inches forward in a haze of suspense. I pace an empty waiting lounge, checking my phone for updates. Croft messages me. We're watching the loading bay. No sign yet. Another beep from an unknown number. Tensing, I tap the screen. A text. You think selling your empire saves you? You should have vanished with your precious wife. Now I'll do what I should have done years ago. No name, but I know it's Saxton. My jaw sets. I type back. Try it and see. My heart pounds, half fear, half challenge. An alert from Croft. Movement in the basement hallway. I take off at a fast clip, ignoring the startled looks from hospital staff. My footsteps echo on tile floors as I race to the stairwell, mind locked on one objective. Keep Luna safe. End this once and for all. In the basement, fluorescent lights buzz overhead, giving the corridor a stark, flickering ambience. The distant hum of laundry machines fills the air. I spot Croft and 2 other guards at the far end. They wave me over. He whispers, "We caught a glimpse of a man matching Saxton's lieutenant, possibly armed. He's heading toward the service elevator that leads to floors above, including the ICU." Tension coils in my muscles. Where's Saxton? Croft gestures to a side corridor. Likely close. We found 2 more suspicious men. They scattered. We're sweeping. A cold determination floods me. I don't have a boardroom to hide behind anymore. This is my fight, on behalf of the woman who nearly died for me. Let's split up. Croft, you block that service elevator. I'll check the corridor. Croft hesitates. Sir, going alone. I cut him off with a glare. I can handle it. My voice brooks no argument, and he nods, leading the others away. An icy calm settles in my veins as I slip down the hall. My pulse thumps in my ears, each footstep measured. Doors line the corridor, storage closets, supply rooms. My gaze flicks to each one, wary of an ambush. Then I glimpse movement at the far end, a figure in a dark suit crouched by a locked door. He looks up. Recognition flares in both of us. Saxton Gold stands, a slender pistol emerging from beneath his jacket. A sneer lifts his lips. Damien Cruz, you couldn't go quietly, could you? I grit my teeth. You nearly killed Luna. Twice. My voice shakes with fury. You set Silas on me. You pulled every dirty tactic. But it ends here. He laughs, a cold, hollow sound. You ruined me first, remember? Snatched that tech merger and shut me out. I lost everything while you soared. Now you want to abandon the throne? Too late. I want you gone permanently. I step forward, fists tight. The difference between us? I don't murder innocent people for profit. I don't fear losing an empire if it means saving someone I love. His eyes flick with contempt. Love? That's your weak point. I exploited it perfectly. He lifts the pistol, aiming at my chest. Too bad your guard dog's not here to jump in front of another bullet. A spike of panic hits me, but I swallow it down. I'm not unprotected, Saxton. The hospital crawls with security. My stance shifts, preparing to dodge if he fires. He grins, vicious. You think I care? We're at the endgame, Cruz. No empire, no security detail can fix that. Before I can speak, he squeezes the trigger. My instincts scream. I throw myself behind a laundry cart, a bullet zinging past my ear. Pain explodes in my shoulder as I knock into a metal handle, but it's minor compared to a slug. My heart pounds. I grit my teeth, scanning for a way to disarm him. He advances, pistol raised, determined to finish this. I brace against the cart, adrenaline flooding me. Then footsteps echo behind him. Croft's voice yells, "Drop the weapon!" Saxton whirls, firing a wild shot that ricochets off the tile. I lunge forward, using that split-second distraction. My shoulder protests, but rage and desperation fuel me. I slam into Saxton's side, grappling for the pistol. His elbow jabs my ribs, breath knocking out of me, but I refuse to let go. He's wiry but desperate. The gun clatters to the floor, spinning away. We wrestle. boots scuffing on slick tiles. Another guard rushes in, but Saxton kicks out, sending the guard tumbling. Croft lunges, pinned by one of Saxton's men who appears from a side door. Chaos erupts. I hammer a punch into Saxton's gut, ignoring the sting in my knuckles. He hisses, staggering back, eyes wild with fury. "You can't walk away from me," he snarls. "You owe me everything you stole!" My lips curl in disgust. "You tried to kill me and the woman I—" My voice cracks before I can say love, but the meaning is clear. "That's on you!" He rushes me, a flurry of fists. I block one blow but catch another against my jaw. Stars dance at the edge of my vision. The tang of copper slicks my tongue. I let out a hoarse growl, ramming him into the wall. He grunts, staggering. Croft breaks free, subduing Saxton's henchman with a quick strike, then whirls to cover Saxton with his gun. "Freeze!" he barks. Saxton's eyes flick to the fallen pistol a few feet away. I read his intent. "Oh, no, you don't." I lunge, wrapping an arm around his throat, wrestling him away from the weapon. He struggles, wheezing as my arm tightens. Croft sweeps in, snapping cuffs on him. A thick current buzzes, vibrates with the aftermath of violence. Saxton spits out a final threat, eyes venomous. "You'll regret this, Cruz." I step back, panting, arms shaking from adrenaline. "No, the only regret I have is not stopping you sooner." Croft signals the hospital security, who hurry to cart Saxton and his goons away. I rub my sore jaw, wincing at the bruised ache. My mind reels. It's over. The mastermind behind my sabotage is in cuffs. Relief surges, undercut by a furious joy. He can't threaten Luna again. Croft glances at me, concern etched on his face. "You good, sir?" I exhale, shaking out my stinging knuckles. "Yeah, thanks for stepping in." He nods. "Couldn't let you have all the fun." A slight smirk tugs his mouth, then he sobers. "We'll get him booked. Police are inbound." I manage a shaky smile. "Appreciate it." My shoulder throbs, but I barely register the discomfort. I flick my gaze around the corridor, verifying no other threats lurk. Satisfied, I turn on my heel, determined to return to Luna. My heart thrums with a single priority. Tell her the danger is gone. 15 minutes later, I push open the door to her room, adrenaline fading. She sits propped against pillows, face lined with worry. Her eyes flick to my disheveled shirt and bruised jaw. "What the hell happened? You look like you lost a fight with a lawnmower." I force a grin, stepping closer. "I won, actually. Saxton won't bother us again. He's being hauled off in cuffs." Relief flashes across her features, mingled with exasperation. "You nearly got yourself shot, didn't you?" A short laugh escapes me. "He tried, but I had backup. And a little luck." I sink onto the chair beside her bed, exhaustion slamming into me like a train. She gently reaches out, fingertips brushing the fresh bruise on my jaw. The contact sends a bolt of warmth through me. "You're an idiot," she says softly, eyes brimming with relief. "But thanks for surviving." I catch her hand in mine, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. "I promised I wouldn't leave you alone with the bullet wounds, remember?" She snorts, though the motion makes her wince. "Yeah, well, one near-death experience each is enough." Then her expression turns serious. "He's the mastermind?" I nod, throat tight. "Saxton was behind it all, Silas, the snipers, every piece of sabotage. Now he's done. We're finally free." The last word tastes foreign but liberating. She stares at me, a slight tremor in her shoulders. "Free!" she echoes. "I almost forgot what that feels like." My lips form a shaky smile. "Then let's figure it out together. I sold the company. There's no empire left for me to defend. Navarro House is in the works, thanks to you." My voice softens. "We can build something new, away from the bullets and conspiracies." Her eyes shine, mouth curving in a tender grin. "I'd like that." She falls silent, hand curling around mine. For a beat, the weight of our shared trials presses, but the room brims with an odd peace. We made it. But fate didn't claim us. The traitors are in chains. We stand on the brink of a life unburdened by corporate wars. She speaks again, voice hushed. You nearly risked your life again. I shrug, cheeks heating. Couldn't let Saxton waltz in and aim at you. Not after everything. Her gaze flicks to the bandage on my shoulder from the scuffle, then back to my bruised jaw. For a guy who used to see love as leverage, you sure traded a lot for me. Her words hold a teasing edge, but her eyes betray emotion. My chest tightens. I realized leverage means nothing if I lose the only person worth living for. It's a confession laid bare, the final piece of armor stripped away. She swallows, tears threatening to spill. Damien. I lean in, brushing my lips over her forehead. Rest now. Let's heal together. We have a new life to plan, one that doesn't involve snipers or sabotage. A soft laugh escapes her, turning into a sigh as fatigue claims her. She sinks back into the pillows, but not before lacing her fingers with mine in a silent vow. We stand or fall together. I draw the blanket up, making sure she's comfortable. My phone buzzes with a dozen missed calls, press, board members, and probably Abuela demanding to know if I'm still breathing. None of them matter more than the woman lying here, at last safe from the conspiracy that tried to snuff out her life. She closes her eyes, drifting toward much-needed sleep. I remain by her side, exhausted yet victorious in a way I never understood before. My empire toppled, my enemies subdued, but the only real treasure I need is right here. As her breathing steadies, I exhaled the tension coiled in my chest. Saxton's final attempt failed. Luna survived the bullet. We've cut ties with the entire destructive empire that once defined me. Fate demanded a sacrifice, but it couldn't take us both. The cost was high, but I'll pay it again in a heartbeat. Anything to protect the woman who faced death so I could live. Gazing at her serene face, I realize I've never felt more alive. The storms have passed, the final stand conquered, and tomorrow beckons with promise. A flicker of gratitude stirs in me for second chances. Let the media speculate all they want. I'm done playing the ruthless CEO. My future lies with Luna, building Navarro House and forging a destiny free from greed and bloodshed. She sighs in her sleep, fingers tightening on mine. I brush a kiss over her knuckles, allowing my eyes to close for the first time in what feels like months. We're safe. Together. And that's all that matters now.
Chapter 19. Luna. My eyelids flutter, and pale light stings my retinas. Everything feels fuzzy still, as though I've been submerged in deep water. I'm still in recovery mode. I blink until the blurry shapes around me sharpen into a hospital room, painted in sterile whites and grays. The dull throb under my bandages tells me exactly why I'm here. I took a bullet for Damien, proving yet again that my survival instincts bow to protecting him. My mouth is dry, and my limbs feel anchored by lead. But I'm alive. That alone makes relief flutter in my chest. A figure stands near the window, broad shoulders tense, back turned as he stares at the cityscape beyond the pane. Even with the dim overhead lighting, I recognize the silhouette. Damien Cruz, the man I married under false pretenses. The same man I fell for when everything else fell apart. Slowly, I shift, trying to push upright. A hiss of pain escapes me, and I have to clamp my lips to keep from groaning out loud. The movement must catch Damien's eye, because he pivots. He's at my bedside in 2 strides, a storm of worry and relief competing in his expression. He's truly here for me. We went through so much, and he sold his company for me. For us. He built me Navarro House. I just stare at him, unable to describe what I'm feeling in words. I'm suddenly overwhelmed by emotions. Go back to sleep, Luna. Have some rest. he tells me, capturing my hand in his. My eyes land on the gold ring on his finger. A flutter of emotion pulses in my chest. Love, acceptance, maybe even a glimmer of hope. The prophecy insisted one of us would die, but we're still here, battered yet alive. I wet my lips. So how's that ring working out for you, hubby? I gesture weakly at his finger. The gold band still glints there, though battered by all we've endured. He lifts his hand, almost sheepish. I never took it off. Maybe at first it was a contract ring, but now, he inhales. It's real if you want it. My heart thuds. For months I treated this as a marriage of convenience. Then it twisted into a genuine bond. We tried to deny it, but bullets and near-death experiences have a way of clarifying priorities. I do want it, I whisper. My gaze locks with his. But only if you're ready to admit this is no longer a sham. A slow smile curves his mouth, layered with relief and longing. I'm all in. No more half measures. No more fake. If you'll still have me, that is. It's my turn to snort softly. Stop asking stupid questions, Cruz. Get over here. He leans down, pressing his forehead against mine, eyes closing as if anchoring himself in this moment. A hush wraps around us. Hospital sounds fade into the background. I reach up, shaky arms sliding around his neck. You gave up everything, I murmur, lingering on the magnitude of that choice. A life's work. He shifts, lips hovering near my temple. You're my life's work now, he says, voice hushed. The statement sends a tremor through me, more powerful than any corporate triumph. I tug him closer, ignoring the pinch of pain. My mouth captures his in a soft kiss, a melding of relief and unspoken confessions. He tastes of stale coffee and sleepless nights, but it's the sweetest thing I've ever known. When we break apart, I can't help the small laugh that escapes. You're going to bankrupt me with all this sappy talk, I tease, breathless. He chuckles, brushing damp curls from my forehead. You're the one who insisted on nearly dying. Sappy talk is the least you can endure. Fair enough, I concede, letting my head fall back against the pillow. Exhaustion still clings to me, but it's overshadowed by a sense of wholeness I haven't felt in ages. We're safe, we're alive, and we've chosen each other. That realization sends a tingling warmth through my limbs. I look at him, mind drifting to the clinic he built in my name. Navarro House, huh? The words tumble out, thick with gratitude and surprise. He nods, a hint of pride shining in his gaze. Yes, it's yours to run, to shape into whatever you envision. Free care for veterans, therapy for trauma survivors. All the things you talked about when you believed no one was listening. My throat tightens. Thank you. Tears blur my vision, forcing me to blink rapidly. You have no idea how much that means to me. I tried to act like I didn't need help, but deep down, I wanted to build something good after everything. My voice wobbles, recalling the betrayal in war zones and the scars I carried. And you believed in me enough to make it happen. His expression softens. I'd believe in you over anyone else. Any day. My heart clenches at his certainty. The vow I once viewed as a ruse has transformed into a genuine bond that survived bullets, betrayals, and a cursed prophecy. Guess we're stuck with each other, Cruz? I say, voice wavering between laughter and tears. He smirks, brushing a thumb across my cheek. Stuck sounds about right. Then he leans in, pressing a gentle kiss to the corner of my mouth. Now rest, doctor's orders. And if you refuse, I'll call in the entire staff to sedate you. I huff, rolling my eyes. Threats? You must be feeling normal again. His laughter is low, tinged with relief. Get used to it, wife. I'm not letting you run off and get shot again. I snort, wincing at the twinge in my side. Trust me, once is enough. As the moment's levity fades, I reach for his hand, lacing our fingers. I'm in this for real. A quiet radiance lights his features, erasing the lines of worry. Same. A beat of silence, then he clears his throat. We should probably make it official once you're out of here, like a vow renewal. One that doesn't involve lawyers and rushed signatures. My heart flips. You mean something with actual affection? I tease, though the idea sends a rush of warmth through me. He nods slowly, sincerity in every line of his face. Exactly. If you'll say yes. Emotions swirl. I recall the bullet that changed everything, the nightmares of fate insisting one of us would die. Yet here we stand, defiant of any prophecy. I nod, eyes misting. I'll say yes. His shoulders relax, tension draining away. Then he cradles my cheek in his palm, brushing a tender kiss across my lips. We'll build our own future, prophecy be damned. A quiet tear slips down my cheek, but it's born of relief, not sorrow. Fate can go fight someone else, I murmur, leaning into his touch. He laughs softly, pressing his forehead to mine. The hospital beep echoes, a gentle backdrop to the raw connection pulsing between us. No more illusions, no more faking. We're a genuine couple who survived bullets, conspiracies, and the weight of destiny. I inhale, letting the soft scent of antiseptic and relief mingle in my lungs. Damien, I say, voice trembling with the weight of unspoken feelings. I love you. The admission emerges, without any protective sarcasm or caution, just honest confession. He stiffens slightly, then exhales, hand tightening on mine. I love you too. Don't ever scare me like that again. Got it? A small laugh shakes my chest. You first, macho man. Another wave of fatigue presses me into the pillows, but the tension in my soul eases. We found each other in the midst of sabotage and cursed deadlines, only to fight tooth and nail for what matters. As I drift back toward a doze, his fingers keep stroking my knuckles, a silent promise that I'm not alone. My dreams beckon, but for once, they don't terrify me. The threat is over. The bullet that should have claimed either of us has been fired and missed its chance to destroy our bond. I sink into darkness, content, knowing that when I wake, we'll face the future side by side. The fake marriage is a distant memory. This is the real thing, a choice neither of us will run from again.
Chapter 20. Damien. I stand at the threshold of Navarro House, a 2-story modern clinic I built to carry Luna's name. The grand opening ceremony hums to life behind me. Attendees mingle in the lobby, crisp banners hang from the walls, and a subdued string quartet plays near the entrance. So many well-wishers and press linger, hoping to glimpse the former tycoon unveiling his new philanthropic project. I barely see them. My focus is upstairs on the rooftop, where I have a plan I've rehearsed in my mind 100 times. One of the clinic volunteers gestures for me to say a few words to the crowd, which includes ex-military veterans Luna worked with during her combat medic days. I nod, clearing my throat. Thank you for coming, I say, gripping the microphone with clammy hands. Navarro House exists because one extraordinary woman risked everything to stand between danger and the people who needed her. Today, we turn that courage into a place of healing. Applause ripples through the lobby, but my heart pounds for a different reason. When this speech ends, I'll invite her to the roof. And if she says yes, I catch Luna in the crowd, leaning on a single crutch as she recovers from the bullet wound. She's wearing a sleek black blouse that covers the bandages near her ribs, but I see lingering shadows under her eyes, a reminder of how close I came to losing her. She lifts a hand in an understated wave. My chest tightens. She looks strong, alive, and determined. The exact woman I fell for despite every wall I built around my heart. I finish the speech, stepping down from the small platform. People swarm me with congratulations, but I extricate myself as politely as I can, my mouth dry and nerves snapping. In the corner of my vision, Luna banters with a group of veterans, her grin laced with that wry humor that got me through so many rough nights at the hospital. I inhale, steeling myself. Time to do this. Brushing past a handful of curious reporters, I approach her. She senses my presence and glances over, eyebrows lifting. "Fancy words, Cruz," she teases, crossing her arms, careful not to agitate her side. "You almost sounded altruistic." I snort under my breath, tension coiling in my chest. "That's the point of a charity clinic, right?" She smirks, but there's warmth in her gaze. "Still surreal seeing your empire funneled into something so gentle." My pulse stutters. I gave up one empire to build a better one. You deserve it. I pause, steeling myself for the next part. "Come with me. There's something I want to show you upstairs." Her eyes narrow, suspicious but intrigued. "Upstairs? Since when do you do rooftop tours?" I force a casual shrug. "Since now. Humor me, Navarro." I use her last name deliberately, reminding her whose vision this clinic is built upon. She studies me a beat longer. Fine, but if you're luring me to a penthouse meltdown... "I promise not to do that, remember?" I cut in, ignoring the last time she found me pacing a high-rise. "Trust me." A ghost of a smile twitches at her lips. "Lead the way." She shifts her crutch and I gently offer an arm. She hesitates, then loops her hand through, letting me support her as we navigate a side hallway toward the elevator. My heart lurches at the quiet closeness. Even with a healing bullet wound, she's so vital. Her strength humbles me. We ride the elevator in near silence, the hum of machinery matching the buzz in my skull. I watch her reflection in the polished doors, her mocha skin, the faint scars on her forearm, the burgundy curls she's let grow out. She catches me staring and arches a brow. "You look like you're bracing for combat," she remarks dryly. I swallow. "Maybe I am, in a way." My voice comes out husky. She offers no further comment, but the tension thickens in the enclosed space. When the doors slide open onto the rooftop level, a hush envelops us. I step out, guiding her onto a wide terrace with new potted plants and subtle lighting along the edges. Tall glass railings overlook the city skyline. The evening sky glows in pink and orange streaks, a breathtaking panorama. She sucks in a quiet breath. "Wow," she murmurs, letting her gaze drift over the view. "You went all out. Didn't know you had an aesthetic side, Cruz." I grin, nerves tingling. I wanted a space patients could come for fresh air. Calm, right? She nods, stepping carefully. Her posture remains guarded, though, sensing something more. "But you brought me here for a reason beyond the scenic view, yeah?" I inhale sharply, heart hammering. No turning back. Reaching into my jacket pocket, I pull out a small velvet box. She stiffens, eyes widening. Her lips part in a silent question. "Luna Navarro," I begin, voice trembling despite my usual poise. "When we married the first time, it was to outsmart a prophecy. A contract, a stunt. But everything changed, from a bullet in a parking lot to a prophecy that threatened to kill us both. Now I stand here with a second chance to do it right." Her eyes fill with emotion, mouth quivering. "Damien?" I open the box, revealing a ring, elegant, understated, a slender band with a single diamond that catches the dying sunlight. "I want us to define our own fate. This time, I'm asking you to be my wife, for real, for love, not contracts or illusions." My throat tightens. "Marry me again, because I can't imagine a life that doesn't have you in it." She stares at the ring, tears welling in her gaze. For a heartbeat, I fear she'll walk away or slip a sarcastic barb. But her expression shifts, raw and certain. You really sold your empire, risked your neck fighting assassins, and built a clinic named after me just to come full circle with this. There's a tremor in her voice, half awe, half teasing. My lips tilt in a shaky grin. You're worth more than any empire, bullet wounds included. She exhales, stepping closer so our bodies nearly touch. Her hand trembles around her crutch, but she lifts her other to brush my cheek. You insufferable, beautiful idiot, she whispers, eyes shining. Of course I'll marry you for real. Relief crushes me like a tidal wave. My pulse roars in my ears. Thank you, I croak, sliding the ring onto her finger, replacing the original band we once saw as a mere contract. Her hand trembles under mine, and for a moment, neither of us breathes. The hush of the rooftop and the city lights below cradle us in silent validation. Then her mouth tilts into a grin. So, can I hire you to, count medical supplies or something? Gotta keep you busy, Mr. Cruz. I snort, pulling her carefully against me. I'll be your loyal supply clerk, happily. Just no bullet chasing, please. She laughs softly, pressing her forehead to mine, tears and amusement mingling in her expression. Deal? We stand there, clasped together in a promise that dwarfs every prophecy or sabotage. The wind stirs around us, carrying faint strains of music from the ceremony downstairs. I realize we're alone in this private moment, exactly how I wanted it. By the way, she murmurs, I think your grandma might show up here any second, cackling about how she predicted this. I grin ruefully. She'll say she told me so, and I'll endure it. We share a breathless laugh, and I can't resist the pull anymore. Sliding my hand to the back of her neck, I ease her into a kiss, slow and reverent. She leans in, lips parting with a quiet sigh, our connection vibrating with pent-up hunger and relief. My heart thrums. She said yes. God, I've wanted this, I confess against her mouth, voice raspy. I was terrified I'd lose you before I could speak the words. She nips my lower lip in playful admonition. You almost did, you fool. Don't ever wait that long again. A teasing edge weaves through her tone, but desire simmers beneath it. I glide my hands down her spine, mindful of her healing injury. Her breath hitches and she grips my shoulders. The closeness sparks a sudden, undeniable craving. This final step to seal our bond fully, free from fear and bullet wounds. Maybe we should go somewhere more private, I suggest, voice thick. Her lips curve in a slow smile. As much as I love an audience of potted plants, yes, come on, let's make an exit. She wiggles her crutch. But be gentle with me, Cruz, I'm still recovering. A low chuckle rumbles in my chest. Gentle enough to keep you safe, but not so gentle that you forget who's proposing. I wink, leading her toward the elevator. We slip away from the opening event, forging a quiet retreat back to the small top-floor suite we arranged for overnight staff. Thankfully, it's empty tonight. In the suite, the air crackles with tension the moment the door shuts. She leans the crutch against a wall, turning to face me. The glow of a single lamp casts warm shadows. I hover a step away, heart hammering, watching as she sets aside any lingering pain to meet my gaze with blazing resolve. She lifts her chin, that characteristic defiance shining in her eyes. You said no bullet chasing, but what about heart chasing? The teasing spark laces her words with mischief. I close the distance, cupping her jaw. I'll chase your heart anywhere, Navarro. My voice rumbles low. Her lips part at the sound of it, desire smoothing the edges of her sarcasm. Heat coils in my belly as I sweep her hair aside and lean in to kiss her throat. She inhales sharply, nails grazing my shoulders. Easy, lover boy, she mutters, but her tone quivers with anticipation. I slip my hands under her blouse, ghosting over the bandages with tender caution. She winces faintly but nods for me to continue. Each inch of exposed skin sends a rush of longing through me, a reminder of how we almost tipped into losing this. I want to worship every scar, every bruise left by her heroics.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
You okay? I whisper, pressing a kiss to her temple. She nods, voice shaking. I just never thought I'd be this happy. Not really. I pull her closer. Me neither. She shifts, resting her head over my heart. Her fingers lace with mine, and I see the glint of the ring under the lamplight. You realize this is it, right? She says, barely above a whisper. What is? Our before and after. Everything else started with a bullet or a prophecy. But this? This is the beginning of us. I kiss the top of her head, emotions swelling thick in my throat. Then I'm ready for all of it. Outside the window, the city sleeps. Inside this room, it's just us, two scarred, stubborn souls who chose each other against fate. And tomorrow, we'll do it again. She nods, exhaling shakily. I'm more than okay, she murmurs. I just never believed we get here, alive and together. A lump forms in my throat. Me neither, I admit softly. I spent years convinced vulnerability was poison. You proved me wrong. The hush wraps around us like a safety net. We lay there, hearts beating in tune, letting the magnitude of this union settle in. Eventually, she shifts to face me, eyes glimmering. So, was that a honeymoon sweet test run? I smirk, fingertips trailing across her collarbone. Could be. You know me, always testing the market. She snorts a laugh. Never change, Cruz. Then she sobers, gaze turning serious. Though I guess we both changed a lot. I brush my lips over her knuckles, ring glinting in the low light. We did, I confirm, and it's the best deal we ever made. She gives a lopsided smile, relaxing against me with a contented sigh. Outside, the city lights shimmer through the window, a testament that life continues even after near-death experiences. But inside this room, it's just us, forging a reality free from curses and betrayals. A knock at the door startles us. We exchange glances before Luna calls, occupied. Her sassy tone draws a grin from me. Damien? A familiar voice, Mama Esperanza. I know you're in there, mijo. Let me see the bride. Luna's eyes widen, cheeks flushing. Seriously? Your grandma chooses now? I stifle a laugh. She's unstoppable, trust me. With a resigned huff, Luna slips on a robe while I tug on my pants, wincing at the timing. I crack the door open to find Abuela smirking, arms folded. Her gaze darts past my shoulder, catching sight of Luna's disheveled hair and flushed cheeks. She cackles. She arches an eyebrow at me, voice low. Your lucky fate decided to spare your thick skull. I told you love is louder than death. I sigh, glancing back at Luna, who rests against the bed, smirking. Mama Esperanza steps into the room, eyeing the ring on Luna's finger. Tisk, tisk. Took you long enough, she mutters, then shifts to Spanish, telling me how she knew it all along. Luna looks amused, rolling her eyes. Let them have this moment, a new voice says from behind Abuela, Elias, apparently trailing after the old woman for reasons I can't fathom. But he lifts his hands in surrender. Just wanted to offer congrats. You both beat the prophecy. Guess love trumps curses, etc. Luna shakes her head, half in disbelief at the bizarre entourage. You guys are like cameo intruders in our final scene. Abuela pats her cheek. You'll thank me when I bless your union. Mijo, don't think I'm letting you out of a real ceremony. I rub my temples. Fine, Abuela, but maybe let us get dressed first, yeah? She cackles again, nudging Elias out the door. We'll wait outside, lovebirds. I told you so. She tosses that over her shoulder, then closes the door behind her, leaving a stunned hush. Luna and I exchange glances before bursting into laughter. She sinks onto the bed, cradling her bandaged side. Your family is something else, Cruz. I settle beside her, drawing her close. They're persistent, sure, but she wasn't wrong. Love is louder than death, after all. She exhales, resting her head on my shoulder, ring glinting as she entwines her fingers with mine. We showed fate it can't kill what it doesn't understand. The city lights glow through the window, bathing us in a gentle radiance. I slip an arm around her waist, pressing a tender kiss to her temple. Ready to go downstairs and show everyone the unstoppable Mr. and Mrs. Cruz? She nods, smiling softly. Let's do it. Then tomorrow let's vanish from here. I want to see Navarro House in action, plan our next steps, and maybe, just maybe, live without bullets for a while. I grin, heat flaring in my chest. Plan on it, wife. She snorts in mock annoyance. Wife, huh? Don't get too cocky. I tilt her chin up, claiming another slow kiss. You'll never tame me fully. She smirks against my mouth. Want to bet? Our laughter mingles in the quiet suite, overshadowed only by the promise of a future we'll face together. No more illusions, no more prophecy-driven fear. We rose from fake vows and near misses to real devotion, forging our own fate. Somewhere outside, Mama Esperanza is undoubtedly cackling, muttering that she always knew better than any curse. Luna and I will take our chances defying prophecies again, if it means holding on to each other. Love might be the most reckless gamble I ever made, but with her by my side, I'll wager everything and win.
Chapter 21. Luna. Italian sunlight pours through arched windows, the warm rays settling on aged stone walls and vibrant Tuscan tapestries. I step onto the balcony of this centuries-old villa, letting the afternoon breeze tease my loose curls. Below me, a rolling vineyard stretches toward the horizon, endless rows of vines, bright under the golden sky. A hush rests over the place, as if time itself slows in anticipation. 3 years have passed since I nearly bled out in the hospital, shielding Damien from a sniper's bullet. 3 years since our world flipped upside down, prophecies undone, bullets deflected, an empire sold, a clinic born. Now, as I stand here with one hand cupping my rounded belly, it strikes me how far we've come. This is supposed to be Damien's birthday getaway. A small group of close friends and family have gathered for a relaxing celebration. Except the truth is, we have a secondary motive, a gender reveal for our soon-to-arrive child. Though Damien pretends casual indifference, I suspect he's every bit as anxious to share this with the people who shaped our journey. A bustle of activity echoes from downstairs, caterers hauling in trays of local delicacies, Mama Esperanza commanding them with her usual flair, and a handful of ex-military buddies from my combat medic days swapping jokes. I catch snippets of raised voices laced with excitement. In the distance, I even hear Bianca, my friend from the clinic, who arrived late last night, scolding a caterer for mixing up some dish. Smiling to myself, I trace a hand over my abdomen. We're waiting until sunset for the big reveal, though I'm not sure how Damien convinced me to keep the secret. He's the one who set up this entire trip after all. A quiet Tuscan villa stay, he called it. Quiet, sure, except for the throng of loved ones we ended up inviting. Hinges creak. I glance over my shoulder to see him step into the balcony nook. Damian Cruz, the man once known as a ruthless corporate vulture, now wearing a crisp linen shirt and casual trousers that show off his relaxed side. His ash blonde hair is longer than it used to be, brushing his collar. He gives me that half smirk I can never resist. "Figured I'd find you hiding here," he says, sliding a warm hand around my waist. His eyes flick to my belly, a soft light in them. "We're supposed to be downstairs, greeting people." I lean into him, inhaling the citrus and linen scent that's become so familiar. I needed a minute to breathe. Everyone seems ready to pop the confetti cannons at any second. He chuckles low. "Confetti cannons might be the least of your worries. I heard Mama Esperanza commanding the staff about the dinner menu." A pause, then his hand covers mine. "You feeling okay?" My back twinges dully, but it's a small price for the life we're creating. Tired, excited, maybe a little nervous. His lips brush my temple. No reason to be nervous. His tone dips, laced with affection. "We overcame bullets and curses, didn't we?" I arch a brow. "Sure, but we haven't faced a toddler yet. That might be worse than curses." He laughs, the sound rumbling pleasantly. "We'll manage. We've managed everything else." Then he steps back, giving me a once-over. "You look stunning, by the way." I glance down at the simple white summer dress stretching over my belly. "You mean like a glowing balloon?" He snorts. "I'd say radiant warrior woman, but glowing balloon works if you want to go that route." I roll my eyes, but inside, warmth coils. His sincerity never fails to catch me off guard. "All right, Mr. Cruz, let's go face the crowd before your grandmother storms up here demanding why we're not downstairs." He captures my wrist gently. "One more minute." There's a subtle shift in his posture, almost a hint of apprehension. "I wanted to talk to you, in private, before the reveal." Something in his voice sets my pulse fluttering. "Everything okay?" His gaze drifts over the lush scenery, then back to me. "Better than okay. 3 years ago, I asked you to marry me for real, on a rooftop. We shared vows, but it wasn't exactly a grand ceremony. Just us, a ring, and some security folks lurking nearby." I recall that moment vividly. Our vow renewal felt intimate and perfect. But he's right, it wasn't a public spectacle. "You regret it?" I ask, suddenly unsure. "Never," he says, voice firm. "But I always felt you deserved something more. So while we're in Tuscany," he lifts one shoulder, feigning casualness, "I might have arranged a little vow renewal. Tonight, under the sunset, no bullet wounds, no corporate sabotage, just us, sharing what we mean in front of everyone we love." My breath catches. "You're serious?" His lips curl into a tender smile. "Dead serious. I want to stand before the world, well, the world we trust, at least, and confirm what we already know, that you're my forever. And now that we have a little one on the way, I can't think of a better time." Emotion surges in my chest, tears prickling. I blink fast, ignoring the watery haze. "You're full of surprises, Cruz." He brushes a stray curl behind my ear. "Guilty, so you'll do me the honor?" A breathless laugh tumbles out. "I can't believe you orchestrated a secret vow renewal in a Tuscan villa. You're such a sap." He leans in, lips grazing mine. "Takes one to know one, Mrs. Cruz." I can't stop smiling as I rest a hand on his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. I'd say yes 1,000 times. We descend the winding stone staircase into the villa's courtyard, which opens onto a spacious patio where guests mingle. Low tables decked with Italian pastries tempt the nose, while the smell of rosemary and lavender drifts from the garden edges. Bianca waves enthusiastically from her seat next to an ivy-covered pillar. I see Croft, our ex-security chief, who now helps run Navarro House's protective detail, chatting with an older woman. Veterans from my old unit cluster near the fountain, sipping sparkling juice and sharing war stories. Mama Esperanza bustles up, wearing a brightly colored dress, eyes alight. She claps her hands at the sight of us. Finalmente, you two lovebirds act like you can hide from me? She winks conspiratorially. Damien slides an arm around my waist. Not hiding, abuela, just savoring the moment. She snorts. I've known you both long enough to guess you were probably making out on some balcony. Then her gaze drops to my belly, softening. Time flies. Now you're starting a family. Fate can be so noisy, but I told you love is louder. I grin, recalling her old warnings that felt like riddles. Yes, you did. She raises a brow, turning to Damien. You look nervous. If you're about to propose again, hurry. We have dinner waiting. Damien huffs a laugh, half in exasperation. Yes, abuela. I'm aware. Why do you think I've been coordinating with you all week? She smacks his shoulder lightly. I only helped a little. You insisted on the rooftop at sunset. Romantic fool. I smother a chuckle, meeting Damien's gaze. Romantic fool indeed. The afternoon passes in a haze of casual chatter and indulgent food. As the sun sinks lower, painting the sky in orange and violet, our guests gather on the villa's terrace, which overlooks rolling hills. The gentle strum of a mandolin player sets a nostalgic mood. Damien whispers to me, "Ready for the big reveal?" My pulse jumps. I nod, stepping forward. With a grin, I hold up the small canister containing powder. It's silly, but hey, we decided on something fun to share with everyone. My heart thumps as I release the powder into the air, pink or blue, a swirl of color that indicates our future. A vibrant pink cloud bursts forth, drifting in the soft breeze. Cheers erupt. Cameras flash, and Mama Esperanza whoops in Spanish. Damien catches my eye, a wide grin splitting his face. A girl, he murmurs, voice thick with awe. I swallow the surge of emotion. We're bringing a daughter into this world. I sense his hand squeezing mine, both of us trembling a little. The crowd claps, ex-veterans hollering their congratulations, Bianca jumping in excitement. It's a moment of pure joy, untainted by bullets or conspiracies. But Damien isn't done. He raises a hand, quieting the cheers. Thank you, everyone, for celebrating with us, he calls, voice resonant. We have one more announcement. His eyes lock onto me, a hint of playful mischief and deep affection. Luna Navarro Cruz, come upstairs, please. A flutter of nerves skims across my belly. He's doing it now? The vow renewal? I step forward, ignoring the slight twinge in my side. Following him up a short flight of stone steps leading to the rooftop portion of the villa. At the top, strands of twinkling lights loop from tall pillars, a semicircle of chairs set around a small arch, decorated with fresh flowers, lilies, magnolias, and sprigs of lavender. My breath catches. He truly orchestrated a mini ceremony, right here under the open sky. Mama Esperanza appears by my elbow, handing me a simple bouquet. Her eyes glimmer with sentiment. Told you the prophecy was loud, but love is louder. I swallow past the pressure in my throat and take the bouquet with unsteady hands. Music starts, a quiet melody, and Damien stands at the makeshift altar, wearing that tender, determined look that always undoes me. I approach, heart racing, as guests file in behind the chairs. It's intimate yet grand in its own way. One of Luna's old war buddies, apparently ordained for the sake of comedic convenience, steps forward to officiate. He winks at me, then addresses the crowd, voice jovial. We're here to watch these two reaffirm vows that began in gunfire and cynicism but ended in love and a baby girl. A ripple of laughter warms the air. Damien reaches for my hands, expression earnest. Luna, 3 years ago, I asked you to marry me to save my life. You did, but you saved more than that. You saved my soul, gave me a reason to believe in things beyond profit. I stand here with no empire except the one we're building together, and I'm happier than I've ever been. Tears prick my eyes. I can't hide my raw emotion. I squeeze his hands, voice trembling. Damien, I didn't think I believed in forever until you risked everything for me, multiple times. You made me see that fate doesn't rule us. We choose each other. I'm all in, always. He exhales, a wry grin forming as he murmurs, "You sure you're not running off again, wife?" I smirk, blinking away tears. "Only if you chase me, husband." A light chuckle passes through the guests. The officiant nods, prompting us to exchange new rings. Damien slides a fresh band onto my finger, sleek, a delicate diamond row that complements the engagement ring. I return the gesture, placing a matching ring on his hand. Then we speak our promises, short, sweet, brimming with sincerity. The hush in the air feels sacred. When the officiant pronounces us reunited in marriage, we share a kiss that's both tender and electric, merging the past and the future in one breathless moment. Applause erupts from the chairs, some laughter as Mama Esperanza yells, "Te lo dije, I told you so." We turn, arms looped around each other, gazing upon our friends and family cheering under Tuscan twilight. My heart feels like it might burst from warmth and gratitude. Damien leans in, voice hushed. "Told you I wanted to do it right." I grin, tears still glimmering in my eyes. "You did, Cruz. You really did." Later that evening, after wine and dancing and endless chatter about baby names, we find ourselves tucked away in a private suite at the villa, large windows revealing rolling hills under a full moon. I slip off my heels, muscles sore from a day of celebration, but adrenaline keeps me buzzing. Damien circles me, hands sliding up my arms. "You still okay?" he asks gently, mindful of my expectant state. I tilt my head, letting him see the hunger smoldering in my gaze. "I'm better than okay." He smirks, leaning in to brush his lips over my shoulder. We have a few minutes before Mama Esperanza barges in again with more marital wisdom. A soft laugh escapes me. Better make the most of it then. He draws me close, mouth finding mine, in a slow, deliberate kiss that sends sparks through my entire body. I melt into him, remembering the nights we spent fighting side by side, how close we came to losing each other, and the choice we made to stand together. This kiss tastes of freedom from every prophecy, of a future we shape with our own hands. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Afterwards, we lie tangled under the soft sheets, the hush of the Tuscan night settling around us like a lullaby. His fingers glide lazily along my spine, our breaths slow in tandem. "You okay?" he murmurs. I smile against his chest. "Better than okay. That was..." "Yeah," he says, breathless. "Me too." Outside the window, fireflies drift over the vineyard. The air smells like earth and lavender, and somewhere in the dark, the quiet future we've been building waits with open arms. I press my lips to his chest, feeling his heartbeat against mine. We survived everything, I whisper. Now we get to live. With his body still wrapped around mine, I finally believe it. His hand strokes my back, voice low. Feels like a dream. I grin, tired yet blissful. If it is, don't wake me. We share a languid silence, the distant hum of crickets our lullaby. Then he murmurs, "Happy wedding, wife." Again. A chuckle bubbles in my throat. "Right back at you, husband." Again. We exchange a final tender kiss, a vow stronger than any we spoke under an arch. Tomorrow's might bring surprises. Our daughter's birth. New challenges. But tonight, in this villa, we've renewed the promise that fate tried to tear apart. Just as my eyelids grow heavy, a faint creak outside the door reminds me that Mama Esperanza lurks somewhere, probably waiting to gloat. I smirk against Damien's chest. Think we should lock the door? He laughs quietly, tucking the sheets around us. Oh, definitely. Then he shifts, reaching over and clicks the lock. Because the next time we open it, we face the world again, but on our terms. I nestle deeper, letting his heartbeat lull me into restful slumber. Content in the certainty, we forged a future with our own hands. As I drift off, I recall the bright pink powder exploding into the Tuscan sky earlier, announcing our daughter. She's testament that we conquered bullets, conspiracies, and ancient prophecies, choosing love over fear. Just before sleep claims me, I imagine Mama Esperanza's voice echoing through the quiet hall. I told you so. But for once, I don't mind, because her prophecy wasn't the one that bound us. Our love story is, and we're writing it day by day, moment by moment, vow by vow.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.